Jack's turn.
Should be.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the sixes here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we go. This
before.
could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack. And we hit the jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my word.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good. And this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this 3-bet so often from Dean. Like, he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted to send it.
Of course.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, how on earth?
Jeez. That is the most ridiculous call-up, 5-handed. Second in chips, third in chips. What a setup for Harry here. Nothing you can do, sir.
I asked you at the start, how do you get down to the 5 so fast? This is sort of how you do it. Yep. And we could be down to 4 here, Jay. There's 6% and now there's 1. It has to be running kings or running straight.
Or Jack for the chop.
Or Jack for the chop if you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Could be dead on the turn. We're dead on the turn a lot, and we are dead on the turn. And Dean knocks off another one and is now a serious danger around 4 million.
Yeah, it's gonna. I don't think Dan's gonna love seeing that. Yes, he ladders, but now Dean gonna be closing the gap on first and chips and a very accomplished player.
Any hand now could be it, where Martin takes his stand. And we know that Dan would call if Martin found something here, and it's not a snap fold, and it looks like this could be it, Tower.
We find an ace in the small with 10 bigs, and in goes the triangle, and he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Dean!
He's going to see the bad news because Dean Lyle's got 9s.
I mean, is Dean going to go for a small re-isolate here? It looks like he will, and a fold quickly from Dan, who lets go an ace, and Martin's in huge trouble here with only 2 left, Tower. 2 left of the aces in the deck. Could be 2 left in this tournament, unless there's another ace to be found. 22% equity. Can Martin find it, or are we heads up at Ace State Poker Live in Glasgow?
Jack 4-3, all hearts, no hearts playing. We need an ace. Running 6s.
Running 5-7. Running 5 deuce. There's not a lot of hope. 14% worth of hope. The turn is a 4, and now it has to be a black ace, Tower.
Barry, can we find it?
Or we will lose Martin in 3rd place and be heads up. River card
is an 8. We're down to 2 players and heads up at 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. Martin, well played, sir. I tell you what, he made a big call yesterday with the ace 3 of hearts, and he ended up taking one out, and that was one for the books for Martin, and they turned it into 3rd place and £31,000 and change.
We just had our stakes, and now we got some pies dropped off, and Dean's got kings and Dan's got 6s.
Oh my.
Wow.
Are we too deep?
No, Tower, like pairs heads up, I always say look at it from a mathematical standpoint. You're 17 to 1 to get delta pair. So in a two-handed situation,
Oh, he's gone for
there
it.
you go.
Oh man,
there
this
you go.
could be it.
And he hates it. He sees the kings and he
This could be it.
in huge trouble.
Wow.
But like 17 to 1 to get delta pair, so for both players to have a pair, you're looking at 289 to 1. Like, it doesn't happen very often, heads up. It's very rare that both players have a pair. So Dan just sends the 6s in, and Dean finds the Cowboys.
Get that t-shirt out of the way on the left-hand side.
Go.
This could be it for championship. We need a 6. This could be it. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years.
Oh no, backdoor diamonds
Nope,
for the chop.
not
So
at all.
fading 2 6s, and we have a champion.
Do we have a champion? Yes,
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
we do.
Yes, good lad.
What's your leak now? Like if you have to say, like, okay, I've got this.
Probably, I guess my main league for tournaments, my main league would maybe being too aggressive in early levels. I kind of don't have the patience like I used to in the early levels to sit there and just like
Grind.
I'm more, which, you know, I can if it's a very important tournament, but like this summer is very long, so to sit there in the early levels, I was catching myself in this Mystery Millions tournament that everyone just was, you know, playing right now. But I'm catching myself like going for it a little too much in early levels, where like if I could sit back, take a breath, and just play my game, it'd probably be a little better. So I'm trying to work on that, just in the early levels, approach it more serious and not make any mistakes.
That's got to be so difficult. I mean, you know, you look throughout your poker playing, and you know, whether you're a 5-10 player now,
Yeah.
or a 50-100 player, or whether you're playing $300 tournaments or $30,000 tournaments,
Yep.
there comes a point where if you go back and you play below your stakes,
Yeah.
it's really hard to play your game.
Yeah, it is. It's and that's, I respect a lot of really high level, solid guys, because there's some of them that can just, no matter, like for instance, like a Brian Altman, who no matter what he's playing, he's always just,
Shout out to you, Brian.
yeah, shout out to Brian Altman. He always just locked in, no matter what the stakes is, just always present and just in the flow, no matter what it is. Just takes it very serious, where that can be one of, like I said, that can be one of my downfalls a little bit, is where some of the smaller stuff I'm not taking as serious when I really should take every moment serious when I'm at the table.
Sixes, sevens and jacks. Welcome back to Reading and day 2, the final day of the UKPL, and the good news for all the players that they finished yesterday with 48 total, and everybody is in the money. They've made it so there's nobody coming back not in the money. So I'm in cash of £1,020, but we are playing for first place, which is a whopping £30,000. All the tables are ready. Oh, the shirt's out again. Oh, this is delicious, let me tell you. He's even ironed it.
Ironed what?
The shirt.
I haven't started playing
You've
yet.
heard the shirt. We said the other day the shirt needed an iron, and you made an effort. I'm really pleased. You look amazing.
Thanks, mate. The shirts are back out. I'm feeling confident.
You've had a good week.
Yeah.
Jack Hardcastle's back. It's great.
Until I bust this in 10 minutes
No,
and go to Heathrow.
no, we're not saying that. Don't worry. You got the chip leader 2 to your left. You're in a perfect position.
Yeah.
You know, this is it.
I'm fine with that.
You're just going to smack. I know, I've got a good feeling. Oh, what's the side of you? What's this? Oh, what?
How you doing?
Well, we had a quick chat with yesterday. We'll not run over how lucky you got forever, but well done.
Yeah, thanks. Nice easy table for day 2, eh?
And I tell you, just a chip leader, just the high roller champion, just the most consistent person in the MPL for the last 4 years. You know,
Some good stories ever fishing, mate.
You got Mr. Kiwi man at the side of you.
Yeah, lovely. Mr. Kiwi, man, yeah.
And looking forward to the other day.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a good one. Should be a really good one.
Good. Wish I was sat here. I really do. Get me some chips. Get me some chips. Good luck.
Thanks, Dave.
The shirt. Love the shirt. It's great, isn't it? All the information is on the app as well, which is why I was looking. All the information is on the app. We are just about ready to start. The smartest man in the room. Simon, are you ready for a good day?
Absolutely.
Yeah. A cracking event in Reading. People love it coming down here. The numbers have been great.
Yeah, Ren's always great to come to. Players have all said to me they supported so much. Yeah, UKPTs we've had here have been great. We were here for the mini fest at the start of the year, smashing as well.
Yeah.
You saw that, and yeah, this event's been great.
Yeah, always playing with a smile. It's a lovely place to come to. It really is. We are just about ready. There's some great names. Oh, is he signing on tomorrow? I don't know what it's happening there. Have you made it, Tim? I tell you what, you turn up. We only ever see you every now and again. Every time you make a day 2. It's just easy.
No, you just don't see me on day 1, that's all. Yeah, it's okay here. It's all right for me.
We are all in the money, so congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
We've got a mean cash, and now it's just time to build.
Yeah.
Just remember, the guy to your right only ever plays aces and kings, doesn't play anything else.
He absolutely does not.
Absolutely. Just be careful, will you? Just be careful. That's all you need to do. We are ready. Pan round the room. We are just about to start the UKPL 48, down to a champion. This afternoon, everybody. Want to start? Lovely to have a chat with a few of the guys. We had a wander in. Morning, Jake.
Good morning.
Are you well?
I'm well.
Nice one. Nice one.
Looking at the chip counts as you always do, you look at who's top and then you look at who's bottom, and
You don't need to look at that name on the bottom right, on the top left.
yeah, okay.
Ever. This is going to need some spin. As we know, Eastie made the money last night. Last night when we were having a chat at the tables and they said they're in the money, it wasn't actually confirmed. So when Eastie says, I think we're in the money, we weren't actually sure, but they are. They are in the money. The money has been confirmed. £30,000 up top and a min cash of 1,020, which is exactly double your buying. So well done, one and all. But he's going to need a spin, mate.
Yes, he is. But he's done it before. We've seen him spin up before, so we'll see how he goes. As long as we don't see his name on the bust-out list,
yeah,
that's good news. No news is good news. Josh Manley there as well, top of the right-hand side. Ian Simpson on the left-hand side of the chip counts as usual. Always seems to bag up a heap.
Yep, he does indeed. He loves these events. Tony Filoni going well as well. Steph Lazar, and chip leader is Mr. Callum Gordon, who, if you look at his stack, he played one of the flights with only 54 runners, and that's 24 stacks.
Yeah, not bad.
Whatever happened, it must have been carnage.
If he gets in against one of these 400k stacks them first hand, he's then got average for an FT. So that's one way to look at it with 48 players.
So they're all the players. As you can see, the first hand is underway. 48 down to a champion.
He's here.
And Eastie is on the feature. Marius got his famous white shirt out for the final day yet again.
And Mark Wackrell might be the only person I know that supports Fulham.
Fulham?
Fulham?
Fulham? Fulham. Wow.
I ain't seen many Fulham strips. I don't think ever on the stream.
And it's sponsored by
Grosvenor
Casinos.
Well, that must be an old one.
How old is that jersey?
There you go.
Why have we never had a ticket to the Oldham Games? That's what we need to know. Sponsored by Grosvenor Casinos, Fulham.
So quick rundown of the table. Guangdong in 1, Mark Wackrell 2, Chris Guert in 3, Stefan Lazar in 4, Eastie in 6, Marius Cech in 7, Kieran McCullough in 8, and Stuart Morant in the 9 seat.
Good afternoon, everybody. Morning, Lime.
Morning, Lions.
Straight in the chat box to start with, Geds again. Logs is in from the land of the Scots. Afternoon, Logs. Hope things are good. And everybody else who's tuned in already this morning, good afternoon right now, 20 past 12. Here we go.
And we have another $10, $22 to give away today. We'll just do keywords as it's the final day. Feel like 1 or 2 a session should be fine, as we usually do.
Yeah, Lime will let us know what's happening.
Yeah, I've already got it all.
Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
10 22s.
Nice.
3 roll pulse where we'll give out at 4.
Nice. What do I get? Nothing. Nothing.
You got pads in the final 4 of the 25k heads up for the fantasy draft.
It's not in there at the minute. We'll need a World Series. Yeah, all right. Yeah, you're only saying that because you've got 2 in the final 14 of the 1500 mixed games.
Dealer's choice.
I would love it if actually the dealer chose the game. The actual dealer.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Do you know what? when I was like 18, 19, this is what I used to think dealer's choice was. I actually used to think the dealer chose the game. When I was
That'd be
quite
great.
into it.
Imagine turning up for a World Series and the dealer says, right, we're now playing pineapple. 2 players in the final 14, and just to say, we'll bring up the World Series and we do it for a bit of banter and we do it for a bit of content and Goliath and wearing all kinds of different things. But he has had a great start, and I cannot, no matter what my player does, my player will not earn as many points as either of the 2 that Jay has. So he's already in a commanding lead.
Not commanding.
He's probably at the moment 1 to 4.
Commanding, yeah, all right. What, 2 events in, yeah.
He's already a commanding lead. I reckon he'll be 1 to 4 by the time he's finished. Because Benny Glazer's chip leader and Adam Owen is like 4th in chips. So good luck to Jay on that. Keep your eye on that on our social media, on Grosvenor Poker social media. It's a lot of fun, and we'll be out there rooting for the guys.
Well, Logs, you've missed the boat, mate.
We should send out to the World Series main event. All of us in the chat will buy the action. Where have you been, Logs? And Michael Bunn has just learnt that it's not the dealer who chooses the game. Imagine you turn up and the dealer just tells you what you're playing this hand. Oh, brilliant. Sydney Button on Facebook says, what is the rule about showing your cards to a player next to you? Well, if you're in a hand, don't think there's anywhere now that kills a hand.
Oh, okay.
I'm not too sure. We don't. I'm not too sure we kill a hand anymore. You would never get any progressive action. So, but I wouldn't exactly think it's a good thing to do. But you can show your player's hand if he's not in the hand and you finish the hand, wave them about.
Oh, Barry Neville.
Oh, Bazza! How are we doing, Barry?
Good afternoon, lads. Sat on a sunbed in Benidorm watching. Off to Barbie at 3, enjoying this, lads.
Nice one, Barry. Enjoy Benidorm. Just imagine you and the lads are in Benidorm and all the family rioting in Benidorm. What a weekend that'll be. Have a great time, Barry, and I hope to see you soon. Goliath's on its way. Hope to see you down there. You'll always turn up in Blackpool as well in November. So hope to see you. Enjoy Benidorm. I bet it's scorching. I bet it's 30 plus in Benidorm. Your kind of weather.
No. My 18 degrees is perfect. That is like nut weather for me. Not too hot, nice little breeze, not too cold. You can wear shorts. Although we have someone posting our group chat for the golf trip I'm going on next week.
Yeah.
And it's just the old thundercloud 100% like going across. So we're hoping the weather forecast changes in a week or two. But
God.
it's not looking too good.
Ought to be tomorrow.
The next weekend,
Well,
yeah.
25 degrees tomorrow.
I'm playing tomorrow.
You are?
Yeah. I've got an early tea
Beautiful.
time tomorrow. So
It's going to be a beauty tomorrow. Barry Neville says there's 100 of us here with women mates and you've got a villa and it's up to 35 degrees. Wow, 100 of you.
Did you all go on the same plane?
Oh, we didn't. Dude, imagine the bar on the plane. We don't laugh.
Yeah.
On the way back. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, everybody drank it on the way here. There's no drinks on the plane on the way back. 100 of you. Enjoy, Barry. Good that you're tuning in, and thank you very much. What we need you to do is have a wander around the pool and see if anybody else is watching the live stream. We had that in Tenerife last year. So early stages of day 2. Everybody's in the money. Well done, one and all. £1,020 locked up, and it's like one of those. The next 20 spots, there's like 100 quid difference.
Yeah.
25 spots even. So.
Oh, Marius just gets there on the river, turns the backdoor flush draw, completes it on the end. Kieran with 5th pair, probably not going to be heroing on this particular river. So there's been some stuff here, Kieran. The obvious ones are the gut shots and the up and down stuff like 5-2 suited, 5-6, 5-7, 6-7. All these type of hands could make sense for Marius that we are in front of. Maybe thinking Marius not going to value bet a king, although a king should value bet here once check and flop out of position blind on blind. So it's like one of these that even King X gets to go for value here, can target a queen of 4. So I feel like we're going to have better catches than a 3 as Kieran. I guess 8's a very good card to have. Doesn't really block any bluffs that Marius will have containing an 8, but I feel like we're going to have better calls, like have a 4 with a diamond in hand, something like that. We've got a non-believer here. With just bottom pair. Maybe expecting Marius to be checking this river a lot of the time, and he's come out firing it. Which does make sense, like if Marius is value betting turn, a lot of his value bets on the turn do now want to check when the straight and flush draw complete, but non-believer in Kieran does pay it off and sees the bad news. Backdoor flush for Marius.
Backdoors. If Eastie doubles, will we see R2D2 on the table, do you reckon?
I don't think he's allowed on the feature RTD2.
No, well, here he is. Isn't it, for content?
Well, how else is he going to record the hands from the feature table tower without
R2D2?
Yeah, but
when he gets a double,
yeah,
will he be on? Will he be out?
You're not being serious right now, are you?
Yeah.
Why does he need?
No, not on this one.
That's what I'm trying to say. I
Oh,
think
right.
he was talking about
I
on
see.
the feature table.
No, not on this one. No.
That would have been too early to set me off, I'll be honest. It would have been too early to set me off.
He's not had his caffeine yet. So £30,000 to the winner.
Guangdong with the open to 20k.
It's a day of patience.
Raise and take.
Stu's been on the feature quite a lot this week.
Yes.
Starting to see number 9.
Sometimes that's an advantage, like, get used to it. It's one of those that sometimes you played the whole comp, last 2 tables, suddenly first time on the feature, maybe that's where the nerves can jump in a little bit, adrenaline. when you've played it a lot and your body just gets used to it. Maybe it is an advantage to be on it more.
The way you showed it, I thought you'd won.
Yeah, because I thought in my head, I thought it's a good call. Yeah, so you all not heard that way. Yeah, you heard that. Yeah, so I just thought it must have been hard diamond. Yeah. And then I was like that. Flush, yeah. You heard that, okay. It wasn't just me then.
Kieran pocket eights, 4 big blinds, in it goes. Should be getting called pretty light here from the big. Jack 9 will do.
On your backs, please. First time today, owning and a call on the feature. There we go, the festival nuts.
Get out of this one.
Yep.
Gonna need a queen, a jack or 9. 6 of hearts, deads it on the turn.
Up to 95.
Yes, we are playing down to a winner today.
It is. Strap yourselves in.
Who's Mark got on the back of his top?
I think himself.
One full wacky, does that say?
Yeah, that's him, Mark Wackerell.
Well, it's either that or the Venegor of Hesselink, because it's that long a name on the back of his shirt.
Yep, that's definitely relating to himself, I reckon. Morning, Cat. Welcome to the live stream. We've got Ian Simpson, Josh Manley and Nick Eastwood still in.
Anything for Eastie. Hey!
Yes, finally, he says
I think that was a bit of a live tell there, Tower. He's got something.
Finally, he says. Marius is going to look him up.
He is. Eastie going to shove deuces through 4s. Eastie going to shove ace 5 through ace deuce suited. The offsuit probably going to let it go from +2, but enough in there that we dominate as Marius. Kind of awkward when we still got 4 behind, but 5s against a 5 big blind jam. But he's going to let it go. Gives Eastie credit. Eastie not having to take a flip here. We all know how that would have ended.
Round to the big blind. He's not got too many chips to play with, has Mark? Only 12 bigs.
Queen 9 off. Pretty rim one.
Is he getting him a spin?
No. Oh no, he don't win these.
Oh no.
He don't win these.
Oh.
I'm live.
I'm dead. Mark Mackerel says I'm live. Eastie says I'm dead. Queen 9, 90%.
Well, oh, there is a gutter there. So
Queen and 10's playing now, not Queens and 9s.
They're just the 10s.
Yeah.
Not like this, dealer.
Oh. It's a king. There we go. A full double.
It's a bad part of me wanted to see it there. Like, a little 10 roll off.
Oh, imagine. I might have tipped the table.
I know. Eastie with the spin to start things off. That's how you want to start the day. That is how you want to start the day, sir. And do you know what? I've seen him all in 3 times, I think, over the last 2 days. Twice on the pan, once on the featured table. Is that 3 out of 3 flips he's won now that we have had the privilege of covering? There cannot be any moaning about not winning flips from this man ever again.
Never wins flips. He's winning them every I tell you what, never wins flips. Josh Manley never makes a day two.
Yep.
Out through the window. Eastie never wins flips. He's won 2 in 2 days.
Ian Simpson never doesn't cash.
There you go. Nick Eastwood winning flips is 100% in 2 days.
Kieran in the hijack for 9, Jack 10. In it goes. Chris ace 3 off here. Not much of our stack. It's still one of these ones that we never dominate any of Kieran's opening shove. When he's ace 3 suited, probably has to just flick it in. Ace 3 off. Feel like for Chris here against the shove of Kieran. The problem with this hand, I always say, just run the equities against each other. We're either dominated or Kieran has something like this, and we're just basically flipping anyway. So. Not like much better to call there with King Queen as Chris, King Jack, where we dominate a few stuff rather than Ace 3 that's just not going to dominate anything that wants to shove. Just 8 bigs now for Mark, and finds one that we get to shove. Ace 8 off, in it goes. King 8 for Chris. Not going to call for 8 BBs. I feel like in this field poker utopia, if something's a mixed call fold, you always go with the fold approach. I feel like Chris is going to be one of the better players left in the field. He's not going to be taking the marginal ones. Been some carnage the last couple of days. Some of the stuff we've seen on the feature table. I don't think there's any need to take these ones when you feel like you're going to have a decent edge on the field that's left.
Eight 6 for Stu, plus 2. Raising up. Raises to 23. Wang dong. Ace Queen.
Is that Chippy V, Poker Utopia, or is that with ICM? Like last 13-14% of the field. Okay, thank you. I still don't think we need to be calling when half hour later we can potentially flop a big hand, someone shove for 7x pot and have 0% equity. This is like some of the stuff we've seen in Reading. We're literally potentially an hour away from just a full double up when we got to sweat 1%. Quang Dong, nice little flop here for him, Stuart. Spicy open, 8-6 of spades from +2. Hasn't got involved yet today, so maybe just some itchy feet. Wants to get amongst it. And then Quang Dong here. Should see pretty small on the Queen Deuce 3 rainbow. Actually a nice check from Stuart. I wouldn't have opened this hand, but should be playing heavy check. Quang Dong on our direct left, low jack versus high jack. I'm aware of the Reading locals. This is the thing. If like in a couple of hours' time, you could potentially just get gifted a stack that's worth like thousands of pounds worth of equity.
Definitely worth noting.
Like, so like these sort of fine ones, the marginal ones, I feel like when you feel like you're gonna have a decent edge on the field, there's just no need to take them. Like
Well,
even if you've seen the spot and you know it's a call and it just gets in, let's start calling a few pips tighter. I know Kieran's probably one of the other very good players left in the field and will be shoving close to correctly. Maybe tighter because of the same reasons, but I don't think there's much need to take these ones in these type of fields.
In the bin, there we go. From Stuart. Yes. There's our chips, up to 54 bigs.
Well done, Nayan. Made day 2 last night of the Leeds 50k. Still get into that at Leeds. Hyper turbo, 10-minute clock if you want to get into the day 2 at Leeds.
Hyper turbo?
Yeah, little hyper turbo live, why not? 4 hands, you play a level probably.
Call. I'd say less sometimes. 4 hands a level. What about an event we're not having a clock and just using an orbit as a clock? So the clock goes up every time it goes to C1, the button.
Yeah, I could see it.
And then you determine when the blinds are up. Obviously, you might need shot clocks, I think. Because you could be like 20 minutes a hand at 1-1.
There's 101 in the hyper turbo.
101 players in Leeds in the hyper turbo at 10-minute blinds. Wow. Leeds has smashed it. Yeah, you'd need shot clocks from the beginning, wouldn't you? Maybe it's not a good idea.
Stefan, the cut off, A6 off. Kind of a close one, whether to open or not. Got reshove stack of Easty on the button, reshove stack of Kieran in the big blind. Does go for the 2.3x here. Jack 8 off for Kieran against cut off. Does seem fine to get in. A little bit of extra juice on the open size, but against cut off, I still think Jack 8 going to be fine. To C3.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 8-7.
Yeah, nice looking flop for us as Kieran. Awkward one for Stefan here, not even a spade in our hand, sort of. Sometimes just nice to even have a spade to remove some of the check shoves of Kieran, but is just going to see bet 19k and against cut off. I guess we just check jam as Kieran. We've caught middle. Going to be a lot of ace high, king high in there for Stefan. Still can get some value from worse, like we can have some 9-10, 9-6, 5-6 spade draws, so could still get some calls from like Ace-7, King-7 suited potentially. But with middle here, can't really see any other avenue. Check jam with just 9 bigs, but he is going to go for call. I wonder if he's going to have any folds on like an ace turn, king turn, stuff like that. And I feel like that's the problem sometimes with just call. At times it comes a king on the turn. If Stefan wants to double barrel, are we still calling off our stack, or are we now looking to fold and leave ourselves with shy of 7 bigs?
3 of hearts on the turn. Check from Kieran.
I do feel like in general when we got 8 bigs met with c-bet and we got middle pair on this board, we incredibly have some up and down, some flush draws. Seems like a nice one to just check shove, but we do get the check mark on the 10 of diamonds river. And only really losing to 10x specifically now, Tower. Stefan should always set us in with any Queen X on the turn. So when he checks back, only real hands that jump in front of us now on this river are going to be specifically like Ace 10, King 10, Jack 10, although Jack 10's probably wanting to barrel turn. So we're going to go for a little blockety block for 10%. And that should be the end of that.
Nope.
No, we're going to call Ace 6 high.
Call with Ace high.
Maybe beat some 6-5, 6-4. What he's thinking. Spade draws.
Bit of speculative from Stefan. Off we go to the outer table for the first time today. And it's Thomas Clack, who's all in.
Only a short stack. Shoved the 10-9 off. Been called by Ace Deuce.
Needs help. 10 or a 9, or Thomas is going to be out in the money. Thomas is out. 9-roller champion last event we did. Well played. Thomas in the money, £1,020 I do believe. Cheng Mao busting out first today, 48 for 1,020. One our GDPR's in 47th, and Thomas Clack in 46. There you go, sir. Have them.
Walkity walk.
And back we go again. It's starting to heat up. There's Marcus with the headphones on. Still want to know what he's listening to. Jack 10 against Tony Filoni's Ace Jack. Obviously the Jack high flop gets all the money involved. Want to know what he's listening to. Somebody asked Marcus what he got on. Out he goes. Tony Filoni, there he is. More chips. Very nice indeed. Tony Filoni stacking in a few. Lost another. No, Tony's not Irish, Tony's Italian. That was an Italian face mask.
Ace 10 for Cross makes it 20k. Maris in a cut off here. Don't mind either. Seems pretty close. Call or fold. Ooh, going dong.
Oi, oi. Yes, it's for the first time.
That just seems like 9 bigs, 10 bigs, something like that. 95k. Probably the size I'd choose here. Does just go for 8.5 BB. It's going to be the same result.
Yeah. Hey Riz, good morning. Is Tony Filoni the guy who has 3 opening sizes next to the line and just pushes it to raise? Yes, it is. We still don't understand why.
Attention.
That's all it can be.
It's all it can be.
Can't be anything else. He was doing it yesterday and then using his chips in his stack to raise. That was the funniest one. So Nick on 10 bigs, Mark Wackel on 10 bigs, Kieran on 17, 44 players left. Sam Orledge is still in. He is indeed. He's on the outer table actually. When we look at the table, when we've got the camera on 6 to 9 or 5 to 9, he's on the outer table. You can see in the background. He is there. Updates on chip counts every break. And then outer table footage, as you've already seen in the early stages of the day, going on until we get to the FT.
This is for Stefan this time.
And there is Sam right in the background. Big stature. Sam Orledge.
Guangdong here, King Queen. Against +1, we are 55 effective to start the hand. Wouldn't mind either or. Feel like we are going to play more calls against EP. Wouldn't mind the free bet once in a while with the old blockers in there. And fold out some ace highs, some smaller pocket pairs. One of the better combos to choose. It looks like Guangdong's going to take it. Don't mind this at all. Like, obviously don't take it at full, but once in a while seems like a fine free bet. Size is a bit small here, only thing I will note. Want to be going probably close to 90k here with our free bet sizes. Guangdong just seems slightly on the small size. Either way, 4-bet from Stefan handover. Stefan probably around 130, 140 tower in terms of sizing that we want to go. Still make it look like our opponent has some room for fold equity.
Looks exactly that. 162.
A bit too big, 162. In terms of 4-bet size. When we are 4-betting these positions, +1 versus small blind, it's so polarised anyway. Any hand we want to 4-bet that we just can click it back if we want, not click, but like 2x the free bet. 130, 140. Another thing that someone asked me yesterday at these sort of stakes, things that you see a lot of people do that may not be correct, is 4-bet size. Another one seems people maybe just not looked at sizes they should go when they 4-bet in position, out of position, and just sort of have to guess if they've never looked at it what size is going to be best. But in general, especially those positions when it's super polar, you just don't need to be going too large.
Off we go again, outer table. This time we have a King Jack on a Jack 10-5 flop. And it's Nathan Jones heading out with the Queen Jack on a Jack high board, and it's Tim Ebenezer. He's a good King Jack busting Nathan Jones. Had a nice chat with Nathan last night. Still 1,020. $30,000 to the winner. Guangdong getting his distribution this morning. This time got Jacks.
Goes for 57 here. It's quite an interesting one for Stuart once back on him. Like maybe one of these that could go for 4-bet bluff once in a while. Once again, only going to take it at a sliver, but that wouldn't be a mistake to go for a 4-bet here at a small frequency. But then maybe we are going to have some calls, cutoff versus button specifically, like if we open this MPEP, probably just in the muck already, but against button that will find some perhaps King 10, Queen 10 we dominate, some worse ace-X that we dominate. He's going to get involved in C3.
With the ace 10. Six, 6, 3. Nothing for Stu.
Check. Small bet, dependent how small, maybe hand over. We can hear from Guangdong. 35k, quarter pot, something along those lines.
Looks like 55. Oh, sorry, 40.
It's between quarter and third, seems fine, and Stuart feels obliged to take one off against his small size. Did get the street from the ace high. 7 on the turn. No reason for Guangdong to think jacks still aren't best here, especially when we choose that small flop size. Important to recognise that Stuart's going to continue. Even stuff like Jack 10 of hearts, Queen Jack of hearts, all going to continue versus this small flop size. Ace highs are going to be in there as well. 8s, 9s and 10s, potential hands we get another street from. And some spade draws out there to charge. And this is where Stuart has no choice but to be folding. We'll move to the next hand.
We will be folding after a short delay. Down to about 5 or 4. Dwelling over, but we know he's folding. Whoa, a time bank? Interesting thoughts from Stuart then.
Yeah, I guess cutoff versus button. Guangdong can still have some like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack, going to be 3-bet bluffs pre that can be in there that want to barrel off maybe with a spade in hand. But as Stuart, like we're gonna get to this point with some flush draws. We're gonna have some pocket pairs. We can still have some like 7-8 suited potentially. Well, not gonna call flop, but even 4-5 suited at this stack depth might get in pre. But we're gonna have a lot better calls than ace 10 high. It does get out of that.
We are indeed off to the outer table yet again, and it's Dale Wilson. Dave McConaughey actually opened this hand. Dale Wilson shoved for 300. Ed called in the big. Dave gets out of the way, and it's Ed Spencer small with the ace queen and Dale Wilson with the ace king. The hearts are not playing, so we're needing a queen
or deuce,
or a deuce for a chop, or a 9 for a chop now, obviously. Well, it's not, it's a jack, so Ed is going to bust. There's Ed. Dale Wilson takes his chips. Dale McConaughey out of the way. And Dale building his stack up nicely. We'll play Mr. Wilson. Nice start to today, down to 42. Head just busting out in 43rd for 1,050. So he gets the extra 30 quid. Pay jump starting to slightly go up. Paid all 48 players today. Steph, one of the chip leaders on one of the flights. Ace King, 3 bets of 75. Stu involved again. Unbeknown to us what he does have. Jedeminas joins us a little bit late. Afternoon. He says, is East is still in? Yes, he is. And good afternoon from down under. Tonga is watching in Australia. Whereabouts, Tonga? Or unless he's watching in Tonga. Could be. Wouldn't surprise me with his name being Tonga. Watching from the land down under. Good evening. Nearly midnight. Down under. Hope all is good wherever you're watching from. Full day of streaming, 42 down to a champion sometime tonight. Every session is 2 hours long. Different table to start every session.
It's time for Stefan blind on blind. Makes it 30k. Needs to probably be a lot larger here. Blind on blind with Alexios starts a hand 50 effective, just shy of probably like a 3.5x here minimum from Stefan, and Alexios just pounces on it with the old queen deuce off, offsuit high low, takes it upstairs, and now ace 9 of Stefan in a predicament here, blind on blind.
Yes, 9 probably in the bin. Yeah, indeed they are. Who's on the back of Wackrell's shirt? Himself. What does that tell you? Himself. Off to one of the outer tables. We've got Lee Mulligan shoving in a small blind for his 18 bigs with ace 9 against pocket 10s and flopping the ace. Is he using his mulligan? He certainly is.
Doesn't change anything.
Imagine having a mulligan in poker. Imagine.
What, you bust and say, oh, mulligan.
Mulligan, please. There's the double that you need in this game. 185. So we're on 42. Lee doubling.
And Eastie's going to get to play a pot here. 4-3 suited. We can have a look for sure off of 6 big blinds. Gonna sweat this one from Eastie's perspective. Oh, not what we're looking for. Just going to have to be a check fold for us, unfortunately. Come on, Easty, let's find that hand, mate.
How many times can you slide in and count 4 chips? Come on, Easty. Keep fighting on. 42 players. Started with 48. Nearly an hour ago. We're on 42. All in the money. Main cash is now 1,050.
Feels weird again. Sunday, no football today.
I know, no, not any. Nothing. Not even looked.
I'll tell you what, I watched the Champions League final highlights last night when we finished.
Yeah.
Did Inter have a shot? Did they actually have a shot?
Thuram, about 80th minute.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay.
And I think PSG had about 14.
Right.
It was an absolute annihilation.
Literally. I've never seen... I only saw the highlights. It was just
it was
down
like,
Inter's end. But
it was like the best team in Europe playing Halifax Town. That's exactly what it was like.
Well, it was definitely the best team in Europe. And it does show you that Champions League format doesn't mean anything. They finished, what was it, 17th in that league? The league?
Ooh.
PSG. You know, the Champions League format.
Really?
They didn't finish in the... They finished in the...
Oh, yeah, they changed it into a league format, didn't they?
And they were like... Bottom half of the league, I think they were. And then they had to play the qualifier getting to the quarters.
Wow. Didn't realise that was a thing. So you don't really have to win anything to win the European League.
You can win 2 of your group stage games, lose 4, and still go and win the final. Like,
do they win the French league every year?
Yeah. All right, David Maguire. Well, Spurs might not have had any shots either. Brennan Johnson had one off of the tip of his stud, I'll have you know.
It was an own goal.
It was off of Brennan Johnson's stud. It clips his stud. You can see the ball. There's spin changes.
I need to see footage. European Super Cup will be a laugh. I honestly didn't even realise that was still a thing. As we come back to the board, because we've got top pair, top kicker for Chris, and now we've both got a flush draw.
Yeah, this could be fun. Chris just gets to go for another street here against Big Blind. Marius going to have worse Jack X to get some value from. May have some non-believing 5X when we can still have some Ace High, King Highs as our bluffs. But as Chris here, definitely needing to go for a second street. Such a strong hand, 2/3 pot. Looks good. And Marius floats the flop. Sees one of the best turns in the deck for us. How are we looking to proceed now against 2/3?
We got a shot on the flush draw. Just a call.
Imagine the diamond on the river. Maybe good night, Marius, if it rolls off.
It doesn't. 7 of spades. Pretty dry.
Yeah, now as Chris, I'd still be going for a 3rd street here. It does seem kind of thin, but I feel like Marius is the type that will start springing some raises with his 2-pair plus on the turn, and just going to have a lot of this Jack 10, Jack 8, Jack 7, Jack 6 suited. Even Queen Jack, King Jack can be in there as well. So I feel specifically with our nut kicker, it's one that probably needs to go for value as Chris, and 3 streets in order. Chris agrees, but not going to be getting any from the King 10 high.
Nope, that is snap out of the way.
Sorry, Dave meant the Super Cup. Spurs, you watch, we're going to turn PSG over. They won't be playing a strong team in that.
13th of August in Udinese. The ground's got a 25,000 capacity. Okay.
Slide the receipt in, Marius. Is that the receipt that he gets for buying into the tournament, or does he have like a lucky receipt that follows him around everywhere?
It might be the winning slip from wherever he got this side event from.
Or has he got like family members that are accountants and they bought him loads of receipts for Christmas and they went, if you
claiming back the VAT.
If you don't like the receipts,
claiming back the VAT on the tournament.
They went, if you don't like the receipts, don't worry, I've kept all the presents.
Oh dear. Now we're doing Super Zero. Good afternoon.
Frank Beattie, who do you support, mate? I'd just like to know the answer to that question. Any trophies this year? Come back to that because Eastie can't miss this one. Ace King on the
big
button.
Smile on his face.
Oh, and he's potentially going to get a double here. Because Marius has to cool off. It's only 4.5 bigs. Here we go.
He just knows that East is not doing it light at all. But he will be calling. Here we go. There's the ISO. There is the ISO with the Ace Jack. Ace King for Eastie. Ace Jack for Marius.
So all in. Fading.
Does Eastie double? Ace King 8 on the flop.
How can this go wrong? It can't. It can't go wrong.
Ta-da! We're only up to 130,000. Oi, oi.
Dead on the turn.
Yep. There we go. Well done, sir.
And then in the commotion of that, I've been moaning that the lads ate me cake the other day, but Sandra has just walked in
and give Tower a cake. Who got the cake?
She looked at me
and went and gave it to me.
You were closest to the door.
You'll never believe what this is. Oh, you'll never believe what this is. This is going nowhere. Football's on top. Look at them. We were talking about the Maltesers and how many calories are in Maltesers, and we end up with a chocolate fresh cream cake.
It might be cup of tea time.
It's
It's Sunday.
Even Dave's woke up.
It's last day of the festival.
Oh, thanks, Sandra. I think there should be a leg every month in Reading.
There is a few more 200 calories in that, probably. That's the thing, you can have a bite, don't worry. Less than 200 calories, Tower.
Woo! Thanks, Sandra. You look after the team for sure. Stick that on there, young man, in that little gap. Don't drop it.
I'm not. I'm literally, when I go on my breaks, I'm taking this box with me. I'll be honest with you. Wherever I go today, the box is following me. Because I'm not coming back to this room and there'll be no cake left.
There won't be, don't worry.
King Queen for Stefan opens to 25k. Keyword, first of the day, coming up in 12 minutes time, guys.
So East is still counting his chips. He's never had so many. He's never had so many. Ace for Jack. Second pair for Kieran. Out flops Steph.
Yeah, Steph. Probably could go one big here when Kieran's only got 10 BBs in his stack. Like potentially keep some stuff in that's just going to insta-fold into the turn double barrel. 22k. It's one of these that are going to go to the turn less than 1 SPR. I feel like one big's really nice here from Steph, but going to go for 22k. Kieran with the check call. It just comes down to turn now as Steph. I feel like it's one of these boards with King Queen. We can just go small, all in on river, and just all of Kieran's range is just blended. Problem when we go 22k. Now we get to this turn with 118k in the middle, 100k effective, so like 80% pot back. So it's kind of awkward to choose a size that's not all in to start barreling off here as Stefan. Because when this turn size does get called, you see the price that Kieran would be getting on rivers to call off. So 33k here on the turn. I do like the fact that Stefan's going to go for the triple here. I just feel like the flop size needs to be slightly smaller, so then when we get to the river, Kieran's not just getting a ridiculous price on the call. But the King Jack kind of in a predicament here, blocking some of the bluffs. The King Queen, King 10, less likely for Stefan when we have a King as our side card, and like his value is just going to be all the good ace-X, 2 pair plus, lots of value out there. Bluff's going to come from King 10, King Queen, Queen 10, 10 9 suited, this type of stuff. A top turn spot for Kieran with his specific hand. And he's going to let it go. So credit to Steph, does get the better hand out there.
Into the bin it goes. Off to the tables. Oh, it's our man Pratik.
Pratik.
With the green on this time. Queen 9, 10 flop. Ace 4 against Ace King. A straight on the board, but Ace King obviously the extenders for Broadway. Pratik. It's a chop, isn't it? It says. Oh, you've got Ace King. Oh, what? Straight on board there.
But did you see the mountain of reds and the white chips in front of Pratik then? How much has he got in with ace 4? How much? There's a lot that he's got in with ace 4 there.
That was a big. Our man Pratik.
Who had 2 quid at 33 to 1 with me yesterday? I can't remember. Who was it?
Yeah, somebody had 20 with me as well.
Oh yeah, Keith Littlewood actually had
he had a tour.
Yeah, he had a tour, didn't he?
He had a tour. Well done, Keith. Send it.
He was a joy to watch, don't get me wrong.
Absolutely. Loved it.
The poker, sceptical, but it kept us guessing. It was entertaining.
Indeedy, indeedy.
Whew.
So top right tells us how many players are in. 40 out of 334.
Unfortunately, we didn't catch the bust out, but a name that a lot will know, Jack Hardcastle.
Oh, the shirt's gone.
Busted in 42nd, just before Pratik in 41st.
Because he ironed it.
So we are down to 40 players.
No, this is the final day. We play all the way through till the end. We will crown a champion. Hi, Jack, ace 3. For Easter, in the bin. Phew. What does he do it with? Ace 5, ace 6, ace 7?
Any suited ace there would be fine.
Yeah.
And then for the offsuit, probably going to be starting what we hijack at like ace 8 off plus tower. But yeah, probably around there. Anything suited though, fine. Like even ace 2 suited there, going to be fine for Nick to send from LP. That leaves room for Kieran to do the shoving on the button. Going to get that one through. Puts him back to near 10, or just over 10.
Well, lateral. 155 can't get involved.
And we're going to quickly spin over to an outer table. And we've got Nick on our table. Over here, it's Josh Manley.
Oi, standing up.
Josh all in with Ace Queen.
Oh, he's in good shape though.
And Lee Mulligan with King Queen. So Josh just needing a hold here.
Ace 10 10.
Does not want to see a jack.
Imagine Jack of Spades.
Don't say that.
Oh, don't want to see King either.
Well, now Jack's chop wouldn't send us out the door. It's actually not the worst card for us, so just fading the 2 outs of King to send us home.
Just sits back down.
Big double that for Josh.
First day 2 in the UKPL. Now doubles.
165k was the all-in, so Josh going to be left with around 350k after that double up through Lee Mulligan.
That'll leave him short. As we come back to the table, and East is in with the Ace 10. It's Ace 10 suited. Oh no! Oh.
Oh no.
Oh. Here we go. They're in. The receipt's in.
Easty hates to see that.
The receipt is in. Uh-oh. Ah.
All in on a cool feature.
Ace 10 spades. Ace Jack for Marius. 10 one time. Spades one time.
Paired board for a chop out.
Everybody in the 888 chat box are rooting for a 10.
Oh, and this boy is meant to be running bad.
Boom!
Bore off.
Get it there, he says.
Fading 3 outs. Well,
Oh no! Oh, don't do it.
Queen's available.
Do not. Not like this. Not like this. Oh no! You're joking! Oh no! Why does he never have a bit of luck when you need it? Oh no! What? What?
Seat open, feature, seat 6.
Oh, he finally thought he got there and the run out's just absolutely screwed him. Oh, poor old Easty.
Don't forget your phone, pal. Don't forget your phone. And your chips.
Not
your chips, but your dinner.
He's a friend of mine, so I'm allowed to laugh. But guy, just it happens so much. You just gotta laugh sometimes.
Oh man, not like this dealer. Not like this dealer. Not like this dealer.
You just see that flop and you're like, how can this go wrong?
I'm watching it back and you're just laughing at me. You can't just laugh at me.
No, you
I'm
can't.
I'm not laughing.
I was
Ever the
wheezing
professional.
there.
Oh, you never just.
We thought you got there, mate. We thought that was it.
I did get there, but he re-got
Yeah,
there.
I know. It was quite funny, actually. It was.
How do you lose on that flop?
Tickled me.
Well, I'm very, very good at this kind of thing.
That's what he's laughing at. You never stay in front. There's always runners.
One day.
To be fair, if you'd have stayed in front, they'd have run it twice.
Yeah. It's alright, guys. I was behind before. It's okay. I was struggling all day.
You don't get dealt hands either on the feature,
I
it
had a
seems.
couple today, like had ace king, had ace jack, ace 10. These are good hands.
Yeah, I guess.
The ace jack could have folded, to be fair.
Could I?
No, the ace jack just then.
Nah.
Oh, then. No.
10 big
Do you not
slow
think-
jack. No, ace jack should call. Right, I've composed myself. It just tickles me sometimes. You know them things when you just laugh and you can't stop yourself from laughing.
We have a bonus prize, we.
Do you? What is
Yeah,
it?
we have some amazing chocolate cake.
Oh,
Yeah, we
goodness
do.
me, look at that. Who made that?
Sandra.
Sandra's the one.
Sandra's playing the seniors, and she brought us in a Malteser's chocolate fresh cream cake.
Goodness gracious.
So when we get the coffees and when you come in for a chat for an hour, after you've composed yourself.
No, I'm fine, guys. Look, today it wasn't like if I had the ace jack and I lost, I'd be pretty peeved. But what can you do, lads?
Oh, it's just covering the 10 on the flop. It's just.
I am so ready for Josh Manley Poker to win this bloody.
Okay.
tournament.
There we go.
Well,
you get
he's
to,
just doubled up as well.
You
I've
get-
just seen it.
You get to root for Josh all day now. It's
That's
as
it.
simple as that.
There we go.
You're more than welcome to come in whenever you want as
You
well.
let me know, guys.
I won't be laughing.
Yeah. Cheers, young man.
Yeah.
Great effort. Well done for the cash.
Cheers, Easty.
Well done for the cash.
Another cash.
Another cash. Another 1,000.
One bullet, cash.
Another 1,050.
Oh, 2 bullets.
Second bullet cash for the first time.
Well done. Another £1,050 to Nick Eastwood. Oh dear. It just never stays in front.
Some things just get to me. I just can't compose myself.
No, but takes it on the chin as always. Hey. Hey, poor old Easty. The crazy Scotsman. Question for the legends in the chat. Would you go on a first date hungover or cancel it and postpone it to when you were sober and make a better first impression? If you were going on a first date and you knew about it, I wouldn't have got drunk in the first place the night before. Oh dear.
Oh, that's funny.
Poor old Easty.
Poor Easty.
Yeah, that was grim. 10-3-3 flop. You lose to ace jack off. You've got ace 10. Oh dear.
Deuces for Mark, he's been patient. Gets to send. Darster Lee and Muttley commentating. I just go sometimes. I can't control it, and it's just wheezing away, trying to get my breath back.
Josh Manley's just doubled up Zild, and Ian. No reports on Ian Simpson just yet, so still doing fine. But Josh Manley has just doubled up. We just saw the clip. Doubled up to about 350k, and the average is 400. Koolman says, come on Fulham. See number 2. Yeah, Ian Simpson is definitely here. Seen him. Smiled at him. He is in the building.
Six, 7 for Marius, blind on blind. How are we doing? Yeah, yo, hi guys, I am here.
Yay!
Well, Marius sends it in, blind on blind. Kieran only with the 12 bigs. And King 6 suited. Calls it off.
So King 6 is in. Still looking good for a double. Needs to fade a 7. And does. So Kieran back up to 250k. as we head out to the outer table. And as we saw, Lee Mulligan was pretty short after being doubled up, after doubling up Josh Manley. It's sevens against Ace King for Tony Filoni. And Tony Filoni stacking in chips. He's still got his 3 stacks there. And Tony taking out Lee Mulligan. Lee finishing in 39th for £1,050.
Do you reckon when he used to do like his exams at school, he used to have like his eraser and pencil all right on the edge of the table, push forward? Old Tony Filoni. Someone just needs to ask him, why'd you do that, sir? Is there any reason it doesn't speed up the game? If anything, it slows down the game.
Yep.
Do we have a reason why we are
Absolutely
putting 1 big, 2 bigs and 3 big blinds out in front of us? Maybe he's a team player. Maybe he's helping players at the table that can't see the clock so they know what the big blind is. I
never thought of it that way.
We need to hypothesise, Tower, why he's doing it.
Yep, I never thought about it that way.
Fruity from Chris. It's a disrespectful one to the table. Actually, I guess we're 7 max even still. Pretty loose open from Chris here. This just says that the table's nowhere near 3-betting and R4 playing back. And I agree, we haven't really seen any post-flop aggression in the form of a bluff as of yet at this feature table today. Christopher Filoni is his nephew. He's going to ask him next time he sees him. Perfect.
Cheers, Chris.
We got an action
It's
flop.
something that nobody does in the industry at all. That's all we know. Cheers, Chris. Hope you are good.
There's probably, Chris says, there's probably no logic to it knowing him.
Fair enough.
Knows his uncle, perhaps. Yep. So, check call from Stuart, turns a gut shot. So does Chris to go over his top bet. This is quite an interesting one for Chris. On first glance, does look like a check back. But now that it is two-tone, there is a lot to get some value from. All this like 9-10, 8-jack, 8x of clubs, 9x of clubs, 5x of diamonds, queen x of diamonds, all this in here from the big blinds. So it's kind of awkward whether to bet or not here. And Chris is actually going to go for bet. I actually really kind of like this. You think of all the hands out there that have to call another street that we are in front of. All these 9x, 8x flush draws, 5x flush draws, 9-10, 8-10. Maybe getting sticky with something like a jack 8 for third and a gut shot, but there's a lot of hands in Stuart's range that have to continue to this second bet. A lot of these combo draws type stuff on this board, and not having a heart, diamond or club in our hands kind of good for that. So we do get this street as Chris, and then it also has the function of being able to check back river. Any river that's not a queen, Chris will just always check back. What a delight to see for Stuart.
The king of diamonds on the river.
Not going to play and float. Maybe feels this is one that's checked back too often here from Chris. And I kind of agree. King of diamonds really wet river card. So a lot of Chris's value hands on the turn likely to check back, but Chris just knowing exactly where he's at facing this river lead.
Us pensioners, mate, that 40 quid with the fuel allowance, that is.
Yeah, Sanders brought in the cake. Who's doing the tea run?
I've got to stop because all I've done in Reading is eat like a donut or something before I've eaten anything today, and then I have my dinner, and then I don't enjoy my dinner as much. But I keep having like cake or chocolate or a donut before I eat anything else. I should really have a bit of fruit or.
Do you want a kiwi?
Go on, I'll have a kiwi.
Have a kiwi.
I'll try it with the skin on.
Yeah, just give it a quick wash. You want me to wash it here?
Yeah, go on, go. Go wash me kiwis, Tower, for me, please.
I've already had 3 this morning. Kiwi, quick wash. Alex, would you like an apple?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Kieran, couple of aces. So this is one which should be free bet and not all in at 20. We probably want to go around 60k here, 60, 65k. Size we should see from Kieran, but he's going to mix in this option. Little flatty flat as a trap. Which big advocate for as well. When we block a lot of the hands that are going to continue holding 2 aces. And we've also got Mark with this stack in the big blind as well. Maybe something that Kieran has taken note of here. Because if Mark does go for the shove, we do get to reopen action. But I like this more from Mark, just making the call. You sure I can eat this with the skin on?
Yes, it's the most nutritious skin there is in fruit. And you can eat the top bit as well and not the bottom bit.
And Kieran loves to see this.
I do as well.
That is sweet.
We'll come back to the hand if there's any action for Kieran.
There will be, because here we go.
Alexios and Mark, ace 9 again, ace 9 for Mark Wackrell. Pocket 4s for Alexios. And Kieran's got the aces. So Kieran looks like doubling up again. Mark Wackrell is drawing thin. The first Fulham one we have seen.
It is.
Dave McConaughey stands up. He wants to see what's happening on the feature. Ace 9 for Mark Wackrell. Any help? Oh, well, an ace and a 9.
Running 9s.
Ace, running 9s the only way out for Mark.
Running 4s. That will seal the deal.
There we go. Kieran gets a beautiful pot, 573,000, and he's doubled up twice.
It's down to 5 bigs.
Mark Wackrell is just been eliminated in 37th for 1,090. Well done to him. Dave McConaughey sits back down after watching that crazy hand. But Mark Wackrell with ace 9, flop of ace 9, but unfortunately Kieran flopping top set.
It's quite nice this actually.
Kiwi's awesome.
The skin's a bit furry, but
we had a wash.
No, a wash. We did have a wash, but
you can eat the top bit.
I can eat the top bit.
Yeah,
I'm alright.
That's the bottom.
How do you know what's top and what's bottom?
Well, one's usually smaller.
Scene open. 21-2.
So off he goes for the minute to finish off his kiwi. Good nutrients in the kiwi, good nutrients.
Little kiwi juice down me now.
Oh. So we lose Mark, big blind only in this hand.
You know what? I forgot about the keyword, so we're going to it after this hand.
Okay. Get ready for keyword. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. The only table splitting as well. Sam not going to be in shot anymore, down to 36.
The Kiwi made me forget about the key word.
Mark Wackrell finishing in 37th means we're down to 36. So if you want to get involved and win the $22 tickets, you have to be on Twitch. Other than that, stay where you are and just enjoy the live stream. Yes, Josh Manley's doubled up to 350,000.
See bet coming in from Kieran. Hand over. And we will go to the first keyword of the day, guys.
Then.
Got two $22 tickets to give away for 888 Poker. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. And that is it. Simple as that. I'm going to tell you the keyword. Write it down in the chat box. Two people will pick at random. Those two will win the tickets. Easy as that.
Yep, easy.
First keyword of the day, guys, is. If I said to you.
Oh no, we've got another song. Here we
I
go.
know.
I'm ready.
I know,
I'm ready for the
this
song.
yesterday.
I'm ready for the
If
song.
I've done that. I don't feel very naughty anymore. Less than 200 calories.
Maltesers.
Maltesers is the keyword.
There we go. The keyword is Maltesers. Woohoo. Love it. Get yourselves in. Maltesers.
They must be one of the longest running chocolates, right? Gotta be.
Yeah, they have to be.
They're the best celebrations as well. Best thing about a
They
box
seem
of
to be a bit
celebrations.
bigger in celebrations as well for some reason. I don't know why.
They're not actual Maltesers. They're like a chocolate a chocolate with like the Malteser bits inside. It's
So it's
not.
a
It's not.
Malteser?
It's not an actual Malteser.
What does it say on the packet?
Malteser.
So they're
Yeah,
obviously gotta be Maltesers.
because it's celebrations. It comes in a celebrations box and it has, the small Maltesers you get in, but they're not Maltesers. They're chocolates.
Well, why has it got Maltesers on the packet before you open it?
Because it's telling you it's a
It's not a
Malteser.
Twix, is it?
You open a celebration and you get a galaxy in there. It's a small galaxy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a Malteser.
Yeah, but it's not a Malteser. It's a chocolate Malteser.
It's a Malteser.
It's a chocolate with Maltesers in it.
It has to be a Malteser to have Maltesers on the packet. Is Callum still chip leader? We will let you know chip counts, full chip counts on the way at the end of this level, which is in 40 minutes time. As you can see the clock there, just under 40 minutes to go until the end of this session.
If I got a pack of Maltesers right now and I got a box of celebrations and I took them both out, I put one Malteser there and a
Yeah.
Malteser from celebration, you
Yeah.
would be able to differentiate between the two.
But it still has to be a Malteser.
It's not. It's a chocolate with Malteser in it. It's not a Malteser. A Malteser is a sphere. It's not a whatever shape the one in the celebrations is.
Marius for his 16. In they go. Ace Jack for Chris.
Yeah, would have opened here as Marius Tower. Like the problem is when we jam for this, I say it's so much, but when we jam for this amount, we just isolate a better range of hands. Is going to get the action from Chris, who is going to ISO the Ace Jack here.
And Alexios will get out of the way with the sevens.
Like 16 bigs here though. Like, is Marius really shoving like Ace 10 here for
Nope,
16? Is
never.
he shoving Ace 9 suited?
Never.
It's one of those, isn't it? I've seen it so much. I've had the pleasure of being able to see thousands and thousands of hands over the years at this sort of buy-in, these sort of fields, and whenever you see this big jam, more than sort of 15 from gun, it's never see Ace 10 or worse. It's very rare you do.
Push the receipt in. Marius with a huge flop as well. Fives to chop.
Deuces to chop.
And deuces to chop as well. So, ace queen. Maltesers on the keyword, got 1 more minute.
As we move over. Huge pot here, Tower.
What we got
Chip lead pot, 1.4 milli pot. It's a flop straight for Dave McConaughey against Ace Queen, and that doesn't seal the deal. Sorry, can hit a king now for a higher straight for the Ace Queen.
Oh, and does the ace plays? Oh my, Dave McConaughey. There's no one who took a picture of that one.
That is ill. That is a chip lead pot. 1.4 million chip pot there. You flop the nuts. Your opponent's drawing to probably 2% equity.
Wow.
And they go running Broadway. And Gareth McGee, probably going to be our chip leader in the room. What a ridiculous run out that is. Queen Jack 9, King 10 flops the stones, gets it in against Ace Queen, drawing to runners.
And Gareth McGee is scooping in the chips. That is ill for Dave McConaughey. Wow.
That's a filthy one.
That is indeed. That is a filthy one. So back to the keyword. I think we can now run it now, Lime. That was a grim one for Dave McConaughey for £1,090. Oh dear man. Countdown is on. Final chance to get Maltesers in.
Callum's just turned up.
And there's Callum, still with, we had a dead big blind when we lost Mark Wackrell. Callum Gordon pulls in the chips, 1.2 million he has. Morning from the foghorn. Morning, Marcus. Hope you're well. Good to see you this week. Here we go for the giveaways. Who's going to win the first tickets today? Keywords for most of the day today because we're concentrating on the action.
Well done to I Am Curly Fries and well done to Monty Kone.
I am Curly Fries. I love it. So the nephew, Chris Filoni, says, the more I think about these chip things, he says, I think it's probably linked to his granddad, Nick's dad, old Don Giuseppe. He liked a bit of a gamble, and when he played cards and bet on the horses, he would line up his 2p coins ready for his next bet. Could be wrong, but it might be linked to that. Cheers, Chris.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Chris. Nice little bit of insight for your granddad. Don Giuseppe. That's proper Italian,
Yeah,
isn't
that
it?
is.
Don Giuseppe Filoni. You don't mess with the Filonis.
30 minutes to go until first break of the day. May get Easty in for a session at some point now that he's out, but he might be wanting to dabble in the big shot, which starts at 3 o'clock if anyone fancies that in the Reading area. I know what I fancy, and that is a slice of this cake next to me right now. Thanks to Sandra looking after us. At 35 remain. Going to be a while until we get to the final. I reckon about 6-7 o'clock time that we will hit the FT. But now you've got Callum with 1.2, you've got Gareth McGee who's now got about 1.4, 1.5, just between those two they're working with like 13-14% of the chips in play between them, so got to be a lot of shorties out there in the field. Some of the outer tables as Stefan opens the ace 10, opens the 35k. Lexius on the button, 4-3 into the muck, over to Gareth in the small. And there's the all in. There's going to have to be a call for Stefan here. Cut off versus small blind. Here we go. Gareth at risk with the A6 suited. Actually really like the jam. Definitely going to get a lot of folds against the cut-off opening range, and we're suited a little bit of added equity when called. That's 6 needed for Gareth Wright.
Can he get there? King, Jack, 7.
That is bleak. 6 needed. Or a chop.
Or a 7 to chop it. And now goes favourite with a flush draw.
What a turn card this is for Gareth.
Unbelievable. Best card in the deck.
And just a 6.
And then
have the 6 as well, mate. Forget the chop. Have it all.
Oh my days! You're nearly out the door on the flop. You turn more equity on the turn, and you just win it on the river. Gareth Wright, who brings us in the fruit every leg.
That's nice Kiwi, to be fair.
Yeah, lovely. Wowzers. Dear. Gareth Wright on the feature. That's the way to do it. We're on 35 players. Gareth doubles. Montecone says he's trying to sort out his whispers. Lime will run it through you. If you just keep watching the chat, Montecone, keep watching the chat, and Lime will run you through what you need to do. He's the expert.
Queens for Chris. Nice one to make 2 bigs. Such a massive hold in. We want action. Not going to be getting anyone from Marius. We'll be over to Kieran in the big. Queen 7 off here for Kieran. Real cuspy one. Does just let it go. Well timed. It's in bad shape against Chris's particular hold in.
Anthony Queen 9. The line's at 16. Just over 20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Ladies for Stefan. Jack 10 suited for Gareth here. Call seems fine in the cut-off. I'm going to let it go. Jack 10 suited hits the mark. 9-6 off here for Stewart. Worst possible ace to be dealt in the big blind, getting over 4.5 to 1 on a call. Essentially going to flick it in and C3. I'm not sure about this. Like, to be fair, the combo is not the worst combo of choice, but the size is just not doing anything. I imagine Stefan's opened 7-9 of clubs here. We're not folding that for this price. So important. Our position, need to put the juice on. Would need to be somewhere around sort of 130 here as Stewart. We are going to free bet this combo. Way too small in terms of size of choice. Needs to be at least north of 7 big blinds. There's the jam from Stefan, and Stewart just going to have to insta pass, but I don't mind the combo of choice once in a while. Prefer having like a deuce or a 3 rather than the 6, but size needs to be much larger there. When we go that small, it just doesn't achieve anything.
Up to 36 bigs and Steph Lazar. We're on 35 players, £30,000 to the winner. Sometime late tonight.
Seniors just kicking off. Ace-5 suited for Marius, opens the 32. Just the big blind to get through. Anything for Anthony. 9-6 of hearts, fine to defend. Check. One big blind, probably fold as Anthony. But mono board at this shallow stack depth, king high as Marius could just continue for 16k here. One big. Does go small. I feel like we can definitely scale down to a 1 BB bet. Going to be the same result. It does fold out the 6. We'll be going on first break of the day in 20 minutes time.
We will indeed.
How are we doing, Spurs fan? Glad you're enjoying the coverage.
Who do you support?
Spurs.
Hey, they're all coming out of the woodwork these days.
Champions of Europe.
17th in the Premier League, something to be proud of.
Champions of Europe. You'll never sing that.
That's true.
You won't as a Rotherham fan.
Not ever.
You definitely won't.
We won't be champions of Yorkshire.
And I made this argument. We only come 17th because we're concentrating on Europa League. Otherwise, we would have finished second. We saw that Liverpool were better than everyone else. We're never going to win the league. We were going to finish second, so we put all our resources into Europa League.
I will win a trophy. I will win a trophy in the second season.
Yeah. Facts, mate. It's facts.
Absolutely. Don't see how we can ever get sacked. Wants a freedom of Tottenham, that fella.
Well, what Levy should do, he should sack him employ him again, then we're guaranteed a trophy every 2 seasons, right? Is that how it works? Sack him every 2 seasons, get him straight back in, and then Spurs guaranteed a trophy every 2 seasons. Out the box.
Spurs fan, we don't know what the reasons were, but Grosvenor Poker have decided not to run satellites for Goliath. We don't know why.
But there is.
But there is a huge satellite tonight on Stars. 30 seats guaranteed for the Goliath. It starts at 8 o'clock. 30 seats guaranteed, but we don't know why. We just turn up and we do our job professionally. We don't know what the reason is behind Grosvenor Poker not doing sats at all. But we do know there's 30 seats guaranteed tonight into this event. And when you win a ticket, you can choose what flight you want to be in. So it gives you a chance to get yourself into any one of those flights, and hope a lot of the 888ers and a lot of people come down to Goliath, because £200 buy-in. And last year's winner, if they didn't chop it, would have taken home £275,000 for a £200 buy-in. A C4 afternoon put a video on his social media that I interviewed him 12 years ago.
12 years ago?
Yeah, at the GPS, and him winning, knocking out Barney Bowman, and winning himself some kind of prize.
Nice.
Well done, a C4. 13 years ago, sorry. Wow, 2012.
I'm still at school.
2012. 13 years ago, I've just seen it. Sound quality is not the best, but I look young. 13 years ago, man. Just think of the hours I've done in the industry since then. So 35 players left. Cheers, a C4. Oh, I did look young. 13 years ago. Yep, you're right. Yes, the live credits on Grosvenor Poker are very, very good, and you can use them for Goliath as well. And then the outstanding Goliath tickets will be adhered to as well. They'll be changed into live credits, so you can use them for any side events or even the main.
Just let you know, guys, we are going to get Easty in for a session
Hey!
after, as the main man, Manners, Josh Manley.
Oh, Manners!
Coming onto the featured table. So Easty wants to come in the booth, give his mate some stick. So,
is that what he does?
Yeah, that's why he wants to be here. He wants to be here when Josh is here for some reason. Anti-rail. It seems actually like he's on the good rail for Josh, but when Simpson's on here, Ian Simpson, he's on the anti-rail. As we are going to be spinning over to the outer table, our man down there with the camera. What have we got?
Again. We have got an all-in and the call by the looks like Ace King against Queen Jack. Not sure if the Queen Jack's been a bit active or it's a bit of a shorty. But the 9-eye flop is not good. We need a Queen or a Jack. It's not, it's an 8. Who is that busting? Yazao. Yazao Yin. Busting out. So he's out, busting out. In 35th for 1,090.
Jacks for Marius.
You guys should have played the £1,000 and Steve Wallace free roll last night. We didn't know anything about it. We're working.
What for something in Manchester when we're working in Portsmouth at the same time that we'd never be able to play in a million years anyway.
Edinburgh. But yeah, same thing. We're in Edinburgh for the 888ers. Yeah, we didn't even know about it. Was the first time he was interviewed, was it really, a C4? Good on you. Nice memories. Nice memories. 2012.
He's like a seasoned pro at it now when he gets interviewed. He's done it before, he knows what to say. If anything, he becomes the interviewer.
Yeah. When you're ready for a flight to Goliath, you just have to queue up. No, now the option is now you can choose your day. Once you've won a satellite, you can choose your day. Once you've clicked the day you're choosing, you just turn up. You'll be on the screens in the morning and the seating draw. You will be there. It was a great casino, that in Stoke. It was massive.
I got a nice golf course there as well, yeah.
Oh wow, they have indeed. Yeah, good memories of C4, good memories. Yeah, Lime says, a C4 I would have if I wasn't working, and I would have done the same. Check the calendar next time, a C4.
Nice shout for Callum.
One of the chip leaders in the room. There will be a full chip count when we get to the break, which is in about 10 minutes' time.
Going to be a raise and take.
Callum still chip leader, 77 bigs. I want to go to Aruba, don't we all? I want to go to Antigua, but you know.
Quick spin over, guys.
Here we go.
Zexuan Huang. All in and at risk, pocket threes, but in good shape with pocket threes against Ace Deuce.
Ace Deuce. 2-5-6.
Start. Couple of extra outs for the Ace Deuce. Oh!
Oh, no way. Another 2 on the turn.
Not how you're expecting to lose it.
Wow.
Zexuan, unfortunate.
Oh.
Out in 34 for £1,090.
The swing. Bang.
And it's Ian. Ian Burr, the player taking those chips. Saw a lot of Ian, I think, in the big shot.
We did.
It was fun to watch. How you doing, Carl Lakeland? Afternoon, hope you're both well. Can say the Goliath is next month now. Yeah, we're in June. Happy June, Tower.
Oh, it's June. Oh, the scorching weather begins. Beautiful. It's June. You know what that means?
Vegas?
Vegas month.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Viva.
Katie Swift made day tour of the Millies in the bounties.
Nice.
First time yesterday. She hit a royal flush on the table. On the bubble.
Oh, what was it, her first one?
First in the money. First hand in the money. She, I don't know how it works because the bubble burst I just thought everybody stopped, and then day 2 begins. It doesn't work like that, does it? I thought the mystery bout, so they must play a certain percentage.
You can cash that tournament 5 times and not make day 2.
Oh right, it's one of them, is it?
Yeah.
Anyway, the first hand in the money, she's a royal.
Yeah. Similar to the mini in Ireland, you know how that works. Like you can not make day 2 but still cash, come back, play another flight.
Yeah. Oh, they play to 5%. Wowzers. 5%. There were about 6,000 runners yesterday. What's 5% of that?
300.
Is that it? Out of 6,000 runners, they play down to 300 people.
Cunha has just joined Manchester United. What's he doing joining them? They're not in Europe next year. They nearly went down this season.
He's going to a team that finished 15th to a team that finished 16th. Nice one, Cunha. That's a move forward. Another relegation battle for him next year.
Going to jump back to this one, and Gareth with the A7 suited flats the small line, goes for the little check raise here with 3 to flush, 3 to straight over collar. Don't mind it once we get here as Gareth. Seems like 23, too much to shove pre, so we only really have call as an option in the small. Get here on the 9 high board, and now as Gareth, we get the gin of all gin turns. And now just goes for the jam, and now Stefan going to be in a real horror spot here.
Gareth
with a 9. So let's have a look at this from Stefan's perspective. There are a fair amount of draws there, some spade draws going to be in there. Where's the value coming from here, Tao? Because I said that A7 suited probably shouldn't shove for 23 pre, but I feel like 5s and 9s will. Deuces maybe just flats for Gareth, so he's got 3 combos of deuces. He has no 2 pairs here, which is very interesting. He doesn't have 9-5, 9 deuce, 5 deuce from the small blinds, so no 2 pair combinations available. So he's actually only really got a set of deuces, maybe a set of 5s at some frequency that doesn't shove pre, and then he's just going to have loads of spade draws, maybe something like he has a Jack 10 of clubs now turning the club draw.
He's made the call as well. You're not raising 7-8 on that flop, that is for sure.
Yeah, well played, Stefan. Just figures it out. There's not much value here to up for Gareth when he goes for the check raise and holding the 9. Kind of nice, although 9's one of probably 3-bet jam pre for Gareth. But now we get here. Good instincts from Stefan. Correctly calls it off.
Very nice indeed. But Gareth has outs. He has 12 once. He has just doubled up in spectacular fashion. Can he do it again? No, he can't. 4 diamonds. Gareth taps the table and says, well done, everybody. Gareth Wright out in 33rd for £1,090. 5 minutes to go of the session. Well done, Gareth. Thanks for the fruit as well. Kiwis, apples, all kinds. Chocolate coming in. .32 players left. 4 minutes of the first session. 15-minute break on its way, and then he's just coming in.
Yep. Going to do first hour with myself, second hour with Tower. Going to be on the rail for his pal Josh.
I said and chocolate, Zild. In fact, it's in the apples and the kiwis and chocolate. Healthy options or not healthy?
Close one for Stuart. Does go with open under the gun. Like, I'd definitely fold 4s and 5s. 6s seem kind of cuspy. 10% of the field left. Gun specifically, I guess we are 8 max. Kieran with the 9-3 of diamonds here in the big blind. We are suited, we do cover. Even still, may think better of this one against the gun range. Does let it go. Night Fisher says, I'm over from the 10th for 9 days. Damn, that is Scott Berridge. See you out there, Scott. You won't catch the tower, but I'll
No.
fly out on the 16th, so...
We're working in Portsmouth and Edinburgh.
Viva!
Monticone, all sorted. Thanks to lime, couldn't have done it without lime. Good stuff.
Ace Queen suited for Callum. I can't help it, Zil. Do you know what? Some things just happen. And to be fair, it's credit to Easty because it means I like him. Because if it was someone that I weren't good mates with off the table, I'd do my best to just keep a straight face. But I just couldn't help it. He finally gets there in a spot. And then, mate, he just gets there on the river anyway. So he finally finds his free outer that he's been waiting for years. And he still don't win the pot. And it just tickled me. These things get to me sometimes. All the stick I've had from him over this season about Spurs, getting me own back. Nice flop for Callum on the Ace Jack 5. And I feel like Stuart here, we don't need to pill bottom on a board that's just so favourable for the early position range. Like, yes, we can turn a 5 or a 3, but like just on any other turn card, faced with second barrel, we just fold. So I'd probably just save these 2 bigs. Don't think we want to be calling bottom pair on this board because we just get bluffed off it on the turn always. Like if Callum's got King Queen, King 10, Queen 10, he always barrels. So we just have to fold our 5 to a turn barrel anyway. So it's not a situation that it's a board where Callum might play a few checks on the turn. When it's Ace Jack high, EP versus Big Blind, need to be aware that he's just going to be firing a double barrel at a high frequency with both his value and bluffs. So therefore the 5 will just have to go into the muck anyway on the turn. So it's so much better to just save those 2 bigs as Stuart and not even call the flop bet.
Chips are key. And that is it.
Well, 9-7-9, so cut off big blind dynamic here. GK open the cut off, put some pressure on Ian in the big blind off a short stack. Ian defending GK with a gut shot and 8 high, so probably a good one to start betting again. Probably go one of 2 ways here. It's difficult off this stack depth to peel one and then get faced with further aggression. So I wonder. It'll be interesting to see what route he does decide to take here, but he does decide to call.
Let's call once. We'll need a specific turn. 10 of clubs would be nice.
I mean, 10 of clubs would be perfect.
Oh, wow, nailed it!
I tell you what, this treble is coming sailing in today. You would not believe everything that's happened this week. This entire week. Oh, I've never been more certain in my life.
Oh, any 10 of clubs about. That keeps him involved.
You reckon? You reckon, Tara? It's an interesting card, to be fair, because GK obviously picking it up and down as well. No flush draw to go with it, but with 8-5 here and just 8 high, no equity, probably one that we want to keep betting on and just keep applying the pressure here and just set Ian in. And now then, Mr. Simpson, are we calling off King 8 of clubs here? I think we are.
In they go.
Does decide to call.
He's got the equity with the 10 of clubs. Oh, that's just great.
GK drawing thin. So we need a jack or a 6 for a chop or a 5 for the outright. Otherwise, Ian Simpson is going to win a 268k pot as a day 2 buy-in, and then we're talking about really in and amongst it. Queen of spades, so king high going to hold for Ian. Big hold as well.
268,000 chips for Ian Simpson.
So GK ace 5 of hearts. This one certainly won't be being dropped off. There'll be chips coming in for an open. Turn you out the way on the button. Jerry going to fold the small blind, and this will not be folded from Mr. Simpson. Ace Jack in the big hit, and one that against the range of hands that GK is going to be opening off this kind of stack size that we could see come for a 3-bet from Ian.
I don't know how you made it so far.
And I do like 3-bet. GK going to make the call. Here we go then, heads up. Cut off versus big blind on an ace 7-5 flop.
Ace 7-5.
Oh, that is less than ideal start for Mr. Simpson. So, what have we got now working with us? We have Jack of Spades, there's 2 spades working here, but a massive pendulum swing at the start of this hand on the flop in favour of GK. So, Ian going to feel pretty comfortable coming for a smaller size here. Does 3-bet pot, top and bottom.
This is a tough spot. Tough spot for Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, well, the Jack of Spades isn't great. I don't think it changes too much, but it takes a couple of sort of spade combos out that our opponent could have that could potentially be check raising flush draws. So just an ace of diamonds, maybe some backdoor stuff there. So that looks like all in, and that looks like cool. And this is going to be a huge pot.
This could be 2-table redraw.
620k pot, table chip lead pot. GK out flopping Ian. Ian is going to need a jack, a 7, or some running spades.
Running spades. Does he get there?
Nixon puts off a 6 on the turn, so
six
not a terrible
now.
card. 6 is working as well, Tower. You are correct.
6s, 7s, and jacks.
A 6 running 6s.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh man.
Steve's been looking for a spot, and he might have just found one. Bullets in the hijack, Ravi, pocket 9s in the cut-off, and that is going to be music to Steve's ears. Flips him over, makes the call. 4-1 favourite to double to a really nice spot now in the high roller. Give himself a platform to kick on and take this one down. Just got to be dodging those 9s and the Ravi. Jack 10-3 is a pretty good start.
Yeah. Potential backdoors for the 9s.
Flush draws are ruled out.
They are indeed. Off to the turn.
Pretty good start. 10 on the turn.
Turn. Fading a 9.
Yeah, 2 outs once now for Ravi. Otherwise, it's going to be a real difficult clawback.
Oh, Ravi! 9 on the river. Call the police, man. Wow.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Barnesy. And flopping a flush draw. Ace, Jack, 7. Ian. C-bets. Adrian will call. Turns it as well. Ian picks up a pair. Adrian with the flush. That's why he defends 10-3 of hearts. The raise, we bet the flop. Do we bar on the turn? No, he decides to check. Good time check. Oh, Ian Simpson. Yeah. He's going to get himself in a bit of bother. The turn, the river is the worst river card in the deck. He's checked as well to disguise the flush. Ian's going to fire. Adrian's going to raise. Ian's got to think about it. 215,000.
Box work might have just set him in here, Tower, to be fair.
Yeah. Does Ian think there's any ace-X out there? After just a call from Adria Pre?
Yeah, quite possibly. But if there is ace-X out there, we now beat ace-X.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
And he snapped him off.
Wow.
To see 2 pairs, to see the really bad news.
Yeah.
That the flush has taken out Ian Simpson.
Well, hand this for Adria. Been a while since we've seen a super premium. Queens certainly
hand befitting of that classification. And here we go, sports fans.
This is
Let's click some
huge.
buttons, get the money in, and run for the title yet again.
How do we end up with Ace
Queens
Queen
versus
against-
Ace Queen. This is going one way and one way only.
Absolutely. The lot's going in.
Adrian just working out if he needs to raise to a size that isn't all in, but
No.
we definitely don't. We just pump this.
Absolutely not.
Ace Queen of clubs plays pocket queens.
So here we go
Fifth
for the
time we have an
title.
opportunity for the title.
For the title.
Well, that
Where does the
is
case
almost
come
certainly
from?
going to do it. Barring the most ridiculous of runouts, we are about to crown a king of the high roller.
Yes,
And with the
baby.
king of diamonds.
Eventually he's done.
There we
After
go.
4 or 5 swings and swans. Fantastic effort from Adria and also Jerry.
You brought up earlier on, you brought up risk adverse, you know, and I guess picking your spots. And there's a hand that's obviously, you know, quite infamous this morning, the pocket queen.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, I want you to talk us through that because, you know, you hear all the time playing the main event, it's like, you know, you got to kind of, you know, you're tiptoeing through landmines. But how do you tiptoe through landmines? And I guess is folding the queens part of that?
I thought it was a good idea at the time. So there was a TV production break before the final table. So they did the redraw and 10, 15 minutes for TV. I went to the bathroom, came back. Dom was already there and said, okay, he said, here's the situation. Because I'm ICM aware, but I'm not very ICM studied. So Dom,
we know Dom at 8 of 8 pretty well.
yeah. So he just said, okay, he said, a lot of it said, basically he told me what my stack value was. And he said, the value of doubling up isn't very much. I think at the time, it's a blur. It's like, he said, your stack's worth like 2.1 million or 2 million. He said, doubling's worth 2.6 and busting gets you to 800,000. So it's like, it has to be very tight. That a lot of spots are kings.
That's just, it's like blows your mind. You're like, wait. If I double, then nope, my chip value, then I double. No, that's not how it works.
And so he said, a lot of your spots are kings plus. And he gave me 3 examples. And I kind of forget what they were. So, okay, you know. But, you know, when I had the queens, that specific spot didn't come up as a kings plus spot. But I started thinking through my head, already when the open happened, if this is already a kings plus spot, I hadn't looked at my cards yet. And then I said, yeah, this is too similar to the other spots he told me. I said, okay, I guess this is a kings plus spot because it's under the gun open, and I'm 2 behind the open at a 10-handed table with the 6 big blind and like the 11 big blind stack behind me, and I have 8, and I have like 18 or 19 big blind, whatever it was at the time. I said, yeah, this might be the kings plus. So okay, and just put it in there because now that I'm old and like a grizzled veteran, I have the mentality now where the spot's the spot. You know, who cares what the hell is going around you? The spot plays itself.
You have shown with
I don't care.
You have no issue being the bad guy.
No problem.
Right, you'll play the villain well.
Yeah, I don't care.
As far as I'm concerned, by the way, every story needs a villain.
Yeah,
So-
well, I mean, I also just think, like, in my personal opinion, I'm the hero, but whatever. Like,
Well,
I bring the
hey, listen,
action.
hey, listen.
I bring all these players. Like, make the creams entertaining. Like, I'm telling you, like, I fucking keep the game moving. I supply the chips. Like, you guys everyone out there is like, Nick's such a dick. It's like, dude, last year at the $1 million game, the first day, $4 million in play were my millions. They're my $4 million. I lent the chips. You guys don't get your fucking game without me.
Depending on who the story is being told by, you have different heroes and different
For sure,
villains. Okay, but either way, a good story needs a villain and needs heroes. We need people to cheer for. We need people to root against.
For sure.
And Phil Hellmuth has played both sides as well, which is good.
Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed. All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the 6s here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Oh, we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6th. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we
be
go.
like
This could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace Jack.
Looking
And we
good.
hit the Jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts, or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my words.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good. And this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this 3-bet so often from Dean. Like, he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted
Yeah,
to
of
send
course,
it.
of course.
Oh goodness me! I mean, how on earth?
That is the most ridiculous call up. 5-handed. 2nd in chips, 3rd in chips. What a set.
That's what it sounds like, mate. And I don't blame you for it.
We're back, guys. Easty in the booth for a couple of hours because Josh Manley is there. And hopefully Josh plays a couple more hands than Easty did.
I mean, hopefully not if he had my cards.
I thought you got there. 10 on the flop.
Yeah, what? Are
And
you
run
new
in
here or what?
Broadway. I know, but I thought that was the one. Unfortunately.
It's not the one. Nothing is the one.
No, it will come. It will come, mate. You're in the money again. Keep cashing. Eventually one of them cashes will be a final table. Then eventually one of the FTs will be a win.
Back-to-back cashes here, by the way.
But we got Josh doing it. For the 888, guys. Chip counts in the results. There we are. Dale, Gareth, Callum with plenty. Big blind 20k now, so we've actually got over half the field, sub 20 BBs. Long Mail going to need a spin. Ian Simpson still going strong.
You step away from the table. So anyone wanting to look at their phone needs to step away from the table. Okay, guys?
George Champs final.
I was in 1D, but yeah, I saw it was on, but it looked a bit wet, didn't it?
Yeah, I watched the highlights yesterday. And weren't even a single highlight went into or in PSG's half. It was just seemed.
It was a very bad matchup for them, I think, in terms of.
I can't believe people were actually thinking Inter were going to win.
No, I really wanted them to win, but they were never.
I think that was it. A lot of people wanted Inter to win, but.
Right. Let's do this. Josh Manley Poker. First ever UKPL cash.
Is it?
First ever UKPL cash. He's never cashed the UKPL before.
Only been going 2.5 years.
I know. Look at him.
The winner of the voyage earlier this week, +2, 14. Could just see this hit the mark, and it does.
He's been getting done on swaps. Well, here's the thing, D1. I was getting done on swaps, so because obviously we have a standing 10% in everything we play. And story time, guys.
Okay.
Here I am. And yeah, I think I've cashed 5 or 6 UKPLs. This is his first cash. Rob the Kings. There's might be something going on here, so I will make sure I don't interrupt it. No, it doesn't look like it. And yeah, he hadn't cashed 1, and I was in for like, I don't know, 500 quid over the course of our swaps. And then we arrived in Portsmouth, and went to Wagamama's for a date, and it was informed to us that we'd be playing the high roller. So we played the high roller, and we swapped an extra 10% because it was fun. Like, we were both there, we were excited, and he came 4th for 5 bags, and I got the lot back and more. So I've given him money more times, but he had to hand over a sealed bag of money to me, which was thoroughly enjoyable.
I played that high roller. Only high roller I've played
I saw you
ever
there.
in the UKPL.
So yeah, there you go. I also played the high roller this time, but that didn't really materialise into anything.
Does that happen like in Vegas? You get informed you're playing the high roller and you're just in 100k the next day. Does that ever happen?
That doesn't happen. No.
Okay.
That doesn't happen.
What would happen if you're just out in Vegas and the 88 guy says, "Guys, we need a couple to play the 50k. We're putting you in," or something? Would you be like, "Yeah, I'm in," or would you say,
Would
I
I say
know.
what?
I don't know. It's you. I don't know.
No, I think I would take that, and then I would sell as much as I physically possibly could.
Sell 180% out first hand. Eastie in the Galapagos Islands the very next week.
Don't know what you're on about, guys. Yeah. Trying to sell more for the main this year as well. I don't like having too much.
Would you sell at a markup?
This is the first year that I've sold at any markup. It's like I'm doing 1.1, which I think is
that's like
very reasonable.
Yeah, so reasonable.
Well, 1.1 if you buy more than 1%, 1.2 if you buy 1.
Oh, okay.
Just trying to shift it, you know.
Yeah.
Garage sale. Ace King.
Tony Filoni had his nephew in the chat earlier who gave us an inkling to why he may be doing this with his chips.
He does it all the time.
His granddad used to play in games with 2Ps where he'd line up 2Ps ready for his bet, so maybe it's...
Oh dear. Well, he's going to be all in here.
Yes, he is.
And he's going to be in great shape against the Ace Queen of Samson. Very complicated game, tournament poker.
Yeah, nice and easy when it's snap decisions. Very rare you get a day when you just know what to do in every single spot.
King Eye board, it looks like. So diamonds covered on the back door front, but one little gutter, only half of those gutters remain though. As you can see, the black jacks are not available. That is not a red jack, and that will have to be what it is, or Samson will be busting this tournament. And it is not a red jack, and Samson is out, and Tony up to 1.3, by the way.
Everyone, ladders an extra £70, Samson £1,090, 31 left, everyone locked up 1,160.
Oh, Josh has got 10 bigs. I thought we were a little bit deeper than that.
It's pretty shallow, like the chips from the break, if you have a look. There's over half the field sub 20 BBs, so obviously that's got a little bit skewed because you've got Callum, Gareth and Dale who've just got chunks at the top of the pack.
Yeah, Rob Duras in the mix as well, with some chips. Did you hear about his hand history yesterday?
Yeah, royal flush against the Ace King of Jack Hardcastle that made a boat and he had a royal.
Boat. Unbelievable. In the big shot, no less.
Yeah. No, it was in the rumble.
The rumble. And neither of them cashed. So there you go.
Didn't Jack have like 10 bounties at one point though?
Yeah. He had bounties, but
so he probably made money.
Duras had 0 bounties and 0 money.
But he made a royal flush.
He did make a royal, yeah. Righty ho. Over to the button, James in the small blind. Sorry, because the button is dead. It's all in. Very, very easy decision here. Sticks Josh in. Joshy boy. Ah.
Not often you make a royal.
Certainly not against top boat.
I I've literally I've had 2 live. That's it. Probably a few. I've had loads in obviously online, 6 UKPL, but in actual Hold'em, I think it's only 2 I've had live.
I think I've had one live. I've had a straight. I've dropped a straight flush once.
I did have.
Ian's out. Look, Ian's off.
Oh, Ian's out.
He gives it the fist bump to Josh, and now Josh is last man standing from the crew. Who would have thunk it?
Ian Simpson 31st for 11.60.
Oh, boots for pack. Off 10 bigs, 11 bigs.
Yeah, I'm still probably open here as
Yeah.
pack. Just want to try and get the maximum from our aces.
Yeah, his boots, after all, like, you really, really want that double up, and I mean, don't wake up with something, Josh. Good lad. Good lad. Imagine if he just woke up with kings there. It'd be so funny.
You're going to be getting out of the way.
Get your cash off Ian. Yeah, he does owe me money.
Oh, what, do you always do last longer?
No, I had 2% of it.
Oh, okay.
I managed to get it off him this time because we swapped in a high roller after I doubled. And he hadn't even regged yet.
Oh, well,
So-
he needed you to double up for him to be.
Well, I
confident
offered
for
it
the
to him
swap.
before I doubled, and
Okay.
then he said yes after I doubled.
Right,
so I wasn't
okay.
about to. And then I was like, well, that's fine, but you've got to swap with me in the main. So he owes me 2% of whatever the hell that was, which is better than a kick in the teeth, which is what he usually does to me. Probably the last swap I'll get. So Pac didn't get what he wanted. Hard to get called when you've got 2 aces. Yeah, he can afford it. And Josh Manley Poker on the button.
Has he been going to the same school as you about getting dealt cards, dealt hands? Do you,
Me
Josh,
and
attend the same classes?
Listen. Me and Josh get the bottom 1% of distribution.
You need to go have a chat with Marius because he seems to be the
Gets
guy
the
that
lot.
gets the hands all the time.
Yeah.
See, have a chat with Marius, see what he's doing differently to what you two are doing, and you might start getting dealt some primos.
I don't know. I feel like it's just our destiny kind of thing. Like, it's just what we do.
Maybe I'm not really one that's spiritual, but maybe it is this. If you're being negative all the time, you're going to get negative results. You're going to get terrible hands. If you be a bit more positive, maybe you're going to see some top 5%ers.
You can see Josh shuffling the deck every time. Like, it's not
Yeah.
like things are changing because I'm being negative.
Just maybe.
I don't believe in that stuff, Jay.
I can tell you don't.
But if I won a tournament, I wouldn't have a brand anymore. Yeah,
That is
it'd be
true.
over. Ace Queen for Rob Duras. Rob Duras. He is going to come out with an open for sure. Does it the big blind stack affect how much he opens? I've heard people talking about this.
Yeah, if the big blind has got like less than 7, we can go for like a 50k here, 2.5x, and that just deters, like, because as they get white, is he just shoved?
Well, what's behind him? I guess we don't. know.
Okay. Right,
Yeah.
so we got effective 10, effective 7.
Oh,
Okay.
Joshy boy. Joshy boy.
Here we go.
Come on. He's definitely not folding this for 7 bigs.
Effective stack's 10 behind Rob, I think. I've just had a look, so it's a 10 big blind effective shove from Rob. He'd shove deuces through 6s here, so Josh
come on.
has to take this.
It's a flip. We don't win these, but can we win one?
Well, I'd just like to point out, you did win 3 flips we saw over the.
Excuse me. You think the Ace Queen against King 10 is a flip? Is that what you're saying?
No, there was another flip you won when
Please
we were
tell
out
me
the table. We'll come back to that because Josh has first got to win his flip.
7. Guys, I'm not supposed to. Well, I'm supposed to be impartial, but it's not going to happen. Okay, it isn't going to happen. I want Josh Manley to win this entire tournament, so we're going to need a 7. Dealer Josh. 7. Get your 7s in the chat, guys. Josh Manley at risk. 60% equity, though, because there's some dead stuff going on. Namely, aces and queens or something or other. It's 4-6 deuce with diamonds! That's the kind of flop we want, dealer. Keep it nice and clean. Only an ace or a queen. There's only 3 of them. They have to not be a diamond.
Just a diamond. Do it.
Yes!
Let's go. Seal the
Come
deal.
on, boys. We're back in the game. We're up to 330k. We want a bloody flip on television.
Don't put a joker on the river dealer.
8 of diamonds. Let's go, guys.
4 of hearts, Josh with the double. And I'd just like to go back to yesterday. You're all in for 60k with ace queen against Tyler Gordon.
You got receipts?
Pocket 10s.
Yeah.
And you found an ace to double up.
Yeah.
There was also another one on the feature. I can't remember which one that was.
You can't remember? That's convenient.
No, earlier on today, you won a flip. What was your first flip? All in?
Flip?
Yeah.
No.
You
My first all in, I had ace jack against queen 9 off.
Oh, yeah, that was it. You won that flip.
Yeah. And then I won ace king against ace jack.
Yep, there you go, another one.
And then I lost the other one.
Yeah, I know, but you won a few, right?
There was no flip. No, there was one flip which I won, which I've given you. But then I sat on the feature table for 2 hours with bugs.
You're still winning flips. Things are turning. Josh.
Well, Josh has won a flip.
Back involved in the main event here. 28 remain.
Come on, Joshy boy. Right, up to what? 17, 18 bigs now?
Yeah.
Come on, lad. Do you know what? I'm so happy because I think he'd have gone home and then I'd just been on my own.
He's not going anywhere.
No, he's not. Not until it's all over because he's going to be the champ. Look at him. Champion material. Counting out his stack. How much have we got? 530k. We're peaking, guys.
Is that right?
He can't have that much.
He can't have that much.
He shoved for 140.
Yeah, that's not right.
No, that's not right.
I'll quickly message our action tracker. He did actually write something. Josh is okay. When we come back to the session, he had 100k less in the graphic than what his stack actually was. So maybe,
wow!
Maybe he actually
so
does.
maybe he does have that.
Maybe
much.
the graphic was wrong. And
so
now
that was
it's been
even bigger. He didn't
rectified.
have 7 bigs. He just took the spot with 14 or
Yeah.
Or what? How much?
Yep. 12
big
and a half,
blinds.
12 and
Yeah.
a half,
Oh, that's
yeah.
massive.
Yeah.
Guys, we're actually here. It's happening. We're all in again. God, it's so exciting, guys. I wonder what it's like to be a part of it. Pump with 7s? Nah. He's here to win the tournament. You're not going to win the tournament folding there. And he knows Rob Duras is just sending 6s there, so he has to go with it, right? Ace on the flop here for Pack and Sokol at risk. Only 2 outs. Relentless action, Jay.
Yeah, it's all going on. Need you in the booth more often. 6 of clubs turn. So Sokol down to a 7. Otherwise, we're going to lose another. And it's a 10 of hearts on the river. So Sokol out just before Sokol as well. Tim Wright in 29th. Longmouth Fan in 30th. So we are going to be down to 27 players, guys. They're dropping.
Zilda, I think you'll find that I've cashed way more than twice. I've cashed twice in Reading alone. Cashed Edinburgh, cashed Coventry, 2 cashes in Reading. I'm elite at this point. I think there's another one as well somewhere. I feel like there's another one. I'll be winning in Liverpool. That's what I've decided.
Liverpool.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Liverpool, actually. I like new stops.
Yeah. It's nice to go visit some new places. No Manchester this year. Alex has heard the... So I guess I'll be seeing you there, Riz, to try and get up this leaderboard, yeah?
Well, speaking of leaderboards, Nick, if you are thinking about attacking
I am.
the MPL,
I am.
You are currently in 661st place. Are you of these 25 that are at the top? These really got to hunt down.
How many points have I got?
How many points has Easty got at 661? 661st.
Because I feel like there's a Sheng's in, touching distance here. Do you know what it is? It's because I'm in here rather than playing the big shot. That's the problem. You
To-
can't wind me up.
To be fair, I hate for the thin brag, but a couple of years ago, I actually made the playoff only by playing mini mains.
Really?
Literally, I got in the top 70 playing mini mains, and then got myself a 5k package in the playoff. So it was quite nice. It's quite easy to do if you get a few cashes. You got to get 20.
I got 19.47 points.
That is poor. 19.47.
I've only played 2 tournaments. What do you want from me? Josh Manley, 27 big blinds. 27 big blinds. Come on. It's all about Josh Manley today. Let's not make it about me, even though it is about me. Yee on his left, he's had him all there all day, and I speak to him on the break, and he's like, Geezer just shoves it every time I do something. He's a bit good.
Won the voyage.
He did win the voyage. But Josh Manley now will be feeling, I think, pretty good.
Steve Barnes says we'll have a great night out in Liverpool, fellas. When the stop's there, Steve Barnes will be showing us around.
It'll be just nice for you to turn up for once, Stephen, to be honest with you.
You don't really need to anymore. He's won enough already this year. He just sits back, have a couple of months off, takes it easy.
Going to a game, are we, Barnsley? I'm going to hold you to that. I've got a few people that are hopefully getting me in. I want to see that Florian Viets, you know.
Ace Jack for
7s again.
Josh.
Come on. Just peels. Ace Cone. For Tony again. Goodness me. Some heat from Tony.
A little 140 here from Tony. Seems nice.
You know what's really funny?
What?
Is that on the break, Josh was like, yeah, I've got these pure opens every hand, and like I've got like Ace Jack off, and I'll pure open. This is exactly like word for word. I'll open it, and then someone just pops me in or 3-bets and just jams, and obviously they've got Ace King. Like, I know they've got Ace King. There's nothing I can do, and it's happening again.
It is again.
You won't be at all surprised to know that Ace King is out there. He's going to have to obviously fold.
A bit on the large size here from Tony. Would have gone a little bit smaller at these stack depths, but going to get the same result. Gets the 7s out of there, which we are flipping against.
And Josh down to 25, but he'll be very, very comfortable at $500,000 here. A lot of faith in him. He's never really gotten to this point. Well, he hasn't got to this point in an Ace State event that I've been at with him, and he is very, very capable at this stage of the tournament. So
He doesn't have the best run of luck when he's at these stages. Similar to yourself.
But he does know what he's doing. Make no mistake, you may not have seen it, guys, but the lad knows game. He knows the game. So with a little bit, just a little bit of luck, he really could run this.
Quick flip back to the MPL. Stu Dawson says, I've only played 2 25-50s this year, and I've got more points than that. So you're falling behind to someone that's only played a couple of 25-50s.
I bet you I'm more profitable, Stuart.
This is Stu Dawson. This is Walsall legend.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Crushes the Midlands micro live stakes. Ace 5 for James. Pretty clear jam. No questions.
Come on. He's
That's
just
a
snapped it
call.
off. Oh my gosh, we've got Ace King! We've moaned it in, guys! We've got Ace King! Hold! Come on, hold. No 5. This is what I mean. We just need a little slither. A little ray of light at the end of the tunnel. This is it, dealer. Do not do it to him. You did it to me. Don't do it to him as well. That's a beautiful flop, dealer. Let's keep it nice and clean. Through 2%.
It can't go wrong. Running 5s.
Yeah.
Running 5s. It's not happening, mate.
Be quiet for a second. Don't. Come on. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Josh Manley takes one out. Up to 655,000 chips. This could be it. It could be now, guys.
Look at him. He's just sitting there so stoic. Other people will be jumping around.
I'm
cheering.
jumping around. Come on.
For Josh, just another day at the office.
Oh my goodness me. 33 big blind, 600. I've got a nosebleed up here. Come on, Josh Manley. Oh, mate, what a night it would be if Josh Manley could get to this FT or something like that. I think he's going to be feeling really good. That's the thing. Like, I know how he operates, how his mind goes. Like at this point, he's got nothing to complain about. He's had a few decent spots, and he's in his range. This is his territory. He knows how to convert. Will he convert? Just a little bit longer. We're losing players rapidly at this point.
Yeah, so we lost Anthony Hughes, which we didn't catch just before James Williams. James Williams out in 26th. Will be a 2-table redraw when we get down to 18, I believe. King 7 for Rob.
What I will say is that the big stack on the table, he is on Josh's. Well, Josh is on. I guess he's like further away from him, but technically now, as it's only Duras in the middle of him, he's on his left. Also, I don't expect this big stack to necessarily be as, like, say for example, if you had Duras with this stack, he's going to be wielding it like a hammer. I don't think Tony's that kind of player.
I don't think so either.
So that's also another point in his direction. The only thing he's got to worry about is Yi with the 12. Once he's out the way, he's got 5-handed here. Very, very short-handed. We're going to need to find another player, I think.
Yeah, I think the TD just come over and there we go. He's just chucked him in there.
This guy's good as well. This lad, played with him yesterday. I think I recognise him.
Guangdong.
Table up. He just every single hand he was 3-betting.
A couple of times he had it. A couple of times he didn't. I remember one being King Queen, but
he just every hand.
Yeah. Actually, no. Yeah, he did have a couple of fruity ones in there.
Good lad. I mean, you have to. You can't have it every hand, can you?
No. Can't just be like you every time you 3-bet aces or kings or ace king. Like, need some bluffs in there for sure.
Did I play for 12 hours on day one? I didn't play a 3-bet pot.
It doesn't surprise me. I'd love to see your stats at the end of the day live. It's just probably like less than 10% VPIP.
Yeah, but I get it.
3-bet 2%.
I get it done though, don't I, Jay?
Yeah,
I get it done.
You get the min cash all the time. It seems.
That's what I come for.
If you min cash every comp you play, you're going to do all right as long as you don't have lots of bullets.
You know me, Joe. I'm very conservative.
Let's see how studied years. This is a nice one, even off of 11 to just make like 2.5 attempt to steal.
And this is one of those ones that you knuckle in this spot, I would imagine. The 7-3 off buggy for Guangdong. So yeah, I think that Guangdong's presence, I mean, he's got less chips than when I last saw him, which is good news for Josh. But he's very, very dangerous. Obviously, like I said, very active. Not the player you want really on your left.
Yeah, it seems like a knuckle for Yi. Going to struggle to fold out better, blind on blind. But Guangdong could go either way with his. Don't mind either or. Always difficult to know exactly what to do in these blind on blind situations.
Great card for Guangdong here. You'd expect maybe to see a 6-bet flop, so shouldn't improve Yi that often, and just means that we're going to have the best hand.
I feel like as Yi, though, in theory, we're supposed to call once here with King High. We're met with bet, but we're not even going to be met with bet. Guangdong checks back. Like, there just shouldn't be much ace-x in here at 11 bigs pre. A lot of this is just going to shove, so, like, the King Highs would have potentially had to call this turn bet, but Guangdong checks it back once more, and Yi just looking for showdown.
You've got a value bet now. That's Guangdong. Something like 2/3 pot. Got the best hand just all the time, and that's worth some money for sure.
Especially against snap check as well, where 4 thinks about value betting themselves. So a nice little find for 30k, and to be fair, I don't think Hero's that bad here for Yi, because better King High should never bet, Ace High should be in pre, so it's one of these that I'm just going to assign Guangdong a Rivered 4 or potentially a bluff. When he's checked in the big, he's just going to have all this 7 deuce, Jack deuce, 10 deuce, 10-5.
Gone all day with those.
Like, yeah, so I wouldn't fault him for Hero in this spot, because I'd probably assume that a Queen or 3 we're going to hear from on the turn if it does elect to check flop. And as I say, better King High's never bet, Ace High's jam pre, so wouldn't fault this man for Hero in here with King High.
Nut shown. And Guangdong picks off a few more of Yigu's chips, and Yigu now 9 big blinds. Will be looking for a spot as he's cut adrift by a good margin from the rest of this table. Josh Manley looking beautiful. Can he find a way through to this FT. It would be so typical if he's like, I've been giving him all this nonsense about for being no cashes in the UKPL, and then I've got 5.
Do you know what? I nearly choked on my drink then because I thought you was going to say I've been giving him all these tips or something like that. And I was about to...
No, I haven't done that.
Okay, good.
I could tell him how to min cash, I just don't think he's interested.
I was ready for it to, like, when you're ready to hear something, you can already feel the drink coming out of your mouth. I was like, you giving him tips.
Come on, mate. Look, you have to be honest. Am I making that many mistakes when you see me?
No, you're not.
I just don't have any. I don't have any spots, mate.
Yeah, you don't. That is actually true. It's only a small sample. I need to see like 100,000 hands, mate.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm making glaring errors that you can see.
Right. Remember we had an argument in Glasgow when it come.
Oh, come on.
No. Remember we had an argument.
Yeah,
in
I remember
Glasgow
the hand. Yeah.
When it come mono.
Yeah.
And matey had a set and he shoved for like 5x pot, and I said people do it all the time at this buy-in level. Yesterday, Queen Jack 10 mono, matey shoves 5x pot with aces.
That guy was different gravy.
No, and this is
he was
like,
a different player entirely. He was shoving every hand.
Yeah, but this is the type of players that you get when they have overpairs
If you think that
or sets and they're worried about the free to the flush, they just shove it all in, and that's what I was saying in Glasgow. And that the Pratik yesterday proved my point.
Yeah, but Pratik was shoving every hand.
Not every hand like that.
Pretty much.
But he was shoving hand, but not post flop for that amount. He only done it for that amount with specifically the overpair on the mono board.
Yeah, but that hand wasn't a lock. Like if he had like the nut flush, he wouldn't have done it. Like the guy had a set on the dry board. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't happen. It's not the same.
It is.
It's not the same.
It is. I still think it's the same.
How
but...
can you extrapolate that? You
no.
are a mug. You know?
You can't say that. But I'm trying to say this is what they think. They see 3 to a suit and they think if they've got top pair or better, they need to shove for infinite because they don't want the other club to roll.
Not having you think you've won that argument with that. Ace Queen suited for Rob Duras. Off about. What we got? How many bigs? We got about 25 bigs. We're opening it up. 25 bigs?
Yeah, it's good maths.
Josh is out the way. I can't. I need a little time off from Josh being in the mix. Come on, Josh. And it's going to go all the way through to Tony, who has got ace 10 off. Will be defending.
Which is cool. Yeah.
He prods out the call. And here comes flop with Duras in the lead. Still in the lead, but no connection for either player on 8-7-3 Rainbow. I expect check. Although Rob potentially could use a large, if he wants to, he could go big here. But getting shoved on is absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's one of these.
So I think he'll prefer check. I wouldn't mind seeing like 2/3 pot though, to be honest with you. I don't like small bets. I was very tournamenty this. Maybe this is a value bet though.
55k. No, 30k. I thought there was a white mini underneath that.
So pretty much just saying like, this is a value bet, which does get value. And now I expect some slowing down unless the turn changes anything. King of clubs.
Now we're tripling off the lot. I'm sorry, but we got to, like, there's no real king highs in. I just feel like targeting 8-7. A Tony Filoni here from the big blind. Just going to have so much 7x, 8x here. They're going to have a tough time calling the turn barrel.
A decent amount of showdown though. We only bet small on flop, so you are correct though. Here comes big barrel, and that will do it. There's no way.
Yeah, we have a decent amount of showdown, but like from the big, Tony Filoni's not going to call down pair of 7s, pair of 8s, 3 streets. It's simple. King 8, King 7, King 3 that have interaction with his king, and that's about it. Like no ace high calls. Ace King's going to 3-bet pre, so Feel like it's just a really tidy spot to triple as Rob is like an exploit. People don't call down with their 8 and 7x once the king rolls off on the turn.
Well, very interesting feature. I'm glad that they decided to bring this one on after I told them to.
Oh, did you?
Well, they were going to bring Ian on, and I said, I'm so bored of watching Ian Simpson play poker. Honestly, let's get Josh Manley on for once.
So bored of Ian.
It's boring. Imagine missing this run from Josh. This is what we want. Actually, Dave Old. Thank you, David. Josh, a few hands off after a couple of whirlwind situations. He is gonna let this go. Any ladders about? I wonder why he might be dwelling there for a moment. What is our next ladder? 20.
We are at, we just lost James Williams. Next ladder is at, oh, it's a while away.
Okay, so just a slow fold then.
21.
Pack. Going to flat button here with Jack 10 suited, Jack 10 offsuit for Guangdong, and now Tony is probably going to call small blind as well with pocket fours.
I can't really see anything else to do here as Tony.
I think anything else would be wild.
Yeah, but Guangdong had like 30 bigs here, maybe jam when we cover this heavily, but 40 is too much against the original opener.
Also, Rob's behind with 600k, so just going to be cool, which leaves Rob the chance to come along as well with ace 8 of hearts.
Here we go. Just going to defend this one four-way, I think, with Rob. Like, if we had like king queen suited, queen jack suited, these are probably going to be pure jams as the squeeze jam from the big, but ace 8 suited, just one that probably wants to call if we go to the streets. How we doing, David Debenham? Great commentary, guys. Like watching Sky Sports and Match of the Day. Is that much football talk?
We haven't even talked about
I know we haven't.
We can if you like, though. Ooh, interesting flop here. A pair for Rob, who's the only one with one, except obviously Tony, who's not going to be threatening this pot. But Guangdong and Pack, both with straight draws to the nuts. Pack with backdoor flush draw. Rob also with backdoor flush draw bottom pair. So it's definitely going to be 3 to this turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do as Guangdong. Like, I've done a lot of looking at heads up, cut off versus button, multi three-way cut off versus button, but four-way cut off button, small blind, big blind. I'm not sure we do just get to bet here as Guangdong. Like, in theory, if we go heads up with the button, we play check, three-way, lots of checks, but I'm not sure about four-way.
What do you think about reopen here on button? Interesting, because he could just check and see free equity. And now what happens if you get shoved on? Because Guangdong could easily be checking very strong hands here. He could be checking everything.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like heads up and freeway, I'm pretty confident. Even on the king high board, we play pure check as Guangdong. I'm not sure how much it changes things when there's an extra opponent in the pot, but as I always say, cut off versus button, a lot of checking going on in these scenarios.
This is a bit weird now versus this sizing for Guangdong.
Yeah, because if against small, he might have just check ran it here with the outs twice on the rainbow board to the nuts both ways, but he still might run it.
I mean, calling is so unappetizing.
Like because Pat pre, he's going to shove king queen, king
He's gonna let go.
jack suited, this type of stuff.
Fair enough.
Just check folds the up and down.
I mean, so you can't really call. You don't have fold equity.
But what has our opponent got that can call a check jam there? 8 shove pre off of 20, 9 shove pre off of 20. King queen and king jack potentially suited would shove. So when he bets that flop, it's very he can't have a 2 pair, can't have 8-9, can't have king 9, king 8. So like the best hand he can have maybe is king jack, king 10. So can we just not blend everything there when he can't have any sets, can't have any 2 pairs?
Yeah, when he bets 125k, Guangdong might be thinking, I don't know if I get folds.
Yeah, I know. That's what he may be thinking. But when you think about the range, like what hand's going to bet that size? Maybe king 10, maybe king jack, but there's only probably a select few combos that can call us off there. And even like the king jack's blended, because we may take the same line with our ace king, our aces, check into the button.
What a great result that is, by the way.
Oh yeah, huge
for the Jack 10 suited, knocking out all that equity that we were talking about, maybe reaching turn. Guangdong with ace queen, by the way.
I just feel like when you think of the stack depth our opponent's flatted off here, it's so hard for him to have like any 2 pair plus, and it just seems capped at 1 pair. at best. But we head to the next hand. Guangdong opens in the hijack.
Rob Duras peaks in the small at nothing. So Josh Manley will have the chance to defend, which he will not take with his boogs. Plenty of time in this game.
Personalities must be talking about me. This is why David's watching it. He means the entertainment value. Yeah, that's always good news. And we're back.
You should be able to hear us, guys, as Tony picks up the kings. And I'm praying that Josh doesn't find anything in the small, and he doesn't. So, oh dear, Yee's on his way. Tony keeps finding these spots, by the way. Absolute slam dunk for both players here.
Yeah, unfortunate for you, not much he can really do. So Tony Filoni looking like adding to that stack. He does have a 2-outer to find.
I think Josh will be happy to see the back of Yee, by the way. And I don't think he'll mind seeing chips where they're going.
Oh,
they're not going anywhere.
He's not going to like that, though.
Yeah, that is a bad result for Josh with his direct left.
I love the fact we got Yee and Tony all in, and you're still talking about Josh over
so
it.
let's talk about how this affects Josh mentally as we go to a river. Which has to be a king.
Fading kings for Yee. And does, and double up for Yee, but the real winner in that pot is Josh, according to...
no, the loser.
Oh, the loser. The big loser in that pot is Josh.
Yeah. Well, look, Yee's capable as hell. Like, he really is. And Josh...
To be fair, he's got the reshove stack now for 17, so when Josh opens, he is the type that...
Exactly, and he's been... the one thing he was talking about on the break is how this kid's at him every single time he does anything, and so he would have been really happy to see the back of him there. Tony also doesn't like losing all-ins. Like, I know I don't like losing all-ins.
I don't think anyone likes losing all-ins.
Yeah, but he's visibly doesn't like losing all-ins. So I wonder if... we'll see if it rattles him at all, because that's always something to keep an eye on. Not like it was hugely damaging, but it's annoying. Chance to knock one off, a few more chips.
Con Martioni asks, is Eastie out the tournament?
Already? It's very, very deep into the tournament.
He cashed. He got another cash in the UKPL.
Would you like me to show you my bag of money?
How much did you cash for?
£1,050.
Nice. Eastie Rain Cloud.
Yeah.
You got people making Twitch accounts.
You got any fans? You got fans?
There is someone in there that's called
Hayes Bulldog.
Hey Jarwood, they're called.
Oh, Hey Jarwood.
Yeah,
I like
so that watches every now and again. But I have no Rain Cloud.
As if I needed one.
It follows you around. You got one that follows you around in real life.
Well, I think that's why it's gone for that.
Here we go.
Come on, Josh. King Jack offsuit, premium on the button. And here we go. I bet he gets shoved on. He'll be so tilted if he gets shoved on here because he's been talking about it all day. Oh, he's gonna jam.
It's not suited. He might not take offsuit. I feel like suited he would be taking, but offsuit, I feel like Yee doesn't need to take this one here.
He doesn't need to take it, but
he's just been getting after Josh, as you said. With your chat on the break.
Yeah, go on, get out of it. Guangdong in the big is not going to fold, so we're going to have to play poker. And Guangdong's pretty good at that as well. Nine it offsuit, pretty standard for defending. Nothing else to be said, as we are going to take 3 more cards, and we need some of them to be kings or jacks.
Or just ace high. No 8, no 9.
I think I like things to be a bit more solidified.
Okay.
And there is an interesting flop, Jay, as we see straight draw for Guangdong, top pair, decent kicker for Josh, who's gonna c-bet. Personally sizing up here on this board texture, but I know a lot of tournament players don't do that. Josh being one of them seemingly, and I would not be surprised to see Guangdong raise this flop. But both options available. Preference, Jay? Versus the small size, I think maybe we see raise more often.
I feel like either or. I'm just looking at it and could see either from Guangdong. There's not going to be much difference in both, I don't feel. I guess it's probably actually better to flatter this stack depth just in case Josh has any free bet jams. Maybe it's too deep for that, but not going to love this turn as Josh is.
Well, we'll just be tapping back here and hoping for the best. Maybe we pick off a bluff now.
Yeah, potentially.
Because obviously if Guangdong is on the river with 9 high, he's not the type to just tap. Oh, Josh is betting again. Very interesting from Josh, who thinks he can extract more value here.
10x of clubs, Jack X of clubs, Queen 10, King 10 all have to call.
Queen Jack, Jack 7.
Yeah. And he gets a free showdown as well. But the problem is when we get raised here.
Oh, God.
We just like, oh,
well, we have to fold. We just have to fold.
He's not going to find it, is he?
No, I don't think
You can't find it, Guangdong. This is Josh's turn. You're not allowed to raise this turn, sir.
But does he continue?
No.
Because now the King Queen has him dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can't continue as Guangdong.
Josh picks one up. The big man's on 700k. He's threatening the upper echelons of the leaderboard.
He is. So, a couple more bust outs to tell you about, guys. Unfortunately, didn't catch him. George Stepan out in 25th. We saw James Williams on the feature table, so down to 24 players.
Can we talk about just how much equity I have at that left end of the table there?
Yeah, you do. What, you said it was 10% swap, is it?
Yeah, and 5 with Kieran.
Oh, and 5 with Kieran.
We had 11 big blinds.
What you got with Stefan?
Nothing, actually.
Okay.
But we both ended up with 11 big blinds because we were obviously quite short on the feature. I looked over and I said, "Oh, Kieran, 11 big blinds. You want to swap?" He goes, "Yeah, 5%." I looked down at Ace 10 of spades. I went, "Well, I'm all in then, aren't I?" And that was me gone. But he's flying the flag. Both of them are. But it's not great for me. They're next to each other, is it? Maybe they give it to each other and I just gives. Is that better for me or worse?
Probably worse. Better to have as many horses left in as possible. Like even if one of your horses makes more chips and a horse busts by busting them, like it's still better to have 2 going at it.
Josh, nourishing himself. He'll be feeling good, I think. That kind of bet that you see on that turn is it looks a little bit like questionable if you look at it on first hand, but it could be the sign that he's just actually locked in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of them. There isn't enough to get called by, and we do get to check back river, which is kind of nice. Like, say if we check back and we're met by a pretty big river bet, it becomes grim what to do. Stefan, King Queen, going to open from +2. 3 tables of 8 left now, guys. And it's actually 16 when we go to the redraw. Said 18 earlier. 16 players when the 2-table redraw will occur. Tower will be back in about 10 minutes' time.
I won't be going anywhere.
Going to be a long day for us though today. We're thinking around midnight finish with the extra 20,000 chips for everyone's starting stack of this event that they got.
Tower is thinking maybe a little bit more than that.
I'd take midnight.
If you're offered it now.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if we got to midnight.
Okay.
I've checked the structure. As long as they don't, sometimes they add in levels. That's the other thing. If a level's added.
Yep. Well, if you lads want dinner, there's no worries. I can do a sesh later
we know
on.
you can jump in. Is there what we got on last today? UKPL. We have got the big shot on at 3 PM. That's it.
Rip the closer. Love that tournament, man.
Yeah, where is the closer?
I think it just overlapped a little bit with the big shot.
Because I was actually going to say, if you want later, we'll chuck you in the closer and we'll have a little team, a little team split.
You hate money.
I do. I obviously do. Flicking you in comps.
It's fun. No, I'm reliable. I'm all reliable. Here comes Rob.
The good thing about you is I know I'm always getting my money's worth because you're not one that will punt it off first hand and 5-bet rip ace 5 suited for 100+ bigs.
Certainly not. We've got a peel here from Stefan. It's a bit odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way too loose.
Oh, kids! Come on! It's our time! Come on, lads. Squeeze it up, take down the dead money. Let's go.
I don't even need to go big here. As Josh, like 170, something like that, just accounting for Rob's stack depth. Make Rob still perceive that there's some fold equity there. 170 seems like the sweet spot. See what Josh comes with.
Come on, Joshy boy. Here comes the squeeze. From the big man. Looks like exactly what you said, 180?
Yeah. Potato.
Oh, what a player, man. Jack 10 suited for Rob, can't do anything here, out of position, just got to fold.
Yeah, exactly that. Tony has to fold, Rob has to fold, Stefan has to fold. We're just going to pick up 6 big blinds out there and head to Josh's stack. Never seen someone so happy for someone to get dealt kings.
Mate, I'm here for it today, I tell you.
It was like, you're happy. Rob and Stefan not even got hands that he's going to get action from. I can understand it if they're queens.
Yeah, but I like chips. Low risk, or next to no risk chips is what I like.
Okay.
And this King Jack is going to go where it should have gone.
Right in the muck.
Before. And Josh up to 860,000 chips. Come on. It's been a long time since we had a rail for Josh Manley. I've made an odd appearance here and there, but Josh, apart from the high roller obviously in Portsmouth, where he didn't really have a chance to do anything, he just sort of watched everyone get cooled as he laddered up.
That's a fun feeling as well.
That's great, yeah.
Literally just sitting there and making money.
That's why I like folding so much, you know? Because I folded a lot yesterday, and I seem to have a lot it wasn't in
the money when you started folding yesterday.
I started folding because the deck told me I had to fold.
It was quite funny. You got Queen Jack of Hearts. That was it last.
Yeah, and everyone just sent it.
3-bet, 4-bet. Like only hand you get to VPIP.
And I know I probably had 2 pairs.
I know, yeah, you would. Yeah. And do you know what? I was watching that hand. I was as the river come. I went, when's he going to tell him?
Yeah.
Eastie's going to tell him. And then we saw you went to Renee. I had 2 pair. Renee went, oh, you had 2 pair like that.
Said you ruined it for me. I said.
Limey called you No Secrets, Nick. I think that's what she called you. You got to tell someone.
Right. I like everyone to feel involved, you know. Pack with King Queen off. Lets it go. Tony with 10s. 3-betting always.
I might play a bit more flats against gun here off of 30. Stefan's white open's actually outrageous here. Deuces from gun. Like, we're better off opening something like King 6 off here than deuces.
He's doing some stuff and some things, is Stefan.
Yeah, he is. It's optimistic.
It's 3-bet, by the way.
Okay, the thing with 3-bet, if we 3-bet Eastie, we have to call a jam. Otherwise, we just... What are we doing for 30?
Yeah.
Like, if we 3-bet here as Tony, it's very important we don't fold to a 4-bet jam. That's sort of the key. Like against like MP, LP, I think we're always just pure 3-betting to get it in. I'm gonna peel the ducks.
This is loose.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blunder to open and call deuces here. They just don't do anything. They just block bad hands.
You don't do anything, he says. They don't do anything, he says. Can we see a flop? Dealer, move your head. What do you reckon? Here comes bet. We assume that could be anything. But it doesn't mean that Mr. Stefan has not flopped 3 deuces. He hasn't. Interesting bet from Tony. I wouldn't have minded check.
Yeah, check.
Seems like a lot better for Stefan than it is for Tony.
Exactly. Like Tony's probably not going to 3-bet 6s, 8s, 9s, all this stuff. And if Stefan's peeling deuces, I guess, and he's peel the middling pairs as well, that Stefan just 6.5 big blinds up in smoke there for no reason.
Seems like a really good spot to check as well. Yeah. Having 10s, like, you really want something you can check call with, and feels like a really good candidate, but we take it down.
Interesting one with the ducks.
Question in YouTube from girl_power. Can I see that? Or do you have any idea what you're doing?
Yeah, it's not. Should you come through on our restream chat usually? For some reason, we actually got no YouTube coming through. Ah, here we go. Hello there, Eastie. Are you coming to Vegas to play the WSOP and vlog it?
Yeah, so I will be there, and I will play the main event and the main event only. In terms of vlogging, they are cracking down a bit this year, so I will not be risking the actual hand recording at the table. But I will be doing a documentary with Ace State Poker, which you'll be able to see on the Ace State Poker YouTube channel if you'd like to. Very, very well done stuff. Some top people working on that. We did one last year. If you haven't seen that, I'd recommend checking it out. So yeah, we're doing the documentary with them, and I'll be doing sort of like a lifestyle one, I guess, and like doing a few hands like with post graphic stuff. So yeah, the answer is yes. See you there? Are you coming? I guess are you coming means you will be there. So Guangdong, 50 bags.
Rob gonna get out of the way with the ace tree.
If you had to say who you thought was going to win at this, from this point, you got a favourite? And if so, why is it Josh Manley Poker?
I could see Rob getting over the line. Chris Guertin's still in, very good player.
The Destroyer.
Is that his nickname?
Well, that's what he asked for his name to be changed to when I was on the table.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Chris always seems to play very well. Trying to think who else is still out there potentially.
Josh Manley Poker.
Yep. Both players catch a 9 here. After this hand, Tower will be jumping back in the booth. Guangdong. Do you know what, like here, this is where I get after it too much. When I have a hand like this, Easty, a lot of people just check back.
Yeah.
I'm just tripling off.
Yeah,
like,
it's such a nice hand.
Yeah, exactly. Block Jack 10, block the 2 pairs. And having this suit as well, obviously getting some like the floats with pair backdoor flush draw on the flop. Just going to be folding on the turn, but Stefan gets out of the way. But before I leave, we're going over here for a monstrous pot. Alexios all in with the 9s against our own Sam Orledge, who has got the Cowboys. And this has all gone in pre, so Sam needing to hold.
Well, here it comes. Pretty big one for Sam. Ooh, there's a backdoors going on.
Yeah, I love how you think. You see 10-8-5 and you think, oh, back doors with the 9s. Well, here it comes. So Sam faded jacks and 9s now. And does exactly that. So we're going to lose Alexios Zervos out in 23rd. And on that note, we will bring the Tower.
The Tower.
Back into the booth. And I will see you guys in just over an hour. See you soon.
Not being funny.
Tower.
Nice hour off. Chicken Caesar salad.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Thinning.
Really nice. Chicken Caesar salad. What I am very surprised at is that nobody's opened the cake.
No
yet.
one's opened the cake. And also, even more surprising, Josh Manley has got 800,000 chips. And we're here for the long haul.
How is Tony Filoni chip leader?
Well,
How many times has he had aces?
No, he had kings. He lost the 9s, actually, to be fair. And he had
Okay.
ace king, picked someone off with that early on. So, yeah, he's just hovering, pretty much. But we're all here for Josh. You're here for Josh.
We're here for Josh.
We would love Josh to win.
Yeah. Afternoon, man of straw. Afternoon, girl power. And everybody else, thanks for Easty for giving up his time to come into the comms and help us out.
Nothing better to do. There's nowhere I'd rather be than watching Josh Manley Poker win 30 bags.
So, we now continue. We are down to 20. Ooh, 20. Let's have a quick look. So, just saw the Sam.
Yep, Sam is in there as well.
Knocking out Alexios Zervos that I heard as we came in.
Here comes Robert. Queen for off. Stefan's been at it. Let's the 10-8 go. So we're blind on blind. Josh Manley against his nemesis, Yi. Jack 6 off for Josh.
What was the big hand to get up to a heady height of 800k?
It's been a few small hands, but we 7s against Ace Queen versus Rob Duras, which he held.
Mhm.
And we also had What else did we do? We had blind on blind. We get shoved into. We had ace king of spades versus ace 5, and we held that as well because we are the best.
Sweet.
Yi with ace 4 off here after Josh limps, and I think Josh is going to get sent on again here, and he's really going to start getting annoyed at this. He was hoping that Yi would get busted. Tony had the chance, but a 9 for Yi on the flop.
Avoid your champ.
Yeah. And here he goes. He's all in. And Josh, yeah, very quick fold, and doesn't seem to be able to beat Yi today.
And quickly across to the outer table. Chris Gertin, 300,000 is all in. He has pocket 3s. Unfortunately, he's run up against 7s. Would have loved to be up against something like ace, king, ace, queen, maybe. Or maybe not. None of them.
No,
he loses in every way possible.
I think he might be out.
He needs a 3. Chris Gertin needing a 3, or he's out for £1,240, which he is. Very unfortunate for
the destroyer.
For Chris. Oh, spinning around.
Oh, look at this. Wow.
Ian Burr, kings against, it's the pocket 8s. It's the festival nuts.
How's everyone got kings all the time, by the way?
I don't know. 8s, can they get there? Can they...
Oh!
They turn the festival nuts, the 888s.
That's so sick.
Jose is going to be up to $1 million.
Wow, that's such a huge turn.
Wow. Ian Burr has just lost with kings against 8s. Festival nuts on the turn.
That's so brutal.
God, back in they go. Bit of action, down to 21.
Josh opens button here with Jack 8 offsuit, a big blind, Guangdong, Queen 5. A fair fight full of absolute rubbish, and he's just going to let it go, let Josh win this one. He'll be very, very happy to get a button open through. He's felt like it's not been possible all day. Everyone's just playing back at him, but this time he takes one down. 850,000 for the big man. In a good position. Can he convert? Final 3 tables of the main event. 21 left.
Never made a day 2 of a UKPL.
No, I said this is what it's going to be. That he doesn't do min cashers. I'm a min casher. Josh.
The cereal.
Josh goes for the throat.
Hey dear. Have we done a keyword in any time lately?
Not that while I've been here, if that's any help.
Have we not? Well, we need to do one then. Lime, if you're going to text me, because it's me that's here now and not Jay, if you want to send us a massage.
You want a massage?
No, send me a message.
Stefan. Jack 10 off. He has been getting busy where others might not. This time he lets it go. Over to Josh and cut off. Nothing to be done there. Look how young he looks in his picture. The years have not been kind to Josh.
You can't say that.
I think you'll find that I can.
You can't say that. We'll do 2 tickets as a giveaway very soon.
Very soon indeed.
Straight after the next hand. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch to get yourself in with a chance. And if you're on any other platform, don't worry about it. You just can't win the tokens, but you can obviously watch the live stream.
Well, a little calm, maybe before a storm on this table. We had a lot of all-ins back to back when we first got into the session. Just a little bit of micro battling going on, as happens often. Aces for Stefan.
Aces.
Josh, do not pick any good hands up.
Don't pick kings up.
Do not do it, Josh. Muck.
Yes. Too early.
Good boy.
Too early to play king 9 in that situation.
I mean, maybe you could argue for a 3-bet, but I'm very glad he didn't randomly find it there. But the thing is, Stefan's been at it. Like, it would have been a fair enough 3-bet, I think, in the situation. But thankfully, he doesn't go for it. Pack with 10-9 suited in small blind. Probably going to go for peel. He wants to know how much he has, but there is a screen that will tell him that if you fancy it. And Guangdong saying, "Why don't you just look up there, lad?" And Pat goes, "Okay, decent."
How many chips has... and it still baffles me. I've mentioned it quite a few times. How many chips has Tony got in this pot at this moment in time?
He has got a big blind and an ante in of 25 bags. But they're dangerously close to the line, aren't they, Tower?
Well, to be fair, it's not an action line. They don't have action lines anymore. It's
Interesting.
just the design of the table.
Well, it is hard to be in worse shape.
It is.
Than ace-9 off, but he probably will be defending this, Tony. And 9 high boards are not on the menu. They are for Stefan, but this is a hard hand to win. And we prod the call into the middle. Josh going to take a break.
3-3 deuce flop.
Yeah, that should
not good for Donny. Check fold, probably.
Yeah, it shouldn't get him into trouble. I would love to see check from Stefan. You are just utterly obliterating pretty much everything, especially on these paired boards where your opponent can't make 2 pair really now because you're just going to have a better one. So I would absolutely love check. Please check. Let your opponent hit a pair and get sticky. Doesn't check. Yeah, definitely a spot to find one, I think. If you're ever gonna. Not to say that Tony can't peel a lot of hands here. He should. But
he's folding.
He's probably folding. He is calling.
Ooh. This is wild. No, he's folding. He is folding. In the bin they go.
Yep, he's letting it go. I would just like to see. Look, imagine if a 9 rolls off it, how much more money you're getting.
That's true.
Like, just let them have a chance at roll, because you're basically 90+% against loads of stuff the big blind calls. You may as well let one come off.
So 21 players left. And a 334. Still 3 tables left in the main event.
Josh Manley Poker sitting at one of them. This one, to be precise. Is it now? We just need to avoid anything ugly. King Jack off for Josh. He won't slow down. Here comes open. Yeet. Look at him, he's just like a shark. Nothing to do with the 9-3 suited though. This is one of those tables where you open things that you have to open, you just think, there's no way this gets through, is there? Because everyone's so capable and they're just putting every trigger in the book. Pack lets it go though, he is getting through the 3 on his left. Tony 9-2 soft, wasting everyone's time. Get it in the muck, sir. You are not playing this hand. Rob Durash though in the big blind knows how to defend one.
4th in the MPL. Very consistent Rob Durash.
And I believe, although he won't love it, he'll be seeing the flop. Ian is already on the train.
Yeah, Ian was busted out by Sam Orledge.
So off to a flop tower. This is a big one for these boys. 135k in there. Every pot very meaningful. King Jack 7.
Top 2.
Josh is finding some heat, by the way. He can't complain about his run in this one.
Absolutely not. Will you remind him?
I certainly will if he tries to complain. This is why I never do well, because then everyone will tell me I'm not allowed anymore, and I want to be able to. Anyway, though, Rob, bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Probably going to have to peel one here. Can obviously hit a 7 as well, which is very meaningful. And I mean, that would be an absolutely atrocious card for Josh to see. 35k from the big man. I do expect Rob to call. It's really ugly though. Here comes call. And much as I like Rob, I do not want to see a 7 on this turn. It's a 4.
It's dry.
Yeah, so this should go check, bet, fold. I don't think Rob can hang on now. That flush draw is not an issue any longer. And there's no way in a million squillion years that Josh will check this back. I don't think you can hang on a second time here. Just have to respect that this is Josh's board. This 4 is really, really bad for us. As the 8-7, and here comes Josh's barrel, which will be about half pot, just under 40%. Looks good to me. I just don't see how Rob can call here. He will know that this is a board that Josh will barrel a lot with ace-10, ace-queen, 10-9, queen-10. So there is a lot at 10-8. There's a lot out there.
Yeah, it's a big flop on Josh's raising range.
Yeah. Also 6-5 suited, but there's just nothing you can do. There's also a lot of very good hands. King, queen, ace, king, king, jack, jack, 7s. Has to let it go.
Over to the outer tables again, and Stuart's in. Stuart Morant is in.
And he's at risk.
Ace queen against ace jack. Needs help.
No, there's some help.
Oh! No way, dealer. Oh, you see the jack in the window. Creeping up.
A little tease.
Through the gap. Here's the queen.
Gotta be a jack now, Tower.
It has indeed. Oh, Stuart Morant is going to be out in 21st with 1330. And he is 1,330. Well played, Stuart.
Indeed.
Stuart Morant. Well played indeed. But down to 20. Oh, big puff of the cheeks there. Robin Goo.
So close to a million as Josh, by the way. So close to cresting it for the first time. Josh was down to 140 at the start of today as well. So really, really solid.
Okay.
Run of hands. So he lets it go, so blind on blind. As we often are. King 6 suited for Rob, who will probably limp, but he's got about 12 bigs here. And I tell you, he will know better than me what to do with this one. I can tell you one thing, Tower, he's not going to fold. And he is going to shove.
The lot.
Stefan.
14.
High.
It is good. Short in the 4 deuce.
So Rob stays afloat on 15. Josh Manley around 40 bigs. Tony, the only one above him. And then a couple of middling stacks. Very interesting. Could be anyone's tournament right now. Have we got a chip leader? Have we got an overwhelming chip leader?
I don't know what these stacks are like on the outer table. I know Sam Haulage is over $1 million.
Wow.
Because he took out Ian Simpson and also Alexios as well. Million on our table in Tony Filoni.
So, big blind for Josh this hand. And he'll be feeling pretty good about his game today, I think. He likes to tell me when he's playing well, and he's been telling me a lot.
20 players out to crowning a champ and £30,000 to go with it. Juicy prize pool.
Yeah, indeed. Queens for pack. And opens it up to the minimum, which is 50k. Dangerous spot to be a big blind because we do a lot of defending and we make a lot of hands worse than queens on the flop. So, what will Josh find? We'd like him to find napkins, which is what he does, and he will let those go.
Bin them. Back in scene number 7. Not really action. Unbelievably, packed out is not the shortest name in the game.
No, it's Yigu.
It's just not the shortest name in the game.
Maybe the shorter name you have, the better you are at this game. Because they're both very good.
I'm just TT then. That's me.
Your TT?
Yeah,
the best.
Yeah. The Tower. TT.
Tower.
Are you in Portsmouth?
No,
for the festival, the summer festival.
I only play Ace Tape events.
Nothing else.
And the main event.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Really?
Really?
Do you not spread your wings a little to anything else?
My wings are spread so far, I can barely manage with what I have, Tower.
Okay, so you're in Edinburgh.
Oh, I'll be in Edinburgh.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing you in Edinburgh. Jay will be in Vegas, so we'll look forward to helping me and Sam out.
Yeah, of
when
course.
we are in Edders.
No worries.
Looking forward to it. Another 888 on the way. Edinburgh.
Now, does Rob just pile this in, or does he go for the open? He's going to go for 2 bigs. If he hadn't have won the previous hand, I think this would have been sent, but does just open it up. Josh out the way, and just now yeet in the big. With the same hand that Josh had to fold last hand, and he will fold it also. So, Rob picks off a couple up to 430. They add up. And we are 7 minutes away from a new blind level, which will be pretty impactful for a couple of stacks. Takes them below 20.
It will do. I'm not sure if it's 16 or still 18. Are we 900 or are we 800?
Players left, you mean?
No, on the table.
Oh.
We normally on a GKPT from 40 down, they normally play 800. So I don't know if they've done that on this event. I've never checked.
Okay.
But 800 is obviously better. But we're on 20 players, £30,000 to the winner.
I think the main issue with this cake situation is that there doesn't seem to be any devices in order to tackle it.
We will have to wait for the break in 46 minutes time.
Yeah.
And I'll go and get a thing called a knife.
Is that what it is?
And some napkins.
It's a napkin job, is it?
And I've already had a request from one of the players, can I please have a piece?
Who's that?
One of the players sat on Sandra's table who saw the cake coming in.
Ah, I see.
So Sandra said, could you please have a piece?
Well, Sandra has jurisdiction.
Yes.
I'm not even convinced that I'm allowed a
Jay's
piece.
definitely got to have a slice because he didn't get any of the last one. And
Sounds like a Jay problem to me.
It'll be a cup of tea time as well.
So, Stefan opens ace-5 off, and Josh with ace-6. If he found something here, it would indeed work. I wondered whether he might go for the king-9 suited early. He's clearly tempted to do something versus Stefan. Is this just a bit too weak? Or is Josh really going to take this one? He's going to take it. Timing from Josh is unbelievable here. Could have run into it last time with the versus the aces. Didn't. Takes the weaker hand in a better spot. There's absolutely nothing Stefan can do. We just have to avoid someone waking up behind. Guangdong's got king-queen off, but I don't think there's anything you can do here. I really hope he doesn't find something. It would be an unbelievable find. Josh hasn't been overly active.
No, that's true.
With 3 bets at least. I mean, Guangdong would have to, like, 4-bet click this. There's just no way he finds that. Surely not.
In the bin.
You can tell he hates it, but, I mean, there's no way Stefan can do anything here. I mean, the only thing you can even think about... I mean, surely he doesn't shove.
Not 4-bet.
Does he click 4-bet, like, ever?
No, no. It's a rip or fold.
Is he saving? You can't rip this. Surely not. It would be... it'd just be ridiculous. 20 bigs. No, there's no way that someone finds 4-bet jam here versus Josh.
That's the only options.
He's got to fold. He's just got to fold. Oh my god. Yes.
It made you sweat.
Josh has found one. Beautiful timing.
Over a
Josh
million.
over a mill ball.
Over a million.
41 bigs. Is it now? Is it now, Tower? I'm so glad I got Josh Manny onto feature. If I hadn't have done that, he could have been out by now.
Well, that's true. Could have been on the train back home to Brighton.
Everything would have been different.
He's over a milli.
And he's a god as well. That's the thing. Like, he's just found that deep within.
We are ready for a keyword as well. We're doing the keyword. We got enthralled by the hands and some of the action on the outer tables. But we're going to a keyword and we'll do the keyword. I don't think if anything does happen in this hand, we will let you know. As you can see it But we do have 2 tickets, 2 $22 tickets to give away right now on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Here's 10 for Steph's going to open.
Pop in again. No. Can't believe we're here watching this happen. All unfold in front of us naturally.
8-9 from the small in the bin. And oh, Pike looks down at Ace King from 24.
Well, I think he might just send this, to be honest, because the effective is Stefan. But he might be so strong that he thinks he just has to go for small 3-bet here. Looks like that is what he's going to settle on. And Stefan is going to be pretty annoyed, to be honest, because every time he seems to do anything, everyone just sends it.
It's also pretty tiny as well, but Stefan not got the chips.
No, he's just got to fold again.
I'd like a bigger 3-bet.
Well, I think anything bigger is committal, and he wants Stefan to think he could be bluffing and allow himself to fold. What on earth is this?
It's a call.
But why?
Because it was tiny. It was a tiny 3-bet.
Yeah, but the reason it's tiny is because the stack sizes are also pretty small for a 3-bet pot. So
But you're out of position.
He's in. Yeah, he is out. But Stefan's in position. But he's a 1 SPR and he's got Ace 10 off.
No, the Ace King.
Yeah, I understand, but this is a great flop, by the way, for Pat.
It all works in the end. Ace King for Pack with the Ace of Spades.
All in. Just shoves it in, and yeah, we're out of there as Stefan. I just think you have to, even though it's cheap, like, you just don't get to realise the equity. I mean, what is your equity with Ace 10 off in this situation? Especially against small 3-bet's going to be probably pretty nutted. Like, I think we just let this go pretty. Like, I mean, I could be wrong, but it just seems like we don't need to get involved when this is going to happen a lot on flop.
This is going to be a fold, so we'll run through the rules. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch for the next keyword. Keyword will last about 3 or 4 minutes. Lime will be in charge. She'll give us a rundown and countdown when it's close to finishing. If you want to stay on the other platforms, you can. But the latest keyword to get yourself in with a chance of winning one of the 2 tickets is Manners Main.
Manners Main.
Manners Main. Josh Manley, Manners Main. Away you go. 2 or 3 minutes in the chat. 2 tickets pulled out at random. Away you go. Manners Main. So blinds up.
Come on, Josh. Come on, son.
And after this hand, one more hand of this low.
After this, I'm gonna be following Josh around with my camera for the rest of the day. I'm not even kidding. I'm getting every little last bit.
Should I use the $22 ticket to the satellite to the mystery bounty, or the MB big or small with $20 $240 bounties?
That sounds like something you have to arrive at yourself.
Toss a coin.
Yeah.
A for the first one, heads for the first one, tails for the second one.
9-8 suits for Josh.
Go crazy Scotsman. But you can, if you've not won one today, you can win another one. Manners Main for the keyword. No.
Ace King for Yee. We will not call a 3-bet here. 9-8 suited. Really rubbish hand to call a 3-bet because guess what happens when it's Queen Jack 10? You get stacked by Ace King. So we don't call 3-bets with this, which is what's happening here. And well, he's just going to bang it in. So that we definitely won't call.
No. Well, he's only got 12. So.
Yeah. I mean, if he had like 8, then it would probably have to be flicked in, but 12 is too many. And again, Josh gets picked off by Yee. I was saying it earlier, he hates him. He hates playing against Yee. Yee just always seems to have Ace King whenever he does anything.
So Manners Main with a chance of winning one of two $22 tokens. If you're on other platforms and you don't want to move, stay where you are. Otherwise, 888 Poker TV on Twitch is the place to be.
Well, Josh Manley takes a small hit, but Nothing to be concerned about. As the blinds increase and everyone gets a little bit more desperate for chips.
1 more minute for the giveaway and the keyword.
King Queen off for Stefan. We know he'll take this spot because he hasn't folded much so far. He's going to min raise off of about 12, which just seems reasonable.
I think about 20 seconds for the giveaway if you want to type in Manners Main on Twitch.
Stefan won't mind picking this up, but Rob is a sturdy defender of his big blind. 10-5 off for Tony, needs to go in the bin. Please. And Rob with ace-9 off. Again, not thrilling, but probably a defend.
Here we go, ready for the giveaways. Who wins it? Jebba. Jebba 75 gets one of the tokens. And Usgarod, who won one on Thursday.
Wow, there you go.
Usgarod, 2 in the same live stream weekend here in Reading. Well done, you.
Well, Rob here has top pair. We are pretty shallow in this hand. 10 bigs effective post flop. Stefan has got one of those hands that I'd expect to see him at least bet once and maybe do some turn shoving, and Rob's just got a hand that can't fold, and he won't love it if that's what happens, but he will go with it. He's just too shallow to get away from this one. I don't think he sends it now. Doesn't seem to be much worth in that. He is just going to call. So a turn card. 2 10s missing, by the way, so that won't help. But Stefan was in a similar spot earlier where he did double barrel and he used a small sizing on turn. So I expect to see that if it's like a 7 or an 8 or a 4, 3, anything like that. A 4. It's pretty much the same situation that he was in earlier against Kieran. And he double barreled for small. I expect to see another small bet here from Stefan, given what we saw earlier. Maybe Rob's seen that as well. Doesn't really matter that much. He's got top pair. And Rob will just cling on if that's what happens. He's going to check back this time, Tower. A little bit too risky for him. The stack size.
Off to the river. Deuce backdoors into straights and flushes, but can't be too worried about those as Rob did us.
So what Rob will be thinking here is, how likely is it that Stefan has something like kings or queens, and do I want to bet like 1 big blind or something against those hands, or like at least like some sort of block? Or does he want to check and let something like king queen off with a spade barrel? Does he think those will barrel turn? Does he want to go for value himself? He does want to go for a very small bet. It is very small, and it is 1 big blind. And he's going to get snapped off by king high, which is why we do this, obviously. I think Rob would have expected king high to fold, but like if Rob arrives at river with like queen 10, he may do the same thing to try and get fold. I'm not sure. Anyway,
Up to 20 bigs.
Yep.
Congrats to the winners of the last giveaway. We'll do another one a little bit later. Lines 15,000, 30,000.
We're going to wager 60,000 as Josh Manley with king jack suited. And another one of those hands where he must open, but he can't really do anything against 3-bets and shoves. So he'll be hoping that Yi doesn't find something fruity here. I don't think he should. Josh is in an early position. This is one of his weaker hands, and it's still pretty good. Time bank from Yi. Ooh, he went for the time bank, thought better of it. You can tell he can't resist. This guy, just every single spot, he's like, oh, could I squeeze some edge here? Lots of folds. Josh will be happy to see that. I don't quite know why Tony tanks every spot. Seems a little bit early for that.
Yes, Queen 3 especially.
Yeah, it seems to be any hand. Rob with 6-3 off, won't waste anyone's time. And over to the big blind, who is Stefan. I think we do have to call versus Stefan shove, but it won't be shoving. But he will defend. And with less than 1 SPR, Josh is probably going to have to just run whatever equity he finds here. Versus check.
Off to the flop.
Ah, that's
and
annoying.
Flops an 8, 8, 4, 4.
It might be a stop and go, and maybe Josh folds king high. He certainly wouldn't fold ace high. Does Josh just shove? Is that the best way to play this? Does he check back? I think he may shove. Because, like, obviously, there's a bunch of stuff that will just snap fold.
Yep.
And he knocks out all that equity.
That's exactly
and
what he said.
When he does get called, he's got a quarter chance to win anyway against this type of hand. So, we're after a jack or a king. Otherwise, Josh will take a hit. And Stefan will be back alive.
So Josh with the overs. King and jack needed to knock out Stefan Lazar. Jun Xuandu did play this. Bust out yesterday. And that will seal the deal on the turn. 8, 8, 8 yet again. And Stefan with the house knocks Josh down to 780.
And nothing to worry about there. I think he played that pretty
26.
much how you have to.
26 BBs.
So yeah, Josh does take a little hit, but I think he'll be completely content with how he played that one. Is that a defend off that stack? I don't know, but I know there's a lot of calling when you're very shallow at the big blind.
It did exactly what you said, and unfortunately it didn't get the results that everyone wanted. No, he didn't. Dun Xuandu did not make day 2. I don't know if he's in the building in the side event. The seniors started at 2 and the big shot started at 3.
Didn't John Schwan was the one that was the aces and against the 8-9? Was that John Schwan? Apologies.
Not today.
No, yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was on the out table.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yes.
That was unlucky, that.
All is good. Afternoon, James. So, Noodler watching. Former champion of a GUKPT. Leeds, I think it was. Didn't see you in Leeds either. Hey, Gary. Gary McGaffney's in Vegas. It's midnight in... Oh, no, it's not. What time is it in Vegas?
Rob with just under 20 and ace-3 suited. He is just going to open. Ace-7 off for Stefan, who could easily bang this in tower, and I think he will and should, considering how we've seen him play so far. Takes most spots, which can be a detriment. Oh, yes, folded, you know. I'm surprised to see that, to be honest, the way he's played. Queen 9 suited for Josh will definitely be defended, so these two will go to a flop. I like both of these guys, but I'm not going to lie. I've got self-interest.
Rob did us with the ace-3. Standard raise on the button and a pretty standard call on the out of the BB for Josh. We're with Nick Eastwood, who's cashed the main event, and they both flop a little piece of this.
Well, I mean, Josh... I mean, it's not the best thing he could have hoped for, but it is enough of a piece where he has to do some continuing versus the many bets that Rob will have. Although you definitely could check this back. He's not going to do that this time. And this seems like...
Call once though.
Well, we certainly won't fold. It's just whether or not Josh finds something a little bit spicy with the bottom pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight. I think he will just call. And here comes call. So we're not dead. 30% equity here is a good amount. There are some runouts that Josh may bluff off on as well. Some interesting connecting turn cards, for example. Like that.
Brings Josh extra value.
So, Tower. Josh will check his whole range here. Rob will do a lot of checking back with hands like this that open the button. He won't do a lot of checking back with hands like sets, queen, jack, 2 pair.
No.
So, when Rob checks this back, how capped does Josh think Rob is? Does he think he can get him to fold something like this with a hand? I mean, if this is going to be close to the bottom of Josh's range, like obviously he's going to have 8 high, but this is a better hand than 8 high to bluff, and Rob is actually going to bet the turn, and he's just going to get fold. I think if Rob checks back there, Josh is going to launch a big bluff. It depends on the river, obviously, but...
Well, back down to 22 bigs is Josh Manley. Still fighting on. Final 20. 8 AM in Vegas. Good morning, Mr. Gary McGaffney. We're with Nick Eastwood, who cashed in this said event and then came and did a full session for us. Thank you very much indeed for him.
Anytime.
We are down to 20. As you can see, out of 334.
Yeah, a couple of hits back to back for Josh, who slips down to 20 odd bigs, but still in comfort zone. Nothing, nothing overly dangerous. 20 left, and current payout 1,330.
It is indeed. £1,330.
It's not a bad day out.
Josh up to Edinburgh as well.
He's not actually. No,
Is he not?
he's prior engagements. Ian as well. So I'm not sure if anyone's coming with me at this point in time. But I'm sure if there was
Does Ian do Vegas?
Yes, he'll be there. He's going for a bracelet.
When do you go?
I'm going the 2nd of July.
2nd of July for the main.
Just for the main.
And Gary McGaffney says, you were right, Tower. Planet Hollywood has a new card room. Hope it's open. Going to be there in 3 weeks' time myself, just after Edinburgh. In fact, straight after Edinburgh. The day after, kind of.
9-8 suited for Josh. Does he just send this? How many bigs does Yi have? He can't see, so he's going to have to ask Yi how much he has. He looked for the monitor to see how much he had, and I think he's going to send this. He's been waiting to win one against Yi all day, but to be honest, if he does get snapped off here, he's going to be in big trouble. Does he go all in? He'll know this like the back of his hand. Yep, he's all in. Has Yi seen his cards yet? I don't think he has. Oh, I mean, not the hand you want to be calling off with, but maybe this just does get called. Josh will have deuces and ace-deuce suited here, maybe even ace-deuce off. So, he is going to call it.
Main hand with pocket threes.
It's a fair fight.
It is small and big blind coup.
It's 50-50. This is big, by the way, Tower. This is massive.
This is indeed. It's either elimination and Josh will get over $1 million again, or Josh is going to be on fumes.
Josh wishes good luck, but you can tell he really wants this one.
Yep.
He hasn't been able to get Yi all day. Can he get rid of him now? He needs a 9 or an 8 or clubs, and there's 2 of them. Loads of outs for Josh, 10 of them twice.
10 outs twice to bust Yi Zhu, champion of the voyage.
Can he find it on turn? He can't. It has to be a 9. It has to be an 8 or a club. Or Yi will double. 71% of the time that will happen. But the river card comes now. For Josh Manley, poker, it doesn't.
And it fades everything because the 3 gives a house to Yi and Josh is down to 9.
No!
Down to 9.
This is what I said earlier. He really would have hoped that Yi got knocked off with the kings against the 9s, and he didn't. And it's just sometimes how these things go, Tao. You can't shake someone, and then they just get you.
Yep. And just going back to Jun Xuan Du, he was the guy that Sam had ace king against ace king with the 4 hearts.
So that guy had a bad day.
That's what it was. The Jun Xuan.
Oh, Josh. It was going so well. And he's not made any errors. It's just, he's ran into Yi just over and over today. He'll be so frustrated with that.
Yep. They're still on 9. Still in. The staff at Commons went on strike, so management had no choice to offer a buffet. It was so popular they kept it and sacked all the staff. Don't go on strike in Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go.
Josh with 20 minutes to nurse 9 bigs.
Yep. Do not go on strike in Vegas and expect everybody to bow down to your wishes. Oh, man, it doesn't happen like that. Oh, dear. It doesn't happen just like that, does it?
Josh on the button. Wide range here for shoving.
Not
Not that
with the
wide.
whip. Not with the whip.
He wants to know how much it's going to cost.
Queen 6. Just don't play a hand sometimes. Just don't.
I don't think
Don't
that's...
put your 26 bigs in the wrist.
I don't think that Yi is that kind of player. Well, I assume we'll see check.
Yeah.
But Guangdong hasn't checked yet.
Do they check? Jack high flop, Jack 4-9. Lifts them both completely.
Club for Yi, so maybe he starts betting here with views to continuing to do so later on. Knocks out some equity as well a lot of the time.
Yeah, looking down at chips.
He often does.
Is it 50? And in the bin they go. We goes to the outer table straight away. We have Ace 8 against 7s. It's Marius Cech who's all in and picks up a nice redraw flop. He's got 5, 6, 7. He's got Ace 8. It's a flop set. Needing a 4 or a 9. And it's not. It's an 8. It's not the right card for Marius. The receipt is in. He'll take his receipt back. He'll bin that. And he'll go and collect money for 20th and £1,330. Well played, Marius. The white shirt out for the final day yet again. And another deep run for Marius. Well played, sir. And it's Jose Caldas taking the chips.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah. $20 the buffet in the Virgin Hotel.
That's pretty good. The
Like,
Virgin Hotel, is
have
that?
they employed new staff to serve the buffet, or do they just like...
Josh is all in.
Is he? For 9?
I think so.
You think?
I would imagine he'll shove, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all in. He uttered the words. I'm all in.
I think in this structure, you're not really hanging on for anything. Like if you see a spot that's closed, you're just in.
Yep.
And I think this is just pretty mandatory shove. Guangdong's got pot 4.
Pocket 4's another made hand.
Someone behind as well, and Josh's shoving range is going to have a lot of middle pairs in it. It's going to have a lot of overs. Does he really want to take this spot? It's a lot less clear. He is going to take it, and Josh is going to have to flip again. He'll be very happy to see pocket 4s, by the way.
Again, another really low pair.
And he's going for the stand-up this time.
8-9 against 3's, no good. Jack Queen against 4's. Are we rowing for, chat? Are we rowing for?
Oh, I think we lost an out, Tower. I think we lost an out. 42% is not a flip. Not a flip at all. And Josh, from the heady heights of a million chips, finds himself at risk to Guangdong's 4s. Can we find anything on flop to help us out?
Ace 9 King. Well, we have extra outs with 10s. any 10, any jack, any queen.
We found extra outs last time, but bricked them all off, Tower. Can we find one this time? Anything Broadway will do for Josh.
It's a 7, it's the same again. Any 10, any jack, any queen for Josh Manley.
7 outs, 20% equity, or Josh is out. Can he find it on river?
Can he do it? No, it's an 8 on the river. What a great effort from Josh Manley. Give the guy a big round of applause.
Gutting, man.
Well done to Josh, finishing in 19th place for £1,330. His biggest cash in the UKPL, his only cash, as he's made day 2 for the first time in the UKPL. Great effort, Josh Manley, but busting out in 19th place.
GG's, Josh fella. Super brutal. Just needed 1 or 2 of those to go differently.
Yep.
I know he had some he won a flip earlier on, but like he had outs on both of those hands. He had almost what he needed and just bricks it off. It's just frustrating, isn't it?
Great effort. 19 players finishing 19th. Josh Manley. We're down at 18.
Sort of lost interest now, to be honest, Tower.
Can you hang on 16 minutes?
Yeah.
We've got 16 minutes.
Of course.
And then you'll have to bring in a knife and a napkin.
Yeah.
For a slice.
Well, I think me and
Sandra's cake.
I think me and Josh might go. Well, it depends if he's already gone, but if we might get some food, and then I'll probably have some cake afterwards.
And Josh is part of the 1% club.
Yeah, he is. I heard. I didn't get a mention.
Yeah, bought into the dream of Tower playing the World Series of Poker main event. Thanks to Mr. Josh Manley for having the faith. I will repay Josh Manley. I'm feeling confident now.
Now Rob with queens, ace-5 offsuit for Tony. Rob.
Should take a stand.
It's a rubbish hand, and he. Don't know.
I don't mind a call.
Yeah, it's fine. Not pretty though.
30 to call. It's his right hand stack. His little one. Push it forward. There we go. Pushes it forward. Says call. Replaces it with another one.
So defends with the ace-5 off to a flop.
King 10-10 flop.
Not Rob's favourite flop, but he'll know that Tony will miss this very often. Is Kieran still in?
Yes.
How in is he? Do we know?
He has been all in 3 or 4 times today. I think twice on the first session of the feature table. Might have even been 3.
Check back from Duras, 5 on the turn for Tony, who picks up a pair. Maybe we see check again. That's how Rob wants to play this one. He might be concerned about where his value will come from here, like what calls. He's just going to knock out things he's ahead of if he bets, I think. Maybe he decides he wants to protect himself a little bit with a bet here. Checks it back. Not fearing many rivers, and certainly not that one. Pair of 5s for Tony will go check, and then Rob will value bet this river.
Check 3 times, Rob. We know he's won the hand, but even 1 chips are going to be too many. Tony's not putting a dime in. He's not calling.
He's got a pair of 5s, Tower.
I still don't think he calls.
I think Rob should bet 100k.
I think if he's on the river, Tony might have put in a little 25%, but
I think this line is very, very unlikely to be a bluff. The double check back and the bet river, I just don't see what bluff.
Well, it doesn't make the call.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is. I think if you really think about this one, Tower, like what is Rob going to check back twice? on this board.
Yeah, and bet river.
And bet the river with. He's not going to check back the flop with like 9 high or like
no,
maybe a
he's
queen
not going
jack.
to try and nick it.
No.
Does Tony think he's just calling to chop with the ace?
Yeah, I
know he had a 5, but
he just had no, because he's never betting the river with an ace high. So
No.
so he doesn't have anything that like really whiffy, because he would have bet the flop. He's just going to have something like that, I think, all the time. I think there's a spot where if you just think about that for a little bit longer, and he does like to take his time, he takes longer pre-flop with 10-5 offsuit than he did on that river tower.
Yeah, that is true.
I think if he just thinks about that one a bit more, I think it's just, you come to the conclusion that Rob's probably just not bluffing there. I think Rob's much, if any hand that you beat, I think he's very, very likely to have taken a different line and bet earlier.
If anybody drops that tower, can I get first reserve? Yes, you can. You was in the air when it was announced. It was announced in Leeds. You've been in the air a long time. We sold 50 spots in Leeds. But yes, Gary, you are first reserve. And I'll put you down for first reserve. But PK has set up the account to get, and the spreadsheet as well. There's been a couple of payments already in privately, but everybody will be contacted by PK and accounts set up, and payments will be coming this week, and we'll give you updates on social media. And thanks to everybody for letting this double lord from Yorkshire live the dream.
Best of luck.
Thank you. I'll be asking for tips soon.
For me?
You've cashed.
I know I have. Fold every hand.
Thank you very much. Noted. Completely noted. It's £105 in total. How many chips has Tony put in?
He's just called.
Oh, right, okay.
He's just gonna pump him.
Yep.
And I think Tony might be a little bit wobbly right now, maybe. I think that Rob recognises that he's going to be able to play pretty profitably here in position a lot.
Indeed.
And doesn't mind bumping things up.
Yep, off to go the out tables, and we'll just catch the river. And that is Cal. Calwinder Dohill busting out.
Oh, Kieran.
And there's Kieran.
Go on, Kieran,
Go
son.
on, Kieran McCulloch.
Go on, lad.
He's got chunks, and you know Kieran?
Well, I've played with him a lot, obviously he's on the tour a lot.
Yeah.
And I swapped 5% with him just
Boy,
before I
oi.
bust. The hand before I bust. Go on, lad.
So there we go. Kieran, who's, I think that must be 3 or 4 all-ins he's been involved in.
He runs better than me. I knew what to do. Guangdong with queens. And 920,000. Tony's getting a little bit chipped at here, so to speak. Everyone's having their share of Tony's big stack is now not so big. Queens for Guangdong. And Tony with ace-6 of spades, and is he wobbling? I don't know. I'd expect him to usually fold this hand, so let's see what he does this time. He's going to peel the button here, which is a little bit optimistic, I think, with this hand. Certainly not the end of the world, but a little bit loose. Could be one of those situations where he's trying to make up ground, trying to force it a bit. This flop's not going to help. I'd expect Guangdong to do a lot of checking out of position here, even on this board. I don't think Tony will bet. Not with the opportunity for backdoor spades. Doesn't want to waste that, and there is one of them.
There it is, 9 of spades, the backdoor spades for Tony Filoni.
I think that Guangdong could go for bet here. I think he'll assume that a king he'll hear from on flop. So There's a lot of 10x, 9x, some pairs that he can squeeze out now, some value, and maybe even again on the river. Tony won't be folding just yet. Guangdong does have the queen of spades, by the way, so that could come into play should we see another. Obviously, we just call here.
Calls a 60.
And there's an ace.
There's an ace, an offsuit ace for Tony. It's bingo.
So, I think Guangdong will check. And I don't think Tony will bet this hand. I think you could make a very strong argument that he should bet this hand. I don't know if he's going to. If he does, I wouldn't be surprised to see Guangdong do some things and some stuff. But
I think he's just calling now. I really do. Can't see a raise coming in at all. It's just got to be a call.
It's so small. This is just obviously a call. What can you do? You just have to call.
Just call. Tap the table. It says call. There we go. And Tony gets lucky on the river.
I think that was a bit thin.
And stacks them in. Back over to Millie.
I think that was a bit thin. I wouldn't have minded to just see check and maybe decide based on what. I mean, just try and show down, and if not, then maybe we could do some things versus bet. But I think it's a little bit thin. Like, if he's that unhappy with an ace, is he really going to call a 10? Probably not.
So 7 minutes to go until the end of the session and a break. And then Jay will return afterwards. We might get Easty in during the evening because this could be a long one.
Yeah, I've got nowhere to be in a hurry.
Bring it back in time.
Get open from ace-3 suited from Guangdong. Could be a bit loose, but we know they don't miss spots. Guangdong doesn't anyway. All the way through to Yi. But they say offsuit.
So just a call. Defend with the ace-8. That's the best of it. And they both flop an ace, ace, 6, queen, but all spades could slow things down.
Yeah, I think a lot of checking here for both. And we do go to a turn, which is a 10. A few more chops now for Guangdong. Still expect mostly checks. There's a chance that we see bet now. Lots of hands that you guess could get value from here. Your queen jacks, your 10 jacks, pocket 8s with a spade, etc. King 10.
I can merit a call. I can merit a fold.
You won't fold.
I can merit a call, I can merit a fold. He won't fold.
I'm surprised.
Clip that one line, will you?
I'm surprised he's folded there. He's got top pair. Nothing's happened. I mean, I can imagine a world.
He's reading.
Yeah, but he's very, very good. So maybe he just knows things.
He's won the voyage. He was just such a dodgy board, wasn't it? Ace 8 off. We know. Yes, we have top pair, but that was just
3 mins to go before the break.
Yeah. We're top right hand corner, Noodaloo. 17 of 334. The player count is real. Pack with the King Queen. Josh cash for £1,330. Sam Allledge is still in with 17 players left.
Pack wins that one.
Final couple of minutes of the session. Yeah, he's still in. 17 left. Get full chip counts when we go on a break in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. He's had a couple of double ups. He got. We know he got lucky yesterday, but he probably got unlucky in spots as well. You have to remember these things. And he gets it quietly. And you can just see him to the right. He's got a tough table. He's got Callum Gordon, Dale Wilson, and there's Sam Allledge on the right hand side as well. Steph with the Queen 3. Should be in the bin. There's King for Yee. And 26
on the button as well. Everyone knows how active he is. Ace
25.
King. Seems unfair. And these two on his left will go at him whenever they get a sniff. But no sniffs here.
No. On to the last hand of the session. One more hand. Any action, or do we go to the break with 17? £30,000 to the winner eventually later on this evening. Stay tuned. 888 Poker TV Twitch. Come and join in the fun. A couple of more giveaways and keywords in the next session. Jay will be back as well. I'm guessing he'll still be back with us for a little bit a time a little bit later, because 17 not down to 2 tables yet.
Little way to go, isn't there, Tal?
The Duras out of the way. Queen 9 suited in the hijack. All of it, he says. He says, give it me all.
11 bigs, fair enough. A lot to get through, though. It will get through Yeet.
Yep. Champion in Coventry, Steph Lazar, UKPT, winning £70,000.
Oh, goodness. He won't get through Pack.
Oh, no. Pack's got the buoys. The aces for Pack. Is it a call?
Yeah.
Is it an ISO?
When you've got aces in this spot, I just want to maximise as much as physically possible.
And he's announced all in.
You know he's called.
Or just call. Tony's out of the way with Queen 8.
Yeah, you just want to leave it a little bit of doubt.
Just said call. Yeah. In the bin, Tony. On to the next. You take your break, sir, and we're going to run Steph's tournament live. So in the bin they go. Unfortunately, there's a queen in the muck right there. So Steph Lazar is all in, final hand of the session with Queen 9. It's against pocket aces, the best in the business, pre-flop.
It's a good hand. I personally haven't had it this weekend, but it's a good hand.
Here we go. Steph Lazar needs help. That's not much help. Backdoor spades.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Queens and 9s, runnings. We've got
3
chop outs.
spades.
Oh,
Ooh,
the 2 of spades. Any spade will do.
We're not fussy. No, the ace of spades will not do.
Oh, no, that's with house.
3 of clubs.
Steph, well
GG's.
done, Mr. Lazar. £1,440 for 17th. Means we're down to 16th. Thanks to this fella. for his insight and a lot of laughs for the last session. Jay will be back in 15 minutes, so will I as well, and I'm sure we'll get this guy back in before we finish tonight. See ya in 15, the final 2 tables.
The winners get a $30,000 package. It folds to the small blind, who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace-queen suited. So ICM stands for the Independent Chip Model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds. There's 100 players left in the tournament. 50 of them are going to get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get 1 chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm gonna need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get 1 chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks, and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first, and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are When you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30k package. It folds to the small blind. They just open rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're one away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call. They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30k package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace queen. Sometimes mistakes, you know, they do work out. And we learn from them, so I got the most out of that, really. Because, you know, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs, because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know? If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm gonna share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200.
The redraw will be up on the screen.
Okay, guys, 200 and 200.
Right, so rack your chips and then just wait there a second. This issue will be down still.
Okay, guys, can you see you guys up on the screen? Please find your seats at the correct table. 21 is featured, 20 is the right hand side.
So as you can see, when we lost Steph Lazard, it put us on 16, which means we're on a 2-table redraw. But these are the chip counts. Dale, chip leader, Dale Wilson. Ian Burr back up to 45 bigs and second in chips.
Enjoy watching Ian.
Gareth McGee, who had a big one on the outer table as well. Cal Gordon started with 1,280,000 and has still got 1,280,000.
I can't see Josh.
Josh what?
Josh Manley.
Oh, Josh is out.
He's gone.
Yeah, he was out on the feature. He was out on the feature, lost a couple of pots and then 2 standard shoves, and that was it.
Okay.
It was all standard stuff. He did not berate or anything. He said it's all pretty standard. He was in for his final 9, and out he went.
GG, Josh.
So Callum Gordon has not changed chip stack at all, and it's down to the final 2 tables.
Has Callum even played hand today?
That's unbelievable.
Does he just keep getting moved table when the blinds are about to come on him?
Must be. So down to the final 16. Here we go. We have Sam Orledge in seat 8. And cheerleader Dale Wilson.
Okay, David, please make sure your button is in seat 8.
Just to
And winning this event will be 36 points to the NPL.
Where is Dale?
Dale?
236. So
Six.
36 would actually take him above the top.
Take him into first place.
We'll take him
Turk's
into
not here.
first.
Keith Littlewood's not here. Riz is not here. Rob
Duras
Duras is.
here. Well, Rob Duras could go into first.
Rob Duras,
as well.
27 points for second.
Actually, no, if Rob got 36, he'd only get 28 because he's already got 20 results. So Rob would actually go, he'd still go into first, but not by as much of a margin as we believe because he's already locked up at 20 results.
Steph Lazar's just got a few points. Marius as well. But the rest...
Thomas Clack-Cash.
There's only a couple in the top 10 that are actually still in. Rob Duras and Dale Wilson.
I just think when Dale's got a 42-pointer and a 34-pointer, if he could get a deep run in this one, he's really going to put himself in contention for winning it if he turns up for the rest of the year.
So Jack's for Callum. We'll see how much he plays. Opens to 80 with the blinds at 40k. Can we extend leaderboard to see Eastie's points?
600. It doesn't actually go down to 600
we need to
dice
extend
rates.
we need to extend it down to south at M25.
Do you know on an Excel spreadsheet, he's actually got the double letters. When you have to scroll down that far when it gets to AA. That's how far east he is down there. Trust me, he is a long way.
Kieran in the mix.
How you doing, Gary
I
McGaffney?
think he's been all in 4 times today. Kieran.
Yeah, what a spin. I remember he had four bigs, I think it was.
Nice flop set for Callum. Check mark already.
Yeah, if there's ever one to check back, blocking top pair heavily, rainbow board, big blind wide range. Maybe this could be one. We might actually get a street from some ace highs. We're getting a street from all the gut shot type stuff. I don't think Kieran's going to continue ace 8. I probably meant to bet that board high frequency, maybe just bet range, but our actual hand is just so hard to get called, isn't it?
He gave us a great story about the new place in Vegas, in the Virgin Hotel that he's going for breakfast for again.
Yeah.
A great story.
Go on, Gary.
Some of the staff went on strike in November. I don't know, obviously must be about pay. And they all went on strike, so they had to open a buffet to offer a service because they'd not got the staff to warrant table service and everything else.
Yeah.
So they opened the buffet and only had obviously one member of staff because go and help yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was that popular. They sacked all the staff and kept the buffet.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah.
More staff.
So don't go on strike in Vegas. Yeah. So yeah, that's why the buffet's now in your hotel when you get there.
I do like a buffet. Oh no, don't tell me that. Well, actually, it's all right in Vegas because some mornings I walk through that door at 5, 6 a.m. and it might just be opening up.
Well, some mornings you'll probably play at 11.
Yeah, yeah, day 2 is
If
like
you're
day.
starting like, yeah.
To be fair, I don't. The only one I get in from the start usually is the main and the PLO main, but the rest I'll usually jump in level 4 when I wake up, sort of 1, 2ish in the afternoon. But yeah, for any day 2s if there are any made. Head for breakfast. Kieran here. 20 bigs effective. Ace 8 off. Starts with complete. Gareth checks his option with the 10-8. First I've seen of Gareth in this tournament. 2 tables out. Makes an appearance on the feature. As we head to Queen 5-3 Rainbow. Probably just always check here for Kieran. Blind on blind. Ace 8 high. Looking for showdown already. And the 10-8, Gareth going to take a freebie. To the 4 of diamonds turn. Still can't really see any reason to bet for Kieran. Don't get caught by it. Much worse. Just continues from better a lot of the time. And Han can still comfortably check call. Got the wheel draw. Blind on blind ace high can be good. And even if we are up against the 4 here, likely an ace and 8, we're going to make the best hand on the river enough of the time. So facing half, just a comfortable check call and off to 5th Street.
Which is the 6 of hearts.
Yeah, and now that we get here, Gareth, with 8 in hand, difficult to have a worse hand on river when a lot of our bluffs are going to contain a 7-6 deuce, which all improves. So when we're here with just 10 high, I think as Gareth, mandatory bluff now, blind on blind. Kieran going to have some 1-pair hold-ins that are going to be in a tough spot. Going to have some ace highs that's going to be in a tough spot here, but here comes the barrel. Goes for 65k, so just north of quarter. Looks like a mill cut. Difficult to hero here with just ace 8 high as Kieran. One thing that's probably going through Kieran's head is, does Gareth really bet 2-pair on a 4-liner here? But still, as said, difficult to stick around with that holding. Nice play from Gareth. Love the river bluff.
16 players left.
We'll go to a keyword at R5, everyone.
5:30. Nice one.
Pack. Ladies.
Had the aces just before the break to knock out Steph.
Oh wow, Jose just finds a flat. This should be...
Wow.
Wow.
How do we just flat with ace king?
Ace king
Ever.
suited, mixing in the flat call.
Wow, how do we ever just flat?
Like, I can understand, like, if we've got 3 or 4 reshove stacks behind, maybe. But only Kieran with sub 20 and Callum, Dale and Gareth all heavily stacked. So, interesting flat call from Jose here, but it's one that we can just happily 3-bet call off. Low jack. No, sorry, +1 high jack. I think we're happy to just 3-bet call here, even with 2 tables out. But maybe not wanting to take the high variance route and play for it all at this stage. Callum, easy folding the big, and we're going. Well, heads up to the flop.
Seven, 8, 3 flop. This is going to be bet fold and lose absolute minimum.
What a G. He's got to call once out. I know you know these type of players better than me, but we got to call once with ace king here with position. Surely not.
Indeed he does. Nice one.
But he's going to do incredibly well if this doesn't come an ace or a king on the turn, not to actually be left with a crumb, because I think you'll see a lot of players just get it in here at 25 effective, just north of, as we probably should be doing. Now the 10 of clubs on the turn.
I'm guessing this is bet from pack.
Well, it's kind of interesting because you've got to assign Jose our range first of all, and 7s and 8s definitely going to be in there, maybe 9s and 10s. A bit sketchy against +1 going to be in there too, but I actually think this is a really nice check from pack on the turn, just sort of recognising here that Jose's range, what it looks like when he calls flop as well. It's not like we've gone tiny on flop, micro, yeah, small, but still going to knock out stuff like king high, ace highs without the back door. And we also do this, we induce some bluffs. I'm not sure why Jose would ever bet here, but here we are at the turn with ace king, firing away.
Do we get there?
Oh!
Oh, of course we get there.
This is going to be a tough spot for Pac.
Wow.
This is going to be a really tough spot. I wonder what
He's going to be amazed when he turns over ace king.
Well, he might not get to see it if he can find the fold, but what size does Jose go here? What's it look like Pac has? Check calls turn, definitely queens and jacks, which we unblock, that could be in there, but is Jose recognising? Did he just check this
back? Wow, they're going to be absolutely amazed to see those two hands. The ace king just checks back.
Gets the full double if he free bets pre.
Jose Caldas. How many chips are left on the table there? And Pac is thinking, well, I've just dodged an absolute bullet.
Yeah, Pac would
He's
be
out the door.
Pac would be out. If Jose just free bets like he's supposed to, Pac's gone. We run a flip, king on the river, see you later, Pac.
He'll be packing up and be off.
Gone packing.
Jeez. He would have been sent packing and everything.
That is a
strange line.
To be fair, he got the flop right. We should once we get there, call the flop. Turn we should never bet. River we should always bet. Pre-flop we should always free bet. But yeah, we got the. Good to see he found the call on the flop with the ace king high. Thanks for the info, Marcus. I did just figure out for myself, but yeah, good read, as Cody says in the YouTube chat.
Yep. Yeesh. Oh, our chest.
Now jacks for Tim. Sends this one. 28 against button. May have gone for the free bet, not all in here when we're as strong as jacks against a button opening range. Like Gareth probably going to open 40-45% deck when folded to him off the big stack. So want to maybe give him some rope, get him to shove a hand that we dominate. Maybe get him to get cool, the hand in position that we dominate, but they're never going to be too far off here, Tim, for 28, but feel like against button specifically, want to be free bet, not all in, to like 6.5, 7 bigs. Well, not even that big, we're about to go like 5.5 with our stack, but does get it through. Would have got the same result.
Josh Manley said, see you at Goliath, boys, and that's what he's looking at. Josh Manley's just exited the building. Thanks to Josh, well done indeed for a great run for Josh. And don't forget tonight on Stars, 30 seats guaranteed starting at 8 o'clock. We've also got a live free roll, live stream free roll for you on 888. We'll give you that password out soon.
Can we play that?
But we can if you want to. Shall we have a go?
Might jump in for
Might
once.
jump in it. But 30 seats guaranteed tonight on Stars for Goliath, and if you win one, just pick one of those flights. And Josh said, I'll see you at Goliath. There's plenty going on at Goliath. There's $1 million guaranteed GUKPT the first weekend. It's got satellites running as well. 30 seats tonight on Stars for Goliath, and Josh Manley exited the building and said, I'll see you later. And Sam Orledge from Gun looks down at Ace King. Standard raised to 80. Oh, C1. Oh my! How does this play? Exactly the same.
But no, I think this one will probably play in a more standard manner, with the two in question at least. Dale and Sam just getting this in at 25 effective. I'm pretty confident we're not going to see
a flop.
a flop with this one without the cards on the back, but
there is the raise.
And Sam just got no option but to 4-bet send this one. Knows
Yeah.
that Dow will be capable. And
He got 25. 25 bigs for Sam All-Edge. Ace King. They will be going in. Gareth will get out of the way.
yeah, Ace King off just going to be 4-bet all in. Maybe there's some clicking going on with aces and kings if we're ever going to have some bluffs in there as well. But no messing around with Ace King. Just got to be a 4-bet send. And Dale won't love it, but knows he's got to call it off against someone that's not only going to have aces or kings specifically. Like even Jack's here going to be in there once in a while for Sam. If he's ever got a bluff, something like an ace-jack suited.
Looks right down, Ace King off. Four-bet send and a call.
As I say, not going to love it as Dow, but knows he's got to call it off. Ball.
Dead on the turn. Sam All-Edge, great run for 6th. All-Edge, great run for 16th. Great run for 16th. Taps the table.
I hate to be that guy. I really do hate to be that guy, but 2 hands before that, if ace, king and queens just get in, that hand doesn't happen. It's so sick, this game. Sliding doors, all of that.
Absolutely.
Like, it's a completely different game after
Correct.
these two get ace, king, queens in like they're supposed to. That hand doesn't happen right there.
Yep.
It's a mad old game we play. All these little butterfly effect moments.
Indeed, you're absolutely spot on. Sam out in 16th for £1,440. Well played, Mr. All-Edge. Great effort, great run. 16 out of 334.
Raise 80. That's
And they're going to open from Dale. 3 million chips at this stage. 16 mil in play. Approaching 20% of the chips in play. With 15 remaining. Great spot to be here for Dale. Gareth goes with flat with king queen in the hijack against this gun open from only player that can bust us at the table. 15 left, last 5% of the field. I can just see fold here being a thing as Gareth maybe 3-bet once in a while. Any, it's like Callum, similar spot, thinking about squeeze perhaps, but just going to let it go. Not wanting to tangle with the chip daddy now that is Dale. Jose, king 10 takes his price. 3-way action to the flop.
Ten out flop, 10-5-3, top for Dale.
Yeah, this is going to be expensive for Gareth, for Jose here. Dale just going to come out firing.
110. Gareth with the 2 overs.
Yeah, got a fold with player behind, just north of third here from Dale.
Don't think he's going to get through to 300.
No, can't do, just got to let this one go. It's Gareth.
Jose will call. Okay, just taking one off pack.
Needs to see some paint as Jose, otherwise this is going to get expensive. Hearts on the turn. Quite an interesting one against big blind because we are fairly deep here, and 6-4 should only really be there. The suited variety, it does get there, but you've also got a lot of hands that now pick up a gut shot. So like Dale's going to get another street, as long as we don't go too big from stuff like 6-7, 5-6, 5-4 suited, 3-4 suited, all this type of stuff. And of course, we're also going to get another street from the 10x. So it's actually quite a nice card to just keep firing, keep getting value. And then if we do get raised, maybe we can just fold against an opponent that we think's never going to have any bluffs on a board that probably is under bluffed here. Jack of hearts on the river.
Checks again, and Dale just happy to take it down there with the ace 10, king 10 shown. Dale taking a nice one, 3.5 mil.
Wow.
3.5 million for Dale and 90 big blinds.
Over 20% of the chips in play. Sitting with Dale.
Yep, UK Open. Runner up, Dale Wilson.
Where have you been this week, JG? Poker in the YouTube streets. Have you seen John this week? Oh, no, I haven't seen him. I don't think I've seen him once. And I've been hid away eating cake in the back room, but...
Dale, third in the UK Open for 116,000, which meant he could travel playing the game he loves.
Yes, please, Bondi. I wouldn't mind a lift, actually. If you could pick me up, that would be great. What time, sir?
Nice.
Best senior golfer you'll see other than yourself.
Oh, okay.
He's even more senior than you. The only problem is, as soon as a drop of rain comes out, that's it, he's back in the clubhouse.
Yeah, everybody in?
Yeah, he won't
it's
play.
Spitting.
It won't play.
Everybody in, it's spitting.
We'll bring water pistols just in case he's having a good round. Squirt him up in the air. He thinks it's starting to rain. He'll head back in.
Yeah, JG lost a flip. We had a red and black flop, but great run, Sam. Sam's here. Well done, Sam. Good effort. Have a piece of cake. You know you want to. Malteser cake brought in by Sandra.
Honestly, you should have seen the. It was like a wave. And Sandra walks through the room with this cake. Every fella in the room was like,
the heads. Oh, great effort, Sam. Good effort. One of them flips that you just need to win. Very unlucky. He's going to have a slice of cake. Thanks to Sandra for bringing in the best looking cake we've seen. A chocolate covered Malteser fresh cream cake. And Dave's not had any yet. What's happening? You can't be on a diet, Dave. Oh, great effort, everybody. Well done, buddy. Great effort.
I will see you tomorrow, sir.
Nice one. The lift has been sorted.
It's nice to get picked up, taken to go, drop back
I
home.
tell you what,
Yes,
you're like
sir.
royalty, you are.
have great Vegas.
Cheers, mate.
See you later.
See you in Portsmouth.
Yes, see you in.
Are you playing any of the sides before we get there?
I haven't looked at the schedule yet.
Yeah.
Mate, but yeah, quite possibly. If
Nice
it's
one.
on the Monday and
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Sweet.
Appreciate it.
Safe trip.
Good luck.
All right, buddy. Catch you soon.
Cheers.
Sam on his way. Queens. Ran into Queens of Dale Wilson against Ace King. Sam did not hit, but finished 16th. A great run. And a 334. Well done, that man. Well done, that man. Good effort. And we'll see him in Portsmouth doing the comms as Jay's got a birthday weekend with the better half and then Vegas.
Guess which one I'm looking forward to more.
Alice?
Of course, birthday weekend.
Absolutely.
So pack continues for 80k here. Just shy of 40%. Kieran 2 overcards, club in hand, getting nearly 4-1. At this stage, may just let it go. Does exactly that, fall about it. But just keeping disciplined at this stage of the game.
with the queens again.
Kieran, E7 suited here in the small blind. What we got, 14. It's a pretty grim one. Actually not sure how to play this as Kieran. I don't even mind any option. Goes with fold. Seems like a real toughie that. E7 suited specifically against a hijack open when we have 14 bigs. Fold.
Fold he was. Daleson still chip leader as we head on over. And it's Guangdong with the 8s against Jack Queen. The pocket 8s have been very successful this week.
Why would you say that?
Oh, sorry. Oh, no. Queen has... Oh, I was going to say they've flopped so many festival nuts. Guangdong busted out by Ian Burr. The 8's no good this time. And there's Ian scooping in a lot of chips. That's a lot of chips, by the way.
Yeah, he had a 500 or 600k.
That is a lot of chips. Guangdong finishing in 15th for £1,440. Ian Burr, the Iceman.
Ace King suited for Jose. Goes massive. Oh, and this is weird for Dale now. Probably just calls against this size. Yeah, I feel like this is really strange when someone opens north of 3x this stage of the tournament. Seems really polar. Maybe Dale just aware that this is a bit of a size intel and our opponent's probably going to be weighted towards very good hands. So happy to just play cool with position, because if Dale 3-bets here to like what 350 and he gets jammed on, like what we absolutely hate it, right? I know Jose wouldn't jam because he's got ace king, but
Some spots here. Off to the flop. This time against 10s. Jack, 2, 5. 2 hearts.
Yeah, heavy check for Jose. But of course, he's going to reach for chips. And he's going big as well. Looks like 60%. Should just be a hell of a lot of checking going on here to the in-position player on our direct left. And now it's already tough for Dale here with 10s when Jose goes this size, and would you look at that, 10's just into the mark and probably in a bit of no man's land there, Dale, as you would be against the big open, the big flop bet out of position. Difficult to continue against it, and maybe just feeling like against the turn he's just got to fold on all turns that aren't a 10. We need to keep Jose in this field. Could make for a fun final table.
Down to 14 out of 334. With the 4s. Dale to leader 85 bigs. Gareth McGee 38. Jose Caldas. Kieran with the ace 7. Probably fold.
He's getting a few of these cuspy ones as Kieran where you could go either way. This time he does go for the aggressive route. Who we got in the big blind? I think that would make a difference as well. Gareth Jack 9 of diamonds here. Not much room to do anything against Kieran opening off of 14. Cannot be out the pot. Pack in the big. Kieran times it to perfection to get the steal through. Important at this stage, just picking up these little ones. 14 remain now.
Players left. 13th and 14th get 1,590. 12th will get 1,750. So 2 spots the same. The next 2 out will receive 1,590. The next 2 out.
I think Callum raising into Jose's big blind would definitely open this one. A7 off. That's how things make such a difference. Kieran's just had the same hand, but in the hijack off of a shallow stack and very close whether to not open or not. But Callum off of 30 bigs, 1 position on is just such a clear open, and that's why this game sometimes can be so hard to understand. Almost not identical spots but similar spots, and one seems close and the other one's clear as day. What's your predicted finish time this evening, Tower?
1:30. In the bin of the hijack.
Eight 9 suited, quick complete. 6-5 of clubs for Dale. He's going to check his option. I think even now as Dale, yes, we know suited connected, going to like to check back a lot in the big blind, but I do feel like we're at a stage now and have such a margin over second in chips on this table that we can actually start applying pressure even with holdings like this, blind on blind, just already asking the question. Is he going to float here? The 9 high, no heart on board. Jose.
Oi, oi. Where's this come from?
He turns a gutty. But the problem is we're probably going to be met by a barrel here, and this is why the float's kind of optimistic, because when we do turn equity, we're going to have a hard time calling a second street. So it's one of these as Jose. Yeah, we call flop, but when we turn, a little bit of equity and we get Baron on. It's in the muck anyway, so does eventually let it go.
Jose Caldas from Brazil. Satelliting in for pennies.
I'm pretty sure Marcus said that he was from Portsmouth.
Oh, it's close.
Brazil?
It's close.
Portsmouth?
Portsmouth to Brazil.
It's a song, isn't it?
Jose Caldas. What time's the free roll?
7:30, right? 2 hours.
Is it 7:30? 2 hours away?
Need,
Is it line?
need to give the password out, actually.
We've got a keyword to come up soon.
Half past, so after this hand. 3 rolls in. 2 hours time. Yes, it's time for the password and a keyword. Okay, so we'll go to the keyword and then we'll give the password
We'll do
out.
the keyword straight after this hand line. You know the rules. If you want a chance of winning the tokens, 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Keyword on its way straight after this hand.
Yeah, this is what seems nice from Dale. Just like applying the pressure here. Like if this was suited, probably just jam. Jack 7 suited, but like the offsuit stuff. Maybe want to be more polar, like mix this in with some of our best hands. And Kieran just calling the Queen Jack with position, which seems good. Off to the streets.
10-10-6 flop.
Jack of hearts in hand, 7 in hand. Seems fine to continue here as Dale. We're going to knuckle. There's Kieran. Queen Jack just probably wants to realise here. Just check. Got a heart in hand. Not folding out. Well, a lot of ace highs probably set us in, and a lot of king highs actually probably set us in. So, I'm not sure as Kieran if this is a value bet here. But if you think about stack depth spree, Kieran starting with 14. A lot of the ace high, king high stuff, when Dale's got this chip lead, he's just going to move us all in here. So, with this Queen Jack, only getting continues from better hands a lot of the times. Unless Dale has a cheeky little check raise in mind. Jack of hearts in hand, 7 in hand.
Here he does indeed. He's picked up the 100k chips.
Yeah, very nice from Dale. Don't even need to go large. And
130.
As Kieran, now we are wishing we checked this back. But I'm not sure about the flop bet tower. It's kind of interesting. I think we just want to realise with this hand. And as I say, pre-flop ranges, ace highs, king highs. Not all, but a fair amount. Will just set us in at 14 effective, blind on blind.
Cool.
Well, here he comes. So I guess Kieran thinking Dale only going to raise 10x, maybe some 6x in there. It does make the call, and now as Dale probably got to shut it down on this turn. Because once Kieran calls here, we're a bit worried. But a good thing for Kieran, once again, Dale, if he did have one of these ace high, king high hands, they're not going to raise flop. So like Queen Jack high, once again, same as flop, surely I'm trying to think to get to showdown. Because we beat all of Dale's bluffs. It does just go for the bet. Don't know if it's for protection, but I'm guessing was a bluff from Kieran.
Very nice indeed. And quickly over to the outer table.
Then we'll go to the key word.
Michael Rolt with the eights. Not saying anything. It's against King 10 from defending champ Robin Goo. 10-10 ace. Robin runs good in Reading. Just needs to fade an 8 to knock out Michael, and it's a 6. And Robin, defending champ of the 888 Reading, continues. Oi, oi. He's loving this place.
When Callum picks up aces, we are going to the keyword. Guys, just got hand after hand occurring at the moment. That was a fun one, blind on blind. It's so difficult, blind on blind, to know exactly what to do because there's so much in range, so many combinations. There's a lot of mixing going on. Just a guessing game a lot of the time. So hard to have it down to a T. You just got to know a lot of spots, and they'll rarely arise, those spots, you know, but you've got to use those spots to have a starting point of thinking logically where to go with your particular situation you're in. No action for the aces, so it is going to be keyword time. Final keyword of the day, guys. You will need to be on AA Poker TV on Twitch.
Well, enough for, haven't we? I can't remember.
No, we've got 3 more. We've got 1 this session, 1 next session, 1 after. Sorry if I said final.
You did. Carry on.
I was thinking about the final table. That might have been why. Anyway, guys.
Yes. Keyword time.
Penai penultimate. Better. Penai penultimate keyword of the evening. And it is GG Sam.
Oh, GG Sam.
GG Sam. Lime will type it in the chat box. There we are.
GG Sam.
Good luck,
Now
everyone.
he's gone.
And free roll password will come out after.
Nice to see you this week, Gareth. Thanks for the fruit as always and the donuts. You're a gem. And we'll see you in Portsmouth for the summer festival that is our next live stream with Cardroom Direct. Nine, 7, 3 flop. King, Queen for Gareth. That's 100. Callum out of the way, out of the big. And his chip stack has changed by 1 chip.
All day.
All day. All day. He got 24 buy-ins on day 1. Under the 53 that we're in. Today, he has not moved a muscle.
Ace Jack suited for Kieran. I think he's navigated terrifically today. Was really short, was patient.
Yep. It was all in twice in the first level of today.
50 KBB now, opens to 100. That's Callum, out the way. And Tim will do the same. Okay, countdown time.
Indeed. Who do we still have on table 2? We still have Dan Reed. We've got Tim Ebenezer. We've got Tony Filoni, Robin Goo, Yi Zhu, and Ian Burr. And we're down to 13 as we saw Michael Rolt busting out. Ready for the winners. Who are the winners? Congratulations to Hutch 11 112233.
Daz Blues. King Jack for Kieran. Gonna get another opportunity to VPIP. It's actually quite nice for Kieran as well. No one's really doing much on our left. I got to see on Dow, the person that is more incentivized to put in some lighter 3-bets and attack, but not really been getting any heat from anyone behind. Really like that fold from Gareth, not even thinking about getting involved with the freeze at this stage, straight in the muck. Callum out of the way with the 10-5. Tim, who has been patient, 12 bigs here, going to take the reshove spot. It's nicely timed. Pack now going to have to relinquish the ace-4, and Kieran will do exactly the same with the king-jack.
Anyone know the guy in seat 9, old Jose? I swear I played a comp in Portsmouth recently with him and he didn't know the rules. Learning the game. Guessing he satellited in on 888 poker. Jose Caldas. He's down to the final 13.
Tens for Kieran. Opens to 100k. Callum with the Queen 5. Jose with the ace-9 suited, defending in the big blind. I think only option really here at this stack depth against +1. Just call in C3. Not the most favourable flop for us. Queen 7-3. Just to check over to Kieran here. No lead in as Jose. And Kieran gonna have a lot of bets on this Queen 7-3. +1 versus big blind. High frequency C-bet. May just be bet range. We're going to have a float here, out of position against the early position range. Eight of spades on the turn. And I think this is where we'll see Kieran check back. Like, barrel again, we probably fold out a 7, we probably fold out a 3. We just get continues from the Queen X here. So I feel like it's just one that wants to get back, and then maybe if check 2 on clean rivers, we go for some small value. 9 of hearts is that river, so Jose actually rivering a 9 here and makes the assumption no Queen X for Kieran after he checks back flop, and he's right, no Queen X for Kieran, but he's just pipped with the 10s here. And 200k for half pot of Jose, and 10s for Kieran. Toughy here on the river now because it's difficult to find bluffs. 5-6 actually gets there as one of the gutters on the flop. 4-6 and 4-5 probably only going to be in there the suited variety at this stage, so we're not going to see a bet from a 7 on the river, not going to see a bet from a 3, so actually a real tough spot here for Kieran. And actually looking at it, might just fold here. I actually really think fold is the best way to go here. I just feel like we're just going to get shown a queen so often. Like if Jose's got a 7 or a 3, he never bets. Not many draws that haven't got there. 5-6 gets there, only really suited 4-5, 4-6 calling from the big blind. I actually kind of like fold here. take the whole cards out of it, guys. Just try and look at it range versus range and the players in question. And I feel like fold is the best approach here in the long run. I feel like we're going to get shown a queen just too often there. Completely agree with Kieran. So sucky that when our opponent somehow gets to a river that now they want a value bet. Kind of probably in Jose's head, understand why. Check back turn, doesn't assign much Queen X. It feels like 9 nut kick up, going to be good, but it's just a grim one for Kieran that's the specific river.
Still on 13 out of 3, 3, 4.
And the free roll password that I need to give out
Yes.
is
Yes.
Reading FT.
Reading the Financial Times. Is
Yeah,
that what you mean?
yeah, reading the Financial Times. I like it.
Reading FT. Not case sensitive. Away you go. Put it into the free roll that's on 888 poker and get yourself involved.
Reading FT.
So 13 out of 3, 3, 4, beating last year's numbers. Robin Goo, who won it last year, is still in. What a back-to-back this would be. Hiya, Flop number 1, how are we doing? Hope everybody is good, wherever you are in the world, whatever you're doing. The password is Reading FT. 25 minutes till the next level. Well done to the last few bust outs for making it that far. We saw Michael Roltz losing to Robin Goo, who won it last year, 14th. Then we saw Going Dong busting out. Sam Allredge put up a great fight, didn't he? Sam, who was in the comms and doing the comms in Portsmouth, finishing 16th for 1440. Steph Lazar busting out. We saw Cal Doyle busting out. Josh Manley saw busting out. Easty earlier in the day making day 2. Well done to him. And we're now down to 13. Hiya, Annette. Annette, tuning in from Munich. What's happening in Munich? What is happening in Munich? Unless you're at the Champions League final. Yesterday. Wow, Simon and I went to the Champions League final. Very nice indeed. So an absolute battering. Never seen such a one-sided final ever of a massive, massive tournament. That was crazy. Nice effort. off to the Champions League final. Glad you were sat near the PSG fans. That's definitely the side you needed to be sat the side, isn't it? What was it with Ace Jack? Just calls, never raises, just keeps on calling. If he is brand new to the game, good luck to him. It's great to have new blood, no matter what age you are. It's amazing, I love it. And his image could get him paid, because Gareth with the ace high and Callum with the ace high could just get out of the way, because I know Callum's got 2 pairs, so he's probably not going to get out of the way. But Jose's image just means that he's going to get a little bit more respect. That's the way he is.
Wow, what a life you live, Annette.
I know.
What I just got back to the booth. What an absolute life you live.
Just saying, it's so glad you were near the PSG fans, because they'd have been quiet at the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
side. Quiet in the Milan. It could have been Inter Milan and AC Milan like yesterday. They'd still lost.
So I thought it was AC Milan versus PSV and was giving out tips for the final yesterday on stream.
We got the first shot on target in the whole match.
Who's that? Clarence Seedorf?
And that was it. So do it. He had 5 shots on target.
You would have got a nice price on that, wouldn't you? 5 shots on target.
5 shots on target, will do it.
How's he doing? This man's the best.
He is.
He might just be the best.
Nailed on for the absolute cake here.
Bets 50k flop, bets 50k turn. He's got 3 outs, finds it on the river and now goes for his value. Jose actually may be the GOAT. Someone put it in the chat earlier. All the way from Brazil.
Loving it.
And now it's Callum. It's a particular firecracker. What do we do here? Call correct twice correctly, but Jack does have a lot of interaction with some of the bluffs. The sort of straight draws now either make a pair or a straight. The fact that Jose's gone for 3 streets here. Thought he'd snap be checking this one back. Like it baffles me, Tao, because the ace king hand he had like the most slam dunk value bet, and this is like razor thin here with the ace jack, and he's finding this one on the end. It's like 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. I wonder what he thinks Callum's got here. Like, what's he trying to target? What's he thinking Callum's range looks like?
Is it his jack?
He's got to be thinking about that though.
Is it his jack? He says, I'm hoping he's got a 7.
But if he's thinking that, he is the GOAT, because he has got a 7, Callum. It does look a lot like a 7 though, doesn't it? Callum's going to pull a face and half, I feel like, if he calls and sees this hand that he's been 3-outed on the river. It will be one of them sort of chuckles to yourself.
Imagine Jack Hardcastle's eye roll. He's in a bit of it. No, they're going in the bin. They're going in the bin. Jose scoops in more. And we are off to the outer table, and it's Rob Duras with ace 9 that's all in against kings. Oh, that's just about done it.
Give us a queen, give us a 10, give us a 7. That has done it.
Done it. Rob Duras busting out in 13th for £1,590. Well done, Rob. Great effort yet again. Busting out And Ian Burt, I think it was here last year when we met him for the first time, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Pretty sure it was.
I think so. Saw him in the Voyage as well. Pretty sure.
Yeah, pretty sure Ian Burt. They were run last year. Robin Good won it, as we know, against Lauren Bocci.
Oh, yeah,
this was the time.
this is when I sat down in Luton
It
and
was.
Lauren goes. Oh, that was quite funny to be
Lauren
fair.
Bocci finished second, and there were a couple of spots that Lauren was in, and Jay had correctly said how the hand should have been played if it had been played to the solves. So what did he say to you in Luton?
So I go to Luton. There was a 25-50 the next week. I get my table draw. I'm like 3 levels late or something. I turn up. I'm sat next to Lauren on his direct left. He turns at me. He looks at the whole table. He goes, guys, really important for you guys to know. If you need help with a hand or anything like this guy will tell you exactly how to play it. but I actually wept myself. I was like, I won't figure it. I was actually chuckling, but it was funny when Lauren pulled that one at the table after I got to cover him on a final table.
Brilliant. So funny.
It was funny. I was just there, just wanting to chill, playing the 25-50.
Yep. So swiftly straight over. And this time it's the Italian stallion, Tony Filoni, who's in with ace-6.
Good hand to see when you get caught with ace-6, pocket 5s.
3 overs. Oh, that's a shocking flop.
We got 3-4, that's it.
Wow.
Running 3-4.
That is game over. Tony, well played, sir. Great effort. Tony Filoni out in 12th place for £1,750, which means we're down to lemon.
When he goes to the cash desk, they should put £1,000 there, 700 there, and £50 there, and then start pushing it towards Tony when he goes to cash out. That's what they should do. They should just do that one day.
Everybody's watching in the cash desk.
Just when they're cashing him out, like, yeah.
1.
Good run, Tony. Good run.
Well done, Tony. Brilliant stuff.
Ace Jack suited for Kieran. 14 big should just be an open. Too much to be jamming from gun.
Nothing for Callum. Into the bin they go. Dale defends with a 10-4. Does not want to see hearts.
Yeah, perfectly fine actually, Tower. At this stage, 11 left. Like, when we cover this heavily, like any suited 2 actually fine to defend in ICM.
Oh, we could have fireworks.
Yes, we could indeed. Great flop to see for Kieran here up against Dale's actual holding. Oh, as Kieran is thinking about size to go. Maybe even thinking about check back. Obviously, Dale going to have a lot of 8x that wants to defend when he covers us this much from the big blind. We don't really have that many. Never going to be a bad thing, is it, to start putting chips in when we got this much equity? Not flush draw, 2 overs.
Definitely going to see one.
Yeah, may even.
Can he raise?
It's one of these. It's kind of annoying, isn't it, when we raise and we get jammed on here and we got a 10 high flush draw. There's going to be a fair amount of ace high, king high stuff. Well,
he has made it 200.
I guess he can't fold now. This is the problem when we go this size. 200. He's only got 5-6-5 back here, Kieran. So I doubt we're raising to fold here with the flush draw as Dale when we're going to be getting a good price, and Kieran's just going to look like he has a lot of overpairs in range. that are happy to run it.
Should we run it now?
Well, it's one of these, like, if we call and Dow jams turn, are we ever folding? Like, on a brick turn, are we ever folding? We're not, are we?
No.
So, is there any potential here to fold out something like 5-6 if Dow's ever doing something like this with a 5 for protection and information? But I feel as Kieran, like, we're not folding any turn, right? Maybe an 8, maybe a 5, but I can't really see a world in which we call and then fold to a turn jam as Kieran, so maybe we just run it here and now. And there is the jam.
Yeah. Well, there's the call.
And he's
We've got to be doing it.
And he's going to love what he sees, says
Absolutely.
Kieran. He is going to be over the moon with that one, and Dale will hate life here with the 10-4 of hearts.
88% equity for Kieran McCulloch, who was on our first feature table today and doubled up twice. And has been steadily hanging on. But he's now all in front. Ace Jack of Hearts on a heart flop against 10-4 of Hearts. Great shape.
There is a gutter picked up now, so offsuit 10s, 7s and 4s all available.
The river. All important for Kieran McCulloch. Oh, back doors into a straight.
That's a filthy way to
Oh, man. The little fist pump from Kieran as well.
That's a naughty one.
Ouch.
Eastie's got a piece as well. He's going to be pulling his hair out watching that back at the hotel. This is what you get when you swap with Eastie.
Yeah.
You get the Eastie run good sometimes, but another good run from Kieran. Been running deep in a lot of stuff whenever he turns up. At Dale, fortunate there. Had 12% when the money went in, but finds the back door straight.
That was... Jeez.
So final table bubble, guys. Need to lose one more. And then we will have our final 9 set. 30 bag up top.
Well done, Kieran. Great run down for £2,020. Tony Filoni just busting out before that, and Rob Duras literally just before that. So 3 bust outs in less than 5 minutes. And Pike looks down at pocket 5s. He's had queens, he's had queens, he's had aces today. But he's had aces twice.
Off kind of close.
All of it.
He's going to jam. Like definitely jam 7s. 10 left. Yeah, 6 is probably fine as well. 5-handed set.
Ooh, Gareth.
Gareth. Ace Jack. The thing is for 14, the good thing is all this ace, kings, queens and jacks do not want to shove. They want to make it too big. So, like theoretically here, as Gareth, ace jack should be calling, as there shouldn't be these hands that have us crushed in there. Yes, maybe some ace queen that flutters in. Some players may elect to not raise call ace king, but there's also going to be some suited ace x, some ace 10, some king jack, queen jack suited. I feel like this one would be too tight to let go. As Gareth thought he was about to flick it in there, reach for a chip, and there it is.
In they go.
We are off to the races. Ace Jack against the 5s.
The 1 chip call. Ace Jack. This is for the FT. And Yee is looking, could be on 2 final tables in Reading this week.
Here we go.
Here we go. 10, Jack, deuce.
Diamonds covered, so not looking good for Pat. Got 2 pulls at a 5.
Gareth looking like taking 1.5 million to the FT. That's what it looks like at this moment in time, unless there's a 5. And it's not, it's a 6. So Gareth takes out Pike. Well played, sir. Oh, straight over to the outer table. What's happening here?
Yes, we got Dan Reed all in with pocket jacks. Ian Burr calls with ace 9. So we're at a final table of 9 already. It's looking like it's going to stay that way. Backdoor hearts available, but just fading aces at the moment.
Oh,
well,
any hearts, any ace to survive. Oh, the offsuit ace! The offsuit ace, Dan Reed.
Big bad Barry.
Oh, departs in 9th. That means a final table of 8.
Well, there you go. And it was actually Dan Reed that got 10th place. Pack actually getting 9th place. 20 seconds later, busted on the featured table. It's just under a 20-minute break, guys. We're going to be back at 25 past 6.
25 past 6.
So we'll see you in just under 20 minutes for the final table.
See you soon. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the 6s here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6th. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we
be
go.
like
This could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack.
Looking
And we
good.
hit the jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts, or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my word.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good. And this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this 3-bet so often from Dean. Like he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted
Yeah,
to send
of course.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, how on earth?
That is the most ridiculous call-up. 5-handed. 2nd in chips, 3rd in chips. What a setup for Harry here. Nothing you can do, sir.
I asked you at the start, how do you get down to 5 so fast? This is sort of how you do it. Yeah. And we could be down to 4 here, Jay. There's 6% and now there's 1. It has to be running kings or running straight.
Or jack for the chop.
Or jack for the chop if you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Could be dead on the turn. We're dead on the turn a lot, and we are dead on the turn. And Dean knocks off another one and is now a serious danger around 4 million.
Yeah, it's gonna. I don't think Dan's gonna love seeing that. Yes, he ladders, but now Dean gonna be closing the gap on 1st and chips and a very accomplished player.
Any hand now could be it, where Martin takes his stand. And we know that Dan would call if Martin found something here, and it's not a snap fold, and it looks like this could be it, Tower.
We find an ace in the small. with 10 bigs. And in goes the triangle, and he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Dean!
He's going to see the bad news because Dean Lyle's got 9s.
I mean, is Dean going to go for a small re-isolate here? It looks like he will, and a fold quickly from Dan, who lets go an ace, and Martin's in huge trouble here with only 2 left, Tower. 2 left of the aces in the deck. Could be 2 left in this tournament, unless there's another ace to be found. 22% equity. Can Martin find it, or are we heads up at Ace State Poker Live in Glasgow?
Jack 4-3, all hearts, no hearts playing. We need an ace. Running 6s.
Running 5-7. Running 5 deuce. There's not a lot of hope. 14% worth of hope. The turn is a 4, and now it has to be a black ace, Tower.
Barry, can we find it?
Or we will lose Martin in 3rd place and be heads up. River card.
Is an 8. We're down to 2 players and heads up at 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. Martin, well played, sir. I tell you what, he made a big call yesterday with the ace 3 of hearts, and he ended up taking one out, and that was one for the books for Martin, and they turned it into 3rd place and £31,000 and change.
We just had our stakes, and now we got some pies dropped off, and Dean's got kings and Dan's got 6s.
Oh my!
Wow.
Are we too deep?
No, Tower. Like pairs heads up, I always say look at it from a mathematical standpoint. You're 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. So in a 2-handed situation,
oh, he's gone for
there
it.
you go.
Oh man,
there
this
you go.
could be it.
And he hates it. He sees the kings, and he is
be it.
in huge trouble.
Wow.
But like 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. So for both players to have a pair, you're looking at 289 to 1. Like, it doesn't happen very often, heads up. It's very rare that both players have a pair. So Dan just sends the 6s in, and Dean finds the Cowboys.
Get that t-shirt out of the way on the left-hand side.
Go.
This could be it for championship. We need a 6. This could be it. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years.
Oh no, backdoor diamonds for the chop.
Not at all.
Fade in 2 6s, and we have a champion.
Do we have a champion? Yes, we do.
We do.
Yes, good lad.
What's your leak now? Like if you have to say, like, okay, I've got this.
Probably, I guess my main leak for tournaments, my main leak would maybe being too aggressive in early levels. I kind of don't have the patience like I used to in the early levels to sit there and just like grind. I'm more, which, you know, I can if it's a very important tournament, but like this summer is very long, so to sit there in the early levels, I was catching myself in this Mystery Millions tournament that everyone just was, you know, playing right now. But I'm catching myself like going for it a little too much in early levels, where like if I could sit back, take a breath, and just play my game, it'd probably be a little better. So I'm trying to work on that, just in the early levels, approach it more serious and not make any mistakes.
That's got to be so difficult. I mean, you know, you look throughout your poker playing, and you know, whether you're a 5-10 player now, or a 50-100 player, or whether you're playing $300 tournaments or $30,000 tournaments, there comes a point where if you go back and you play below your stakes, it's really hard to play your game.
Yeah, it is. It's and that's, I respect a lot of really high level, solid guys, because there's some of them that can just, no matter, like for instance, like a Brian Altman, who no matter what he's playing, he's always just,
shout out to you, Brian.
Yeah, shout out to Brian Altman. He always just locked in, no matter what the stakes is, just always present and just in the flow, no matter what it is. Just takes it very serious, where that can be one of, like I said, that can be one of my downfalls a little bit, is where some of the smaller stuff I'm not taking as serious when I really should take every moment serious when I'm at the table.
Sixes, sevens, and jacks.
Well, 9, 7, 9, so cut off big blind dynamic here. GK open the cut off, put some pressure on Ian in the big blind off a short stack. Ian defending GK with a gut shot. And 8 high, so probably a good one to start betting again. Probably go one of two ways here. It's difficult off this stack depth to peel one and then get faced with further aggression. So I wonder, it'd be interesting to see what route he does decide to take here, but he does decide to call.
Let's call once. We'll need a specific turn. 10 of clubs would be nice.
I mean, 10 of clubs would be perfect.
Oh, wow, nailed it! I tell you what, this treble is coming sailing in today. You would not believe everything that has happened this week. This entire week. Oh, I've never been more certain in my life.
Oh, any 10 of clubs about. That keeps him involved.
You reckon? You reckon, Tara? It's interesting card, to be fair, because GK obviously picking it up and down as well. No flush draw to go with it, but with 8-5 here and just 8 high, no equity, probably one that we want to keep betting on and just keep applying the pressure here. Just set Ian in, and now then, Mr. Simpson, are we calling off King 8 of clubs here? I think we are.
In they go.
Does decide to call.
He's got the equity with the 10 of clubs. Oh, that's just great.
GK drawing thin. So we need a jack or a 6 for a chop, or a 5 for the outright. Otherwise, Ian Simpson is going to win a 268k pot as a day 2 buy-in, and then we're talking about really in and amongst it. Queen of spades, so king high going to hold for Ian. Big hold as well.
268,000 chips for Ian Simpson.
So GK ace 5 of hearts. This one certainly won't be being dropped off. There'll be chips coming in for an open. Turn you out the way on the button. Jerry going to fold the small blind, and this will not be folded from Mr. Simpson. Ace jack in the big here. And one that against the range of hands that GK is going to be opening off this kind of stack size that we could see come for a 3-bet from Ian.
I don't know how you made it so far.
And I do like 3-bet. GK going to make the call. Here we go then, heads up. Cut off versus big blind on an ace 7-5 flop.
Ace 7-5.
Oh, that is less than ideal start for Mr. Simpson. So what have we got now working with us? We have jack of spades. There's 2 spades working here, but a massive pendulum swing at the start of this hand on the flop in favour of GK. So Ian going to feel pretty comfortable coming for a smaller size here.
Yeah, it
does. 3-bet pot. Top and bottom.
This is a tough spot. Tough spot for Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, well, the jack of spades isn't great. I don't think it changes too much, but takes a couple of sort of spade combos out that our opponent could have that could potentially be check raising flush draws. So just an ace of diamonds, maybe some backdoor stuff there. So that looks like all in, and that looks like cool. And this is going to be a huge pot.
This could be
620k pot, table chip lead pot. GK out flopping Ian. Ian is going to need a jack, a 7, or some running spades.
Running spades. Does he get there?
Nixon puts off a 6 on the turn, so
the
not a terrible
now.
card. 6 is working as well, Tower. You are correct.
6s, 7s, and jacks.
A 6 running 6s.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh man.
Steve's been looking for a spot, and he might have just found one. Bullets in the hijack, Ravi, pocket 9s in the cut-off, and that is going to be music to Steve's ears. Flips him over, makes the call. 4-1 favourite to double to a really nice spot now in the high roller, give himself a platform to kick on and take this one down. Just got to be dodging those 9s and the Ravi. Jack 10-3 is a pretty good start.
Yeah. Potential backdoors for the 9s.
Flush draws are ruled out.
They are indeed. Off to the turn.
Pretty good start. 10 on the turn.
Turn. Fading a 9.
Yeah, 2 outs once now for Ravi. Otherwise, it's going to be a real
Difficult clawback.
Oh, Ravi!
My
9 on the river. Call the police, man. Wow.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Barnesy. And flopping a flush draw. Ace, Jack, 7. Ian. C-bets. Adrian will call. Turns it as well. But Ian picks up a pair. Adrian with the flush. That's why he defends 10-3 hearts. The race, Prima bet the flop. Do we barrel the turn? No, he decides to check. Good time check. Oh, Ian Simpson. He's going to get himself in a bit of bother. The turn, the river is the worst river card in the deck. He's checked as well to disguise the flush. Ian's going to fire. Adrian's going to raise. Ian's got to think about it. 215,000.
No, you don't give it to Nixon. You give it to anyone apart from Nixon. Wow.
When's the next break? Oh, right, okay. When's the next break?
It will be in 2 hours.
Who dealt you the 10-4 then?
15-minute break now.
Did you deal the 10-4?
Yeah.
Oh, see.
I'm playing again.
Yeah.
We're like halfway through 11. Yeah. And then I'm going to end the level, do 3 more levels, and then you're on.
So 2 and a bit.
Yeah, depending what this is. If this says 40 minutes, I'll do 2 levels. So you give me the iPad?
This is yours.
That's mine? Oh, right.
Yeah, it's to take home. You get to be all in with your life every day.
So a couple of announcements. First, on the back of your chair is a little tote bag that is for you to keep. Yeah, it's a little goodie bag that you create. Secondly, you all have an all-in triangle. That is part of your stack. If that goes over the line, you will be forced all-in. Okay. So if the all-in triangle goes over the line, you'll be forced all-in. So that is now part of your stack. So don't play with the all-in triangle. Okay. And thirdly, we're not allowing any electronic devices on the feature. So that means you cannot be on your phone. No headphones, no earbuds. If you want to speak to someone or you want to go on your phone, you need to step away from the table.
Final table, baby. Welcome back. The FT here in Reading, and we have defending champion in seat 3, Robin Goo. Robin Goo.
And we got Yigu in seat 2.
Yigu, Robin Goo.
Mr. McGee in seat 8. Gareth McGee. I've run you through the whole table. Dale Wilson 1, Yigu in 2, Robin Goo in 3, Ian Burr in 4, Timothy Ebenezer in 5, Callum Gordon in 6, Jose Caldas in 7, and Gareth McGee completing the lineup. Everyone set and ready for this final table. Already a decent payday, locked up £4,000.
Let's do it. We're down at 8. We are on 8. So, who is going to win this one? Lines 25.50. 8 minutes left of this level. When's the next break? That was the first question as asked by the players. You've just had one.
Right.
So it should be 2 hours and 8 minutes. It should be 2 hours and 8 minutes. That's when the first break should be.
Dale kicks things off with an open. One of the big stacks, him and Ian. Going to be the two that get to ask the questions. Robin, ace 10 off. Hills.
Just been told it's the end of level 25, as it would have been on the structure.
Yep.
So that's the break time.
Hour and 27 minutes.
Where's that?
Pardon?
Isn't it?
Hour and 27 minutes, Tower.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll believe you. You can do the math more than me.
So, Callum not defending ace 9 off 3-way at an FT. It's Robin that flops best on Jack 10-3 Rainbow. Feel like I'm going to start with check. There's Dale. Robin's actual hand, quite a nice one to check behind.
Eight of diamonds turn.
Kick a call for Dale here. Maybe now where we see Robin start value betting, make the assumption that Jack X or better going to be better themselves. So second pair nut kick up likely to be best. Ace King, Ace Queen all obliged to call one. Even stuff like 7s, 9s going to be in there. Queen 10, 10-9 suited. A lot out there to get called by of Dale, and ace 8 off on this occasion in range for him. Sticks around for the river. Which is the 6 of hearts, and I feel like not too much merit in betting now at an FT as Robin. Probably just going to check back and take his showdown, although we do expect to win this most of the time. As said, has played not much Jack X out there for Dale that wants to check twice. And Robin Goo going for back-to-back.
Wins the first one. 8 players making the FT. And you lost 2 players simultaneously on different tables. 10th and 9th. And poor old Pacquiao finished 9th. He bust out 9th.
And I've heard the story. I've heard the story.
So we should have let him. Pacquiao finishes 9th, walks up to PK. So I've just finished 9th. He says, congratulations. He says, can I be on the FT picture? Dave says, no, you've not made the FT. Poor lad.
No one would have known. You should have just let Pat get in the picture. No one would have known. He might have busted first hand of the final and no one would have known any different.
That's true. You're not getting in it, he says. Get out of town.
Just a call here for Ian with the 7s. These two not really incentivised to tangle, but to be fair, it's 20 bigs separating them, so Ian's actually got a stack here where he could still put Dale under some pressure. As Tim takes the shove spot here for 16 after an open from the big stack and a flat from Ian. Nice little take from Tim. Going to be working. I wouldn't call 7s here as Ian for 16. Like Tim shouldn't take 6s through deuces at an FT. That's the key here. These are just folds with the ICM. So we're basically looking to flip, and then sometimes we're going to be up against these bigger pairs. But I think that's a very good fold from Ian. A lot of time for that one. Easy to look at your stack and think I can afford to flip someone, but doesn't really actually make much difference. If we bust him there, we go up to 5.4 million. We still got a decent amount on Dow, but if we lose and come back to a similar stack to Dow, seems like bigger downside than up. I think that's a good lay down there with the pocket pair.
40 big blinds average stack. Nice structure for the players. Free roll password is Reading FT. And don't forget, 8 o'clock tonight on Stars. There's 30 seats guaranteed for Goliath. Spoke to Josh Manley, and he said he's not available until Goliath, but looking forward to playing the biggie. £200 in. Last year's winner, £275,000. Well, it would have been if you hadn't chopped it. So 30 seats at 8 o'clock on Stars. Reading FT for the 888ers, and the free roll that starts in an hour's time.
Let's do this 40 and opens to 100. Really like this open when we cover everyone behind. This is the thing about FTs, like just strategies can change drastically. Like most points of the tournament, fold sus and hijack, ace deuce off is straight in the bin at a final table when we cover everyone. There's a lot of pressure on these 20 big blind stacks. Just any ace will do. Jose makes the call in the small blind, and Gareth in the big not going to defend this one three-way.
Ace, 7, deuce, top and bottom for Ian.
Could go for the old 1BB here on such a dry texture if we wanted to as Ian. Does size up to third.
Gareth McGee, 2.2 milli, 44 bigs in the middle of the pack. So is Robin Gould, former champ. Last year's defending champion on the final table again. He loves Reading. To be fair, Easter come 11th in cash last year for £2,000.
What is Robin up to here? Sitting as one of these stacks that just wants to sit back and be a bystander at this final table and opens 8-6 from +1. Down in the big, gets to defend, and this is the problem now as Robin. We're going post against someone that covers us. Doesn't really want to be playing pots with Dale at this moment in time. Not with holdings like this at least, but sometimes the flop just gets you out of it. Check, bet, fold. Next hand.
£30,000 plus the trophy. Lines up for the first time on the FT as we just had 8 minutes to play of level 23. Lines 60k.
Okay, 9s for Tim. Should just see an open from +2. No jamming going on.
Work on the button, out of the way.
Raise the tech.
Ian Birchip leader. Met Ian last year, I'm guessing it was this event. When I saw him.
Was it not Pompey?
It might have been Portsmouth. Could have been definitely one down here.
I recall seeing him.
We spoke to him and we're like, "Oh, where are you from?" We went, "I'm South Florida."
I recall seeing him this year, so I'm going to guess because Pompey's near.
Unless it was the Open this year. Or the Behemoth. I remember seeing him.
So do I.
Get yourself into the free roll that starts in an hour's time. Reading FT is the password.
Round to blind on blind action for Yi, only working with 11, 10, 6 off. Not really what we want to see.
Robin, take him on. 31 bigs for Robin. Yi, 11 bigs. Callum, 15. Tim Ebenezer. Third shortest. Plenty of chips. Average stack 35 big blinds. Plenty of play, great structure. All good stuff. Here in Reading.
Distance it for Gareth. Should see an open. Robin in the small wouldn't be peeling this at an FT against the Hijack Open. Likes to live on the wild side. In he comes, and Ian fine covering both to defend 6-4. This is one that should be in. At King 10, probably wanting to fold small here at an FT off 30.
Gareth with the ace 10. We'll do another keyword at 7 PM as well. Get the keywords out of the way. We've got 2 more lots of keywords. So we'll do one at 7 PM. And then the final keyword, we'll decide when to do it after the first break of the FT.
So look at this. Ian check raises the 6-4 diamonds. Don't actually mind the combo choice. It's kind of nice, but would be shutting it down on this Jack of Hearts turn. But the man's got moves. Do like watching someone play when they are overly aggressive. Really puts opponents in spots. Gareth just not believing it here. With the ace-10, we got a non-believer, and Ian hits the 4 on the river.
Whoa. Ian Burr, the online legend, says Andy. From New Hampshire in America, moved to England, married an English girl, and his end of mob is all wrong. Thanks, Andy, for the information.
Gareth can't believe it. And Ian up to 5.8 million. What a swing that pot is. Just takes off with the 6 high, rivers a 4, and gets to check it down. That's a huge swing right there. I think we've realised that, Andy. He doesn't really care. He just full throttle aggression most of the time, so...
Nearly 100 bigs at this stage, 8 left. Great position to be in. Blind 60,000 on the FT, level 24 of the comp. Yeah, 2 finals this week. Voyager and now the main.
Been a bit loose so far, Robin, but has to open this one. No problems with this one being opened on the button. It's going to get the raise and take through. Haven't seen much of Tim Ebenezer, but haven't really had an opportunity to show what he can do yet. Hasn't been dealt too many holdings. Found a couple of nice reshove spots before we got to the final, but seems to have been playing pretty solid.
Well, if anything to go by, Ian Burt has more earnings than everybody else on the table put together. Dale was third in the UK Open for 116,000.
Callum must have a lot. I reckon Callum's probably top of the shop live earnings.
Password is Reading FT.
390k for Callum. Most basically all coming in the last couple of years. King Jack for Ian, just sends in on the button against these 2 shallow stacks. Very nice, really nice spot to do it. Good hand choice, nice pickup.
£4,000. Next out, 9th was Pack out for £3,000.
Where's the next stop?
It is this one. Portsmouth. We are doing the summer series, the summer fest. Is in Portsmouth.
When did you get there? Wednesday?
Wednesday. We'll be setting the table up on Wednesday, and then I thinking?
Purple turtle. Oh no, that's not Portsmouth, is
That's
it?
here.
Yeah, blue turtle.
You've
then.
not been out.
I haven't been out. I haven't had
You've not been
time.
out, you believe? No, golf and big two.
Not had time.
None of that drinking malarkey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we drive down Wednesday morning. We'll get there mid-afternoon, and then we'll set up. And then,
I could technically come and play. I'll fly to Vegas on the 16th.
What about the missus's birthday? When is that?
13th.
Oh yeah, Alice, you're going to play poker on your birthday?
To be fair, we actually might be down south because I share a birthday with my nephew, and he usually has his little party.
Oh, nice.
Might actually be down this
Oh,
way. We'll
awesome.
see. We'll see. It might pop
You can
down.
take your Rubik's Cube.
Rubik's
do
Cube.
it jumping up and down
to be
on
fair,
a hopper.
the Dawson, the little one, he's much better than me now. He can do it in
Is
about
he?
30 seconds. He's whiz with the Rubik's Cube.
Brilliant.
Can't do it that
But
quick.
that is where we are. Card Room Direct will be in Portsmouth for the summer festival, and then the date of Edinburgh. We'll be in Edinburgh 17th to the 22nd. That is when we'll be there for the next UKPL.
Going back to the table, I see a hand brewing. 8 against Ace 10 here. Button versus Big Blind. Tim with the open. Joseph just goes with call. Continue from Tim and Ace 10 on the no. On the mono board, I'm not sure. Does just let it go. Seems good.
Ian Birchip leader, 100 big blinds. Beautiful position to be in.
We'll go to another keyword in 13 minutes time, guys.
We will indeed. Who's on the FT for all the other side events? I'll tell you what, the last event got chunks. The big shots took 19,109 entries, and they've still got 73 in that. And in the seniors, they're down to 2 tables, they're down to 11 players, and 5 will get the money.
Yeah, I love that fold from you there. Thought about it with the 4s and just not good enough from +1. No removal functions. Going to leave room for Robin to open the Ace King.
Robin with Ace King raises to 125. Oh,
no.
Gareth with the Ace Queen.
Yeah, we're at 20. May just send this tower up.
20 BBs.
Robin's been fairly active as well. He's been involved in a lot of pots. Like there is the triangle
And that's music, because he will be calling. How much, please? Can I have a count? Ooh, Gareth probably won't think this is Ace King when they've asked for a count.
Yeah, not for 21 BVs. Now we don't mind the call as Gareth. We're like, okay, might have to win a flip. Maybe he's got Ace Jack suited.
Don't think you'd ever fold in Ace King.
Probably think he's got the same hand actually. That's what I'd probably assess here. Once we've not been snapped, but if I'm not going to say slow roll because we're playing for a lot of money, but Chip should have been over the line much quicker.
Yeah. I don't think we need a count with the Ace King.
And I actually think he's going to fold now.
No chance.
Once he thinks this long.
No way are we folding Ace King.
I feel like he might let this go, Tao, honestly. I know it'd be a disaster to fold here as Robin, and
we're all in for 20 BVs.
No, it's Gareth. We honestly just loving it, and there's the call, and
I know.
the table's probably going to be shocked at what they see.
Absolutely shocked what they're going to see.
Ace King. Long old tank up.
Even Jose looks down to Gareth and says, I weren't expecting that. So Ace King for champ last year. Covering his eyes. Doesn't want to open them.
Doesn't want to open them. Needs a king, and there's only one left in the deck.
Eight on the turn. So Gareth could well be up to 2.7 milli, and is Ace King no good. Eventually called by Robin. Was it ever a fold ever?
Of course not. The poker gods are real. It is funny how it happens like that sometimes when someone's got a snap call. They take a minute or two and then call, and they get sucked out on. Summerfest.
Summerfest. Oh, I can see the writing now. Oi, oi. 100,000 guarantee in the Summerfest. That's a lot better, thank you very much. Whoever's done that saw me squinting. And that is perfect. So starting on Monday the 9th of June with the satellites, the double satellite, on Monday the 9th. And then the Mystery Bounty starting on the Tuesday. The PLO's on Tuesday. There's satellites going on. There's all kinds of events going on. The high roller is £560, but the main event is 340 and £100,000 guarantee. And the Summerfest Cup and the closer to finish. Great festival, that. I do like that. I do like that a lot. Everybody in Portsmouth, hopefully, you'll get down there to support what the boys are doing down there, because it's a great festival.
On to Callum. Don't think he's yet to VPIP this final table. Sometimes it's the best way. Gareth here against Dale. Probably just always a complete pocket fours. Just north of 40 effective, which is our stack. That'll checks the 5 deuce of diamonds.
$996 flop.
Two pair for Gareth with the fours. Does he feel like needs some protection? Can still get some value from worse. Some ace highs, some straight draws, some flush draws. 5 deuce just out of there.
Ian Burstall, chip leader. Got now well over 100 bigs.
Yeah, you're spot on, Baraka. It was Gareth that had the run in King 10 against Dave McConaughey's King 10 on Queen Jack 9 with his Ace Queen. That was a 1.4 million chip pot about 3 hours ago. Queen Jack 9 flop. Dave McConaughey flopped the nuts with King 10. Gareth got it in with Ace Queen, top pair, top kick up. All goes in on the flop. 10 on the turn, King on the river. Broadway for Gareth. Sometimes it's just your day. It's a great thing about this game. It can be anyone's day at any time. Hopefully it's Towers' day in about a month's time.
Indeed.
King Queen suited for Tim. Opens to 120. Oh, now Gareth, another one. Ace King. This time we do not want to be shoving. Probably want to go somewhere around the 300k mark to call off a jam of Tim. Yep, seems really nice. Love the size. Now it's really awkward for Tim because, like, generally in ICM we don't like peeling out of position. Players that have us covered. King Queen suit is such a beautiful looking prospect though, and nearly 3-1 is the price, but makes a disciplined lay down there as Tim, especially when he's been so card dead. Sign of a good mental game that when you've been getting dealt trash consistently for hours, you finally pick up a decent hand and you have to raise fold it.
When do we have to send our tower donation in, says Kev Blower. PK will be doing the social media this week. All the details will be set up in the first couple of days of next week, and then a quick bank transfer will be sent, and everybody will be sent a message who has clicked in. Cheers, Kev.
Let's see it for Dale. May jam. Should jam actually. I'm pretty sure stack depths are shallow enough for us to just open send here. Yeah. 9 of Yi. Well, Yi.
Ooh, here we go. Big chance to double. In they go. Want to see the good news. You want to see the good news. Standing up as well. We could get up to 1.2 million, 20 bigs. Good on that board.
It's inconspicuous runners for Dale. Backdoor straight possibility. Just the backdoor straight possibility in the form of a chop now. 5 to chop it, 9 for the outright.
It's a 5.
Well, there you go.
Chop it up. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, baby.
No double for Yi, but at least he's not out the door. Jacks for Tim. 20 BBs from Gun. Should be seeing open. Which we do.
Callum with the 7 from 1. You run in the bin.
Any action for Tim's Jacks? Looking likely. 7-3 suited for Ian. Should defend.
King 5-8 flop. Whiffs them both, but Jacks for Tim. Not a bad flop. Check. 1 bet. And that should do it. £30,000 to the winner. First out on the FT will get £4,000. Robin down to 7. Ye on 10. Could have been 20. But we got a chop. Do the keyword after the next hand.
Got to fold this as Gareth thinking about it, but it does eventually hit the mark. Dale could have potentially opened there. I think fine to open as Dale when we cover everyone, other than Ian, who's in the small blind. Ye, ace deuce, gonna find better spots. King 4 for Robin. Gonna find a better spot too. Just let this one go. We're gonna get another nice 6 hands to find a better shove. Well, he is gonna go for it. Try and pick up the blinds and antes. It is only 7 bigs, but I feel like we can wait another orbit that runs right into the ladies of Tim in the big blind.
Champion from last year, Robin Goo. Runs into Queens. Tim Ebenezer. We need a king, or last year's champ is out. Same scenario. We need a king. And it's not. It's a bit of paint, but it's a jack. Robin Goo, who won it last year, is now at the other end of the scale on the FT in 8th for £4,000. Well played, sir.
Well, Robin.
And on that note,
keyword time.
Keyword 888 Poker TV on Twitch. You need to be on. If you're on other channels, you can stay there, but you won't get a chance of winning.
2 $22 tickets up for grabs, so 2 chances to win yourself one of these tickets. We will have one more keyword next session. So this is the penultimate of the day, and the penultimate keyword. I nearly done it again. I nearly said final. The penultimate keyword of the day is Pompey. For where we're off to next week for the Summerfest.
Yes,
Pompey.
Pompey. Pompey. Play up, Pompey. Play up, Pompey. Play up. Pompey.
King 10 suited for Yi. This is one that I would be jamming. Don't take the ace deuce off, but would be taking this for 10. Yeah, very nice. This lad looks like a youngster. I haven't seen anything of him other than this week, but he seems to know his way around a poker table. Unfortunately, running into the ace-10 of Ian here. Unfortunate, because Ian not going to be folding this one when we dominate enough stuff. That's him having to fold the ace-7 suited. Callum will let King 10 go as well. Terrible for Yi. King 10 going into the muck.
King 8-6.
That's not terrible for Yi though. Flops top pair. 3 out are found. Actually was a 2 out because of the hand folded in the big blind.
In we go. Can't wait to turn over the king. He stands up again. Big chance to double again. Last time chopped it. This time, could be a bit of a biggie. Six on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. And does. Yi up to 1.4 million. Voice champion. But Ian's still on 100 bigs. Callum Gordon on 10. One more minute for Pompey.
Would let this one go now as Yi. Just got these. Now we're sort of in that room. We don't really want to get involved too much. We've got chip leader on our direct left. Reshove stack of Callum in the blinds. Just let it go. And well, good time to let it go. And Ian can't believe his luck. All the chips and all the hand. Aces in the cut-off. Any action for us? Not going to get any from Callum. I'm not going to get any from Jose in the big line, and Ian finds aces and gets absolutely no action with them. Okay. The countdown's on. Last chance for Pompey. Seven deuce for Dale, got to go in the muck. Congratulations to JF Bat round 2. And congratulations to Leo Zizek. Again, is that a hat trick this week? I see that name more than anyone else's name in these giveaways. Only 2. Only 2 this week. Congratulations, Leo. As Ian opens hijack. Gareth in the big blind just going to be playing cool. Just going to be check bet fold, you expect. Round third to quarter from Ian. Hand over. Like, yes, ace-9 high can definitely be the best hand versus the chip leader, but we're not incentivized to play pots like as Gareth here. Like, if it comes an ace on the turn, well, he's gone for raise with ace-9 here as Gareth. And I'm not sure about this, sir. Like, yeah, we may have a few bluffs, maybe a jack-9 suited, something along those lines, but trying to tangle with the chip leader, not recommended. Does work out in the short run. Ian at bottom of range, but don't want to be trying to torch it off as Gareth. And we can just sit comfortably, make money that way. Ace Queen for Yi.
Just on my fingers.
Ace Queen opens. Callum. Just been a spectator so far in this FT. Still not able to VPip a single hand. Blinds. Gonna go off this hand, final hand at 30k, 60k. And then 80k big blind next level, and then final 40 minutes until the first break of the final. So far, only losing one player. Last year's champion, Robin Gu, out in 8th. Was an 8-handed FT to start, as double bust out occurred just before we got to the final itself. Cup of tea.
Cup of tea, lad. Cup of jaw. Cup of jaw. So 7 on the FT. Playing for £30,000.
Gareth got a fold. Dale not raising into chip leaders. Big blind. Yee, however, will get to VPip. Quite an interesting this one. Don't think we're going to be taking aggressive line. I think we just always want to complete. Did he just walk? Wow, that is too tight. That is way too tight. And he actually had ace 8 off. Ace 9 suited. Folds round to us in the small. We just fold. We don't even complete. I was just singing his praises 5 minutes ago. It always happens. And then something, it just happens all the time. Sing someone's praises and then they do something mental. I know we got Callum sat there short, but even with ICM, it's not that extreme that we need to fold ace 9 suited blind on blind there. Boy, that's a tight fold from you.
Hi, Mr. Go. We will be contacting everybody within the next 3 or 4 days. Regarding the payments for the 1%ers. PK setting it up as we speak. And obviously, when we get back, we will sort it out. And you'll be contacted within the next 2 or 3 days. And payments will be sent over. And you'll have your 1% sweateroonie.
Yeah, you're going to get action here, Callum.
Yes.
Not going for open. Feels like only can play jam off a sub 10. Maybe feels like it's a bit too much of a megaphone raise if he opens the 2 bigs off of sub 10. So just goes with jam here and ace jack of spades for Dale. I feel like it's just going to be too good.
Not bad first hand you've been involved with. And it's
Literally,
aces.
first hand he's V-pipped and it's aces. I don't think you can fold this as Dale. The only way that maybe he can fold it is if he feels like Callum is overly tight.
Yep.
And he hasn't played a hand yet on the final. So if we feel like that he's not going to have ace 10 in here, he's not going to have enough suited ace X we dominate, then maybe we could find the hero lay down here as Dale. I don't think we can though, personally. Surely Callum's going to shove ace 10. He's not. I know he's a solid player, but he's not that tight. He's going to shove some suited ace X we dominate. He's going to shove some king jack, queen jack suited, I hope. So, yeah, how can we fold as Dale? We can't. And after Dale calls here, it's kind of a saviour for Ian. Because now 8s can fold. And it would have been Ian potentially doubling Callum up.
So the first time he's been involved in any hand that we've seen. Aces. Once he gets the chips, he might be able to open up a lot wider. But this will get him back to the starting stack that he had at 12 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, well, direct outs here now for Dale. Can he find the case jack? Backdoor spades available as well.
Down to a jack.
Oh, the 8s of Ian would have turned a set.
Oh my days.
And a king on the river. How long till Ian tells someone?
Yeah, now.
How long?
Now. Festival nuts. It's a thing, you know.
So if Dale don't call, Ian definitely does, and Callum's out the door. And once again, how things can change. 3 all ins in a row, 3 double up, and it's congested at the bottom now.
Side of the table.
I feel like you're about to. Well said.
Absolutely. So it's come and ate a lot this week. It really has. And from the chip leader. If Dale doesn't, Ian would, and that would have been it. And it's these little spots that you don't think about, of not getting eliminated by what happened in the same hand. Them little spots that you think, well, if that had happened and that wouldn't have happened, if he'd have called and I'd have called and all things like that. Callum's doing nothing with a Jack 9, and he's literally at the stack he had when we started the day at 12 o'clock. What a day for Cal. Callum Gordon. 30 minutes to go until the end of the first session of the final. We've lost one person, and that was last year's champ, Robin Goo. Robin busting out in 8th for £4,000. And if you're in the free roll and you want the password Reading FT, it starts in 8 minutes. Get yourself in, don't forget. We're going to play Goliath for a fraction of the price. 30 seats guaranteed on Stars. Running satellites for Goliath and Grosvenor.
And whoever does the Reading free roll passwords,
Yes.
888,
Yeah.
Can someone give him Richie P's number to give him some advice about free roll passwords? Because on the GUKPTs, we're in Coventry, we've got Go Diva, we've got Mad Ferret in Manchester, we've got all these cryptic passwords wherever we go around the country.
Do you mean Richie Cunningham?
Is it Richie Cunningham? That's
No.
the one.
I'm thinking, why would Richie Pearson?
That's the one.
Why would Richie
I
Pearson
don't
be
know.
playing
Richie Cunningham. The guy that does all the passwords
Yes.
for the Grosvenor streams. And he makes them so complicated. So, Tim, open shoves button here.
Yep.
20 effective of Callum. Such a really nice find here from Tim. Covering both by a decent amount. 20 and 18 effective. Congested at the bottom.
Ian Burt still on 100 bigs, even though he's doubled up. Yeet, and also not getting the chance to take out Callum, he would have hit the 8. So good luck, whatever you play. Play them both. Play everything. But a lot of people do.
Six suit for you out the way. And that's a walk for Gareth. Jose just walks in with 10-9 suited. That's a bit tight.
That's normal for Jose. Wouldn't expect anything less. So the blinds are now 40,000, 80,000. Top man. Cheers, Matty.
Taking it. I could have got away with it.
Found with a 10-8 in the bin.
you only played aces,
yeah,
obviously some days you wouldn't get dealt them, some weeks you wouldn't get dealt them. But do you think eventually you'd win a tournament?
No.
No?
I don't think so. Well, how do you win a tournament? You've got to get dealt aces.
Yeah, but you will have that anomaly where you get them like 15 times in a day, and
If it's not that day, then you'll...
I'm saying, how many tournaments would it take,
Yes.
like, to...
I'll let you know in a month's time.
Yeah. I just know all you're going to be thinking day one. Don't be kings when you're feeling your hand. Don't be kings.
Do you know
don't
what?
be kings.
Do you know what? I would, and I'm not being funny here. Obviously, this is going to be the biggest thing ever played by an absolute biggest thing that anybody ever plays. It's when I sit down, I'm going to be really nervous.
Yeah, of course you are.
Because it's the biggest event ever. I've got 75 people that are rooting for the town.
Yeah, yeah.
Plus a couple of others.
Yeah. Plenty of others.
I look down the first hand and I look down at aces. And I'm like shaking.
Yeah, as you probably would be.
And then I open.
Yeah.
And then somebody raises.
Yeah.
And then there's a 4-bet.
Yeah.
And then there's and I'm like, oh my god, what do I do now?
Get it all in. Get it
You
all in.
can't
Let's
do
go.
that.
Yes, you can.
You
You got
can't.
aces. You got the nuts. Get
You
it all
can't
in.
do that.
Don't you dare fold.
Oh, I'd never fold.
What other option have you got?
Well, I'd 5-bet.
Okay.
And then I'd really, the heart would be bouncing.
You 5-bet. It comes 4, 5, 6. Matey calls you. You wouldn't. I know what you do. You wouldn't go for check. You'd be all in, wouldn't you? You'd get scared. 4, 5, 6. You'd be like, oh no. You wouldn't think it's a 5-bet pot. I don't think he's got 7, 8, 4s,
I don't
5,
think that's-
6s.
No.
But you'd still go all in, probably, wouldn't you?
I'd love to check it down.
Yeah.
I really would. I'd love to check it down. The very first hand of the entire tournament. I'd love to check it down and see the hand fist bump and get him in, and then, then the nerves would go.
I could just imagine Tower 5-betting, matey calling Tower leaning over. Do you want to check it down, mate? Should we check it down?
If I check it, you're going to check. Oh man,
that's going to be great. We'll get lots of content. We'll do some filming. Did he just lead? Yeah, this is optimistic with deuces. Just a board where Callum has all the overpairs, has been really tight as well. Maybe trying to not let ace high as king high realise for free. Problem with this, Callum just straight in with the punishment. Bluffed off the best of it.
$20 bigs for Cal. The E13.
Going on break in 25 minutes time. Just the one player we have lost so far at this final table, but it is super deep. May look slightly shallow up because Ian with a huge amount of chips and Dow and Gareth also got plenty. But this is a real deep final table here. So much play for the guys. Queen for Tim would make this 2 bigs. Jose here with the jam. Ace Jack feels good enough. I might have actually folded here as Jose. Gonna go with jam. Gonna work, but.
It should work if they've worked out Jose's just literally sitting there.
Tim should be really tight here though, opening
Yeah.
off at 23 from gun. But I probably wouldn't actually take ace jack.
There we go.
Just end up folding it. But That does get it through, so well timed from Jose.
The Bullet Man. Ticker, please, Jay. What ticker would you like? There's no ticker.
No ticker.
There's the prizes. Right there. 5,120 next out.
Gonna go with open. Once again, call me crazy or too tight, but I reckon with ICM this might even go in the muckers, Callum. I feel like 9s might be the line when we have 20 at this distribution. Right, until you actually visually see it, and until you actually start looking at final table sims and what the opening ranges look like, especially from gun. Like when you are one of these sort of middle into bottom stacks around 20, like hands like 8s, 7s, 6s, just see a lot of folding going on.
Eights.
Yeah, Gareth just in with the punishment. I love the size Gareth's gone here, by the way. Always throw out the crate where it's due, and it's 4.5 BBs is probably not size we want to go here against Callum's 2 bigs open from gun and 8's just punished. Maybe you're not allowed to fold 8s at an 888. Maybe that could be.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same.
It sounds crazy. First in pocket 8s just fold, but decision making is to do with making money now, not chips, and just gets so complex at this these final tables. Break in 20 minutes. That will be the final keyword next session, guys. Make sure you come back and join us, and obviously playing down to a winner this evening. We crown a champion in 5 hours time or so. I want to be here to see who it is.
We've got another giveaway, haven't we, Jay?
Yep.
Might be the final one this time. In the next session.
This will be the one I'll get it wrong. Cut off here, 9's just a jam for ye, 12.5. I feel like 10's is the one that I would raise call. 9's, I feel like just want to jam. $10.8 for Callum. This one's going to get through.
It's alright, Lime. Nobody understood DJ Dan's first message. His second one was meant password, please. The first one, anybody's guess.
Maybe he's calling a cat.
We've no idea. Yeah. Well, the password is Reading FT for the free roll that's just started. Good luck, everybody who's playing it. And don't forget, 8 o'clock on Stars. 30 seats guaranteed for the Goliath. If you want to play Goliath for a fraction of the price, come and see us down in Coventry. One of the best arenas in the business. It's fantastic. Superb casino. Massive card room. When we get to Goliath, the halls will be full. 30 seats guaranteed on Stars at 8 o'clock for Goliath. Queen 7 for Ian. Opens in the cut-off here. Not we're going to do much as Callum off of 15. Wouldn't take this one as a shove. We'll be going in the bin. He's thinking about it. Ian will be opening really wide off his stack from this position, but does just let it go. Reason take for Ian. 16 minutes until the first break of the final table. 7 players left. Fernando, the password is Reading FT. We're in Reading, in the United Kingdom, and FT is the final table is what we're on. Reading FT. Really getting after it now, is he? And Gareth just can't do anything. Got a call. Shouldn't be free betting here. Does just call. Green high flop. Queen 7-4. Just going to be a C bet here from Ian. We saw Gareth call 2 streaks of ace high earlier against Ian, and Ian rivered a pair, and it went check check. So can't see him folding the ace jack of diamonds just yet. 160 into 440. Shy of 40%. The problem is, and Gareth will know, there's a lot of double barrels coming. It's difficult to withstand the heat, so it does just relinquish the ace jack high. But look at this at the bottom now, 15 bigs a piece for Callum Yee and Jose. It's a real good time for Ian to get after players like Tim, to get after Dale, to get after Yee. Yee. He's 10. I like fold here. There's just so many collisions that can occur. 15, 15, 19 and 15 bigs, the 4 short stacks. Ace 10 off seems absolute bottom barrel open. Ooh, queens for Ian. I could have just saved 2 bigs as Ian here needs to go for like 320, 4 BBs as our free bet size. As always, keep it a size where we want to try and give our opponent some rope, make it think that they got some fold equity. Anything too big, we just lose all these bluffs that potentially could be resending. And 450 too large, way too large against a 15 big blind stack depth. Now, just like if you had one of these like low frequency 4-bet bluff jams, he's never taken it because Ian's already put in over 30% of our stack. Like in ICM, just need to be going like 4 bigs here.
rather than near the full 6 bigs. It's going to be the same result.
End of end. Next out, 5,120.
Couple of kings for Callum.
Open with aces, open with kings. Love it.
Queen 10 of hearts here for Jose. Maybe he had a thought about continuing this one, but well-timed fold from him.
Gareth out of the way. Dale the same. Ye with Queen 8. We're defending Queen 8.
Really close one to like Queen 7 off probably folds, Queen 9 off probably defends, like in ICM here. Seems really close. Queen 8 off may just let it go. There is some collision factor that can occur. Said 3 stacks sub 15 at the moment.
Ten, Jack, Queen. We've got the overs. We're in front of the kings. We've got open ender.
Might go one
against top pair.
Yeah, might go one big here as Callum. Don't need to go big at all here with our hands. We've got the ace king advantage. We've got all the set advantage. No hands that our opponent can have.
140.
145. Fairly chunky and already not loving this as Yeet. I'm going to have to call once and see a turn, but like Callum shouldn't be opening hands like 6s for deuces, 7s probably do get in, but already like Callum's ace jack, his king jack.
Oh, he said all of it.
Is he shoved?
He has. Callum can't fold.
No, he cannot.
Here we go. Wow.
I'm going to love what he sees because the 9 no good for the gut shot of Yi. It's covered. We cover it with the king, so
literally queens and 8s.
Just gotta hope our man doesn't find trips or 2 pair. Callum Gordon, patience is gonna pay off.
Here we go again. Yee.
Oh,
the turn's an 8.
Not like this.
Callum is going to be down to 3 big blinds.
Got a lot of outs though.
12 outs once, and that is not one of them. Ouch.
Rough one to take for Callum. Bit of a misstep from Yi, but sometimes in this game, you misstep and it works out. Just Callum's bored. Surprised we saw check jam. I thought just always going to check call, maybe fold some turns, but wanting to run it there and then with his top pair as Yi.
You've got the patience, you sit there, you don't do anything wrong, you get unlucky. Callum down to 3 BBs. What a game we play.
Yeah, that's it. You misstep in most games in life. That's it. You go in the water in golf. You're not.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You're not going to win the hole. Unlikely, anyway. And this game,
you miss a penalty in the last minute of the World Cup, you're done.
You've always got that element of luck there. You can still find it.
Last 7 minutes till we take a breather. King Jack for Ian. Where's? No, there's a walk. Ian 83 bigs. Gareth in 9, second in chips. Callum on 3. As he lost that one.
That's pretty grim there for Callum because we need to shove pretty wide when we're about to go through the blinds and essentially forestall in next hand. And we get dealt 9 deuce off. Just a rub in the face. For Ian. Got a raise here. May even jam the lot, to be fair. With Callum that short, but half the raise, that is for sure. I feel like our opponent's got about 15. Like I feel like shove's fine. Maybe we want to be suited and just go for like 3 BVs when we're off suit. But Tim here, like King 10 off in a real rough spot. You got Yi sitting with 10. You got Callum sitting with 2, and Callum's essentially going to be forced all in next hand. Maybe we just let this go as Tim and just let Ian go about his business. Wants to see. It's just these times that it comes 10 high, it comes king high. We have a hand that potentially going to stack off, and Ian has just a slightly better hand, and next thing you know, we're out the door. Real intricate spots when you get to this stage of the tournament.
7-8 Jack flop. Carl will be contacting everybody within the next couple of days for payments. PK setting it up tomorrow, and he'll contact everybody who's got the 1% in the next 2 or 3 days. Thank you very much, Carl.
We're not choosing to continue with the dummy and gutter, but with just 6 high, do probably think a delay is in order here. Delay gonna come in, and Tim gonna get out.
Three minutes to go until the end of the session. 15-minute break on its way. Last couple of hands of the session. the gun out of the way.
Queen 9 suited for Gareth.
Ian's going to open. 8. Got the memo this time. Callum can't do anything else, but with 6-4, probably has to be in. Well, just calls.
Yeah, I guess there's some flops we can fold as Callum and leave ourselves a little bit. But like when it comes like King, Queen, Jack, or Club, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. There's not many we're going to get to fold tower, but there are a few where we could just leave ourselves with 20k potentially. Like, but that's not one. that one we're not folding on.
We are not folding them.
Callum can't believe it. He's looking. He's laughing to himself. He's like, "Has this just happened?"
Last hand of the session, and it looks like Callum is just gonna get himself a nice double up here because 8s need runner. Last hand of the session.
What is this? Like 5th in a row?
He's like this. What an hour and a flop. Here we go. There we go. Callum with a check mark on the last hand of the session. Back up to 500,000. You'll love to see it. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes with more of the same.
The winners get a $30,000 package. It folds to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the Independent Chip Model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds, there's 100 players left in the tournament, 50 of them are going to get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm going to need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks, and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first, and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly, and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in-game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are when you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30K package. It folds to the small blind. They just open rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace-queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're 1 away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call. They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30K package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace queen. Sometimes mistakes, they do work out. And we learn from them, so I got the most out of that, really. Because, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs. Because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do, and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know? If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you'll likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm gonna share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our fold equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI.
No way. And here you are in the FT of the main event.
I was tormenting the poor dealers. They were looking at me. Man, it's a girl.
Put your blinds in,
You don't have
it's
to
on
follow in
you.
the big blind or whatever. It was embarrassing. But it's sweet. I'm hooked.
You're hooked now?
To this game.
Yeah.
Very disturbing.
Very interesting though.
Very entertaining.
For sure. We're chipping you up here, okay? With 501. Chipping you up here, okay? So this is 500, 1L, 1.1. Thank you, kind sir. Yeah, give you a wee bit more space.
Hang on, just a reminder again, no electronic devices allowed.
Shall we do it again? Guess we'll have to. Here we go. Let's do it again. If you've got 2 minutes, Reading FT. The last 2 minutes to get into the free roll.
So 2 hours, 1 player lost, 6 all-ins, I believe.
6.
One bust
Yep,
out.
1 bust out, 6 all-ins. Free roll password. And don't forget, on Stars, 30 seats guaranteed. Satellite for Goliath. If you want to get to Goliath for a fraction of the price, 30 seats guaranteed. Just started. Good luck, everybody, if you're playing it on Stars and if you're in the free roll. And 888, let us know how you're doing, please, in the early stages. And we are here now for the final 7.
Jam here for Ian, he's good.
Yep.
Very nice.
Love it.
Very aware. Very nice. 11 effective button, 5 effective small, and I think it's around 9 effective big, so 6-7 suited just going to be a really nice hand to shove here. Very nice take from Ian. Just aware of stack depths behind. Get to open jam. We get it through.
Robin Goop, last year's champ, finishing in 9th, £4,000, the only elimination in the 2 levels and a little bit on the FT in the first session. We're now on the second session.
We'll go to the keyword. About 9 o'clock, maybe 10. May long it out. I will see.
Maybe more. Let's go, Ian, says Shocker. Mr. Ian Burr in seat number 3. Callum again, the boots.
Really?
Hey, we are nice and steady. We look down, aces. We look down, aces again. Beautiful. Where's it all in? Raise to 200,000, 3 bets to 300. My alarm bells have already set off the noise pollution police. Not for ye. Aces again. Oh, we have a jack.
Surely not like this for Callum and a rough one versus Yi. Backdoor clubs there that just fade in.
The jack. The only jack. The one jack that's in the deck. And doesn't. Woo. Good luck, everybody, if you're in the free roll. Good luck, one and all.
And Callum back to 1.1 milli.
Yep. He might just might as well just turn up at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
With your stack.
Yeah, literally.
It's been one funny day for Callum. Started the day on 1.2 million, got to the final table on 1.2 million, went down to 2 bigs, 4 bigs, got back up to 1.2 million. Finds aces again. He's back up to nearly 1.2 million again. It's been a weird day for Cal. But he's still fighting on the final 7 here in Reading. Former champ busting out earlier today. In 8th, sorry. Mr. Robin Goo. Tower 009 did tell everybody who won the free roll yesterday.
Is that not terror?
You know, he once said in the chat, I'm Tower number 2.
Oh, okay.
This is my name spelled. Said Tower.
It's actually really refreshing to see, like, I can't recall an FT at an 888 where someone with the chip lead is taking charge like Ian is.
And flops an open ender against Dale, who since the Queen's against Sam's ace king has not really done too much, has he? Not been able to.
Has not. Ten of clubs on the turn, and Ian just barreling away here, applying maximum. Really going to put Dale in the tough spot, bottom pair, dummy and gutter. And it's against a chunky size, and does just let it go.
Tim with the AC, gets out of the way.
Five deuce out the way for Jose. Gareth king deuce on the button here. May have opened that as Gareth covering both in the blinds, but the side's against, as Dale now just probably gonna raise call king queen here. There's the raise. Just having to fold.
Ian Burr 66 bigs. Callum on 11. Jose on 9. Callum with ace 5.
Probably just lets
So 11.
I reckon Callum's the type just to fold here. Don't think he's going to go for two bigs. Don't think he's going to go for jam.
It's been some battle from Callum, that is for sure. Lime, absolutely. Solid performance. Not done anything out of line at all, and just sat there and waited patiently for opportunities to get a nice hand. He's on 11 bigs. Callum with the ace jack from gun. Should be in. Have to be in. 11 bigs.
I wouldn't shove. I'd just make
Would
it
you
two. I'd just make it two bigs from gun here. Probably wouldn't shove.
What's the reasoning? You've got 11 when it run the blinds next hand?
Yeah, just too many players to get through. We're not getting called by ace 10.
Okay.
We only get called by the same hand. Hands we're flipping against, like ace 10 doesn't call this spot when we shove 7 max. Just better to go two bigs. We get value from the big blind defem range.
Tim with the 10-3 out of the big. In the bin they go. Callum found a spot, then gets the blinds. Up to 1.3 million and 13 big blinds.
Sorry.
Still on 7.
Jay, what's the best way to improve tournament poker in your opinion? Be a poker commentator for about 5-6 years, because I never used to really play many tournaments. I know it sounds crazy, I got this job commentating on tournaments, but I was mainly cash game based and Omaha as well, and I only really got good just sort of watching and talking to a lot of the good players, seeing what they do, understanding why they do it, and it's really helped me. So maybe just watch a lot of the not necessarily this stream, but any stream where potentially people can talk you through the hands and get to grips with understanding why players are doing what they're doing. Ian just applies maximum, but he's going to run into the ladies.
Here we go, Tim. This could be double up number 7 or 8 on the FT. Tim's got the queens. Callum's intently looking as he's been struggling on all day on the FT. But Ian, the big stack, has 10-3. Small blind all of a sudden wakes up with queens. Double up number 8 on its way.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think we're getting close to 10 all-ins and a call, and only one bust out so far on this final table.
And that will do it for Tim. Up to 2 million and 20 bigs. Lost one player on the feature on the final table, Robin Goo. It has been good for the shorties, this final table. Good luck if you're playing the free roll. 30 seats guaranteed on Stars for Goliath if you want to get involved at Goliath. I hope to see a lot of the 888ers there at Goliath. £200 main events. Last year, over £250,000 for the winner. And then Easter said to me, why would I want to play that? Do you not like money? Do you not do this for a reason, to earn money and win a lot of money? Why would I want to do that, he says. We'll convince him to turn up.
I can't believe you questioned when I said Ace Jack shouldn't shove for 11, when I've been saying for the last 3 years we should probably not have any shoves off this stack from under the gun.
Not from 11. I'm also taking into consideration the players at the table. C8 will never call unless it's aces.
It's just one of those, like, I don't think Ace 10 calls, so what does shove really achieve? We want some value from the defend range.
No, you're right, I know.
Tim on the button here, pocket fours, sets in the 2 shorties. Nice from Tim. Callum going to get out of the way. Anything for Jose in the big blind? Nope.
Absolutely not. Jose not doing anything. Oh, Jose with a king 3 says yes, have some of this. Whoa. Is it time to go to bed? Wowzers. Wowzers. King 3 for 9. When there's short stacks everywhere. Jose. Tim with the 4s. And that is it. Jose has just been eliminated. Jose Caldas. Whoa. He must be late Reggie in Portsmouth or something. Well played, Jose. Sat there all nice and patiently and then thought this king 3 is massive. Well played, Jose. £5,120. Something had to happen and that was it. But I wasn't expecting the king 3. We're down to 6.
take for Ian. No defence from Gareth.
Just to let you know, when we lose one more player, we'll go down to 30 minutes. So the level off will be 30 minutes.
But you know, I had that beat. Always got it. Always got it. 60. The bar's pretty low.
Yeah, I've seen him being crushed by 6-4 and I just didn't want to get dominated.
Fair enough.
Pocket freeze for Yi. Gotta hit the mark.
For 13. Ian with 10-8. $10-9 suited for 11 in the cut-off. After initial open from Ian, he's raised it up, basically not all in. Made it $1 million. And Gareth with the ace king.
Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Callum's going all in again. Is that number 5 or 6 for him?
Yeah, maybe. I think this we got to definitely be in double digits. All in and cool now.
Here
and
we go,
Dale.
Dale.
Dale's got an easy fold tower. ICM. Ace King goes pretty easy. No, he goes for the jam. This cannot be good. I don't think here from
Is
Dale.
Callum folding?
No, Callum's gonna spin, right? Or is he folding?
Callum's folded.
He's folded. He's left himself 110k. He's going to go for the ladder.
He's going for the dosh.
He's looking for ladders, and he's going to hate what he sees. 10-9 suited would have been favourite here.
He's gone for the dosh instead of the win. Wow. He's left himself one big blind and folded 10-9.
Yeah.
It could be absolute genius or it could be absolute crazy.
I don't think Dale's hand calls tower. I'm actually just thinking about that right now.
You said fold straight away as well.
So, free roll goes to Dale with the ace king.
The 10-9 suited.
Would have turned a straight flush draw.
Oh, and he would have missed and everything. And he would have been out. And now he's not out, he's still in.
Callum leaves himself with a crumb.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen him where somebody's not all in and they've folded for 1 BB.
Yeah, I think Dale's reshove there. Like, you got to remember, it's gone open chip leader. Callum shoved for 11.
Yeah.
Reshove for 29. How good is Ace King really doing there? Like, I don't think my man's ever really gonna. He's not gonna shove that quickly of Ace Queen.
Yeah.
I actually think Dale's hand's supposed to fold in theory, but either way, it ends up as a chop, and Callum somehow survives and keeps himself in the tournament with a crumb.
Unbelievable. There we go. One big blind we leave ourselves, and we actually would have been out if we don't flick it in. So he has survived, and you can only double up. Well, we've had everything on this final table. Absolutely everything. We've had absolutely everything. Yeah, the Ace King Jay said it was a fold. And again, Dale folds.
Yep.
Callum calls, right?
Yep, and Callum's out.
And Callum's out. Just these scenarios that you don't think about when you're lifting a trophy. These scenarios, you could have just been out.
Well, he is still probably going to be out tower. Let's be real. He's got one big blind.
He's survived 4 times.
Yeah, but he's spinning up from 2 bigs once is something. To then go back down to 1 big and spin again, probability he's going to be well in the high 90s of busting next. If we look at this and ran every stack, and his probability of busting next would be through the roof. So. Wouldn't defend here as Yi. Callum's got a big blind, sir. We don't want to flop top pair and potentially be up against a better hand. We don't want to flop a decent piece of equity. Potentially have to play a biggie. Just let the chip leader have it. We know what he's up to. He's supposed to get after it here when there's this 1 big blind stack. Ian loves this. Callum sitting there with this 1 big. He just gets to have a field day right now until Callum ends up busting.
All these different scenarios we've seen, I think we've seen absolutely everything today.
We'll bring the payouts up for you. So you
Yeah,
can
we've just
see.
been on screen. We've literally just been on screen. 7 to 9.
It also just rarely comes up as well. I see that this doesn't. It's very rare.
And Callum's still sat there. It means he's still in. And the Jack 6 can fold.
Yes, it can. Got to fold us, Gareth. Like, Ian's just going to pound on us. You just save your 2 bigs. Like, Ian in the big blind here just gets to overdo it relentlessly. You got Yi sitting there with 10. You got Callum sitting there with 1. And Ian, if he gets any type of removal, he's just going to absolutely pound on Gareth. But 7 deuce off, bottom of the deck. Not the one we want, but really need to just recognise the situation at hand as Gareth and just sort of... No need to open the King 10 in the given situation, the way the stacks are, into the chip leader's big blind.
We're on 6. Callum's on the big, he'll be forced all in next hand, so they must be going in this time with an ace. Everything but 1 chip. It's forced all in, I'm guessing, if that's the new rule. If somebody mistakenly turns the card over and Gareth raises to 2, Callum's going to be calling. Yi with the ace queen. Whoa! We're not going to leave ourselves 20k, surely. We're not leaving. We're not leaving ourselves 20k, surely, if Yi comes over the top for his final 11. Oh, the ace queen gets out of the way.
I was thinking, I kept quiet there because I weren't sure with Callum with 1 what we're meant to do there as Yi when Gareth has us this heavily covered.
Well, Callum's in and can treble up. Tim's got 3s.
How? Callum needs to make a will.
Callum can 5x though.
He needs to make a will.
We know he needs to.
Look, and there's 3 blockers there. He can't win.
The 3%.
You're not winning this with 3%. You need to make a will, and there's 2 3s there, so you need to make a will without the board pairing.
Yep.
Oh, Tim, what are you doing?
Tim.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Tim.
Tim.
That is...
Yep, stupid.
Well, what can you say there? You've just saved Callum yet again.
What is this?
Oh my, Tim raising to 800 when there's 1 person all in with equity of 2k minimum. What have you done, Tim? Now you're just going to get rid of all the bad news and you're going to see the news that Callum can now hit an ace.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Should just call.
That's either just inexperience at a final table. It's
He's actually played really well, Tim, and this is sort of the first big misstep he's made. And
It's a huge misstep for everybody on the feature.
Callum was about to go 4-way against ace-10, deuces and threes, and now he has a chance to get out of it. He can just find an ace directly now.
Wow.
He had 2% equity 4-way. Tim flushed everyone out the pot. There's only one ace left, to be fair.
Oh, but there's plenty of diamonds. There's plenty of diamonds, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go for the Callum.
Oh, no.
Yes! He's only got and nailed it.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Wow. Oh, man. And now we're up to 600k and 6 bigs. This is just dreams. He actually wins a lot.
That is mad.
Anyway.
We got a player all in. We've only got to call, 30k more in the big blind. We just get to check it down. I know it's the same result. Callum would have won anyway, but it's not always going to run out like that.
No.
Like Callum was nigh on drawing dead pre-flop. Ace-10,
Wow.
Ace-10 against ace-deuce against deuces against threes. Yeah. Ace-deuce is going to struggle with that one. And on that note, we're going to give Tao a 45-minute break. We're going to bring Easty in for 90.
I'm just going to find that cat.
Yep.
The one that Callum's got.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it can't have any lives left.
Yeah.
It really can't.
It can't.
So I'm going to have to go and get a stroke because there's no lives left on that cat that Callum's got. Unbelievable. Callum Gordon is honestly just fighting on this final table.
Yeah.
11 all in and calls, and we've lost one player.
Mad. I'll give Easty the rundown because it's been insane. We've had like 12 all in and calls, and it's been some mental stuff.
Hey dear. So here they go. Easty and Jay on who's got the biggest trophy award this year.
No, we don't need to have that.
Yeah, of course Europa League. How you doing, Easty? Gonna be a long day,
Good
so
evening.
coming to give
Good
us some
evening.
respite. It's been mental because Callum's all in here. Is this the one?
Oh,
He's
no.
dominated. King 9, King 8. Callum gonna need to hit here.
8.
But what's happened? He had 1.2 million, lost the pot against you, was left with 2 bigs, span it back to 1.2 million. He then reshoved 10-9 suited, left himself 1 big. It went all in, and he ended up folding, leaving the 1 big, and now he's spanned this 1 big back to 450.
Wow.
Is he gonna?
No.
No.
This looks super dead. Well, there are 2 8s left. Where are we?
I guess high card, low card for chop for 5 or a deuce. There we go.
Okay.
But an 8 would be lovely. Callum needs help again.
Oh.
And gets help again. 5 of diamonds on the river. Chop it up. He will not die, this man. Up to $500,000.
Go on, lad.
Callum survives yet again, but it was sick for him as well because it went open E and chip leader. Callum made it 1.1 million, leaving himself 100k back. It will then went all in for 3 million, all in for 2.3 million. Fold. Callum folded 10-9 of diamonds. Ace king, ace king.
Why did he fold?
Well, it didn't. I guess he just thought he was up against big
Did he
bears.
win a 1?
No, he wouldn't have won. He
Okay,
wouldn't have won, so he
good.
would have been out. And then he span his 1 big back to 500k, and 500k is where you join us, Easty.
Goodness me.
Whew. It's been a final, all right.
Are we short or what? What's sorry?
We are really short now because it's shallow. There's definitely 12, 13 all in and calls I reckon we've had, and we started the FT with 8 because there was a double bust up before we get there. So we've lost 2 players, I'd say, in maybe 12, 13 all ins.
I do kind of want Callum to win. Not gonna lie.
Oh, what, you swapped 2% with him?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
no.
you didn't? Did
I
you
just
see?
like him.
Did you see the Kieran hand earlier?
No, was he? Did he get?
Very unlucky.
He shouldn't have stopped with me, should he?
He got grimmed, yeah.
What happened?
I can't remember, but it was a filthy one.
How much does he owe me?
He owes you 5%. He owes you
5% of a bag.
100 quid, 110 quid.
No, because I cashed for 1.
Okay, yeah, of course, yeah. 50 quid.
That's right, isn't it? Damn it, that's annoying. He could have won the whole thing if he'd won. Okay, what happened?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to rack the brains. There's been
Been
so
that
many.
long, has it?
There's actually been so many all in and calls in between that I actually can't think that how Kieran went. When did he 11th to off the FT?
11th. That's annoying. Oh, Robin was up there, was
Oh yeah, all in on 8, 8, 5, 2 hearts. Ian's got ace. Kieran's got ace jack of hearts.
10-4 of hearts.
And mate's got 10-4 of hearts. Yeah. And he come a backdoor to straight with 10-4. He comes 6-7 offsuit 6-7.
Nice.
And I should have walked out and told Kieran not to swap with you because you get
That's what happens.
You get
mate.
the Easty
Even
one.
5% of me is just too much. How was the cake?
Really good.
Yeah.
There's still a lot left if you would like some, but
Yeah.
the cake's been good. Thank you, Sandra.
I'm probably going to try that, to be honest. It looks like decent.
Tim Wright says, think I can finally say I've not played the worst hand by someone called Tim today. That might just top it. Ace high going to be good for Ian. Good instincts here. Calls twice. And Gareth goes for the triple barrel here with King Jack, but gives Ian a ridiculous price. This lad is mental, by the way.
Who, Ian?
He's not well.
I've played with him before and he was like ridiculous, but like good.
He is more than capable of putting people in spots, but
How does he know?
I don't know. He just knows. Ace 4 high, calls the triple barrel, and the table's going to be like, what on earth is going on here? Well played, Ian. Just knows. Sometimes they just know Easty.
How does he know? He's got the lot. Wow, this has actually got a lot left in it, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it has. I told you we're going to be here a while.
Oi.
I don't know why. They tried to fix something that wasn't broken. That's what me and Tao were saying. There's no need to add 20k to the starting stack for this one. It was working perfectly for 2.5 years.
I heard you weren't working hard enough. That was what I heard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to buy it. I nearly bit then. I had to. It took so much restraint to not say what I was going to say.
One could argue you bit. One could argue.
How you doing, Steph Dory? Welcome to the stream. Even lads, hope you're well. Crazy action on this FT. It's a great watch. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's going to be a long evening, but we don't really mind it when you got people up to no good, as I like to say.
How you doing, Steph, lad? Big Steph fan, me. Go on, Callum, lad. Here we go. We're off again, son. And he is extremely all in. And Ian's gonna have to pull it off.
Of course he is.
A 9 just went in the bin, but it was a diamond, so that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. 34%.
34%? Someone check this, please. 34.
Accounting for dead
Yeah,
cards.
but
I reckon it's probably got like 28. I reckon the actual.
Yeah, but 34. Where's he got 34 from?
Well, 9 in the muck. All the jacks must be live. A lot of diamonds must be live. And what you've got to remember as well, you're not taking the actual percentage out of 48. It's taken out of 40 because they account for all the other dead cards. If that makes sense.
That's a good flop for Callum fans. Just fading jacks and running diamonds. That is okay. Just 8% now, which is about what I think it should be pre-flop.
No.
And it is not a jack. And Callum, up to 1.1 million.
Yeah, why that's slightly higher? Because usually, without taking RFID into account, it would be the outs over 48. But because it's already taken all, 1, 2, 3, another 10 cards, it's now the outs over 38. So that's why the percentage are going to propel up.
Right.
But you are right, it should be lower.
No, it's sub 10. So now everyone knows that Ian's opening pretty much the lot.
Yeah, well, he should be. Everyone, if I saw that, I'd be like, okay, this guy's actually decent.
And now that Callum's not on life support, everyone else kind of more incentivized to do things of their own because they're sort of waiting for him to go, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. I think it's you that's fairly short now. But some spin. It's not just the spin, it's the fact that he was down to 2 bigs. He got back to 1.2. He then left himself with a big and folded pre-flop, and then he span it back again.
Is he just going to open this as well?
I don't think he'll open this one, no.
Ace Queen for Tim. Callum will have some respite as Gareth picks up pocket fours on the button. Flatting? Or is this like way too... Yeah, but is he going to flat?
He probably will, yeah. He probably will, like...
That's what I mean, like...
Because the thing, like naturally, I speak about this a lot. Like, people playing this sort of average buy-in, none of them probably have looked at an ICM sim and ran final table stacks with ICM.
I certainly haven't.
And it spat out the range of them, and then they've actually seen, well, these pairs go down in value so much, and that's all it is. And I understand why people want to play the pairs, because they think, oh, I can go and flop a set, I can win a big pot, like they would at an earlier stage in the tournament. But I just actually feel like all this is, from watching final tables over and over again, people just don't realise, Nick, that's all it is. They don't understand that they don't get to play these hands. And if you've never looked at it, you probably would just think you need to play a pair. So I understand why people do. Go back 10 years ago, if I was at an FT and I got dealt pocket eights under the gun as a middle stack, I'd never even contemplate folding my entire life. But it's like a thing, so you learn.
Sounds like I'll be pretty good.
You'd be good, but the problem with you got, Easty, you need to actually get here first.
What do you want from me?
You've got to get to the final.
It's so hard though. It's so difficult. Well, Callum looks bored.
How can you be bored after the adrenaline rush he must have just had the last 30 minutes?
It doesn't look like he's... Maybe he looks like he's gone through it a bit.
He's just tired, says Lime.
I'll ask him later. He's puffing and everything. Look, he's blowing. Come on, mate, wake up. Let's win some money. Long run. He had 2 days off. He played day 1A, got the absolute giga lot, and then had 2 days off. Pot 3 for Callum.
The 10-9 suited fold now looks genius.
Well, he's about to bang it in, isn't he?
Freeze, hijack, 11. Are we shoving into Ian's big?
Well, he's just open to most of his stack, so he can let it go for one big again.
This time not let himself with one big, but putting most of it in. Even this one, I don't think it's clear. I'd definitely take sixes plus. That threes seem kind of sketchy. 6 max hijack into Chippy's big blind, but it's going to get it through.
It's going to work.
Oh yeah, the 10-9 suited hand as well. It only come Jack 8 of diamonds, so he had the
straight flush.
He had the 10-9 of diamonds. Yeah, so
I bet he was.
Yeah. And just the big fat 3 clubs on the river. What's your plans then, Easty, after this one? Are you going Vegas for just the main, or
yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, just the main. We'll go Edinburgh first.
Right, we'll grab some food out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like 3 meals, to be fair. No, because we always play Schwazi in Vegas, and you're probably the best person to play Schwazi.
You think I can afford a Schwazi with you? No. I uninstalled that app after the first time I played it.
I'll tell you who you do want to play Schwazi with, because every time I go out for a meal with this bloke, he always loses. Rob the Ras is the worst person ever.
I saw him lose a 4-way like with Stabans and all that.
He literally seems to lose every single meal flip whenever he's there. So if you're going out for dinner and Rob the Ras is there, agree to be in the flip. Yeah.
I think I could probably break that curse. I'm pretty strong. Ye down to 7. They're healthy, aren't they, these lads? Got decent chips. I thought, like, earlier on, it went down to FT quite quickly. I was like, oh, they might not need me here. And I tuned back in after watching an entire film, and one person had been out. Yep. I was like, I better give him a text.
We always fought between 11 and 12, potentially slightly later now because of the amount of all-ins we've seen and only 2 bust-outs thus far.
He lost the Dishoom flip. Yeah, Rob runs. He's got a lot of money though. It's alright. Ye's all in.
Yeah.
Well, he'll raise to 750, whatever. No, thank you. That's someone that just gets it done.
Yeah.
You know? dead jack, just in case if Callum wakes up with anything. And he does not. Sees the queen maybe first, it looks like. Having a quick look. It looks like he may fall asleep.
Callum bagged up more chips than what he actually has right now. 1.2 million coming with the chip lead this morning. You actually did. Yeah, there you have right now. It took me half a second, but I got there. I'm actually brain's a bit fuzzy. At this stage of the weekend, it usually always is, but
only just mine.
These guys are getting me through because it's been a good watch, this one.
Well, something's got to give.
Yeah, usually when we hit sort of, I reckon, the next level, 160k, that's really going to shallow it up. So
I mean, maybe even now with both Callum and Yi below the 10 mark, pretty much every hand is jeopardy. Little break for Ian with a couple of really, really rubbish hands. I imagine he's not passing much, but those things. Jack-9 off for Callum. Does have to think about the fact that Yi is there with less. Or about the same now, I guess, after he got that shove through.
I still feel like we're okay to go for this one as Callum.
Oh, I guess he's calling.
We got an ace. The thing is here, it's actually really interesting because if we lose this, bring ourselves down to 12 bigs.
He's gonna let go.
I'm not sure as Gareth there. I think that's actually maybe the right fold. I know we can see he's going to have the best hand a lot of the time, but we never had Callum dominated, which I think is kind of key in these situations. Jay, what's the game you play for paying the bill? Did you mention in an app how you spelling it? It's like S-W-A-Z-I,
No,
I
it's
think.
C, mate.
Oh, yeah, is it C? C-H-W-A-Z-I.
Yeah.
Schwazi. And everyone puts their finger on the phone, and then someone's finger will be left there with a ring around it, and that will be the person that pays for everyone's food and drinks for that night.
I think that's like a bit steep for me. I like to do like one-off rounds or whatever.
Okay.
But dinners.
We had one. When was it? It was after. It was quite early in Vegas last year. We went out like about 12 of us, but like proper meal, all eating, drinking, and stuff like that. And it must have been, I think, like between 1,500 and 2.
Literally unaffordable.
And good for everyone. The best person, Carl won it in the end. Carl won it. Carl Shaw, obviously.
Oh, that's fine.
Who won
He should be paying anyway.
Who won millions that summer anyway. So no one batted an eyelid. But that was a sweaty one. That was a sweaty one
I'd be
too.
nowhere near that. I just have to say, lads, you go ahead. I'll pay for mine. I guess you go in beforehand with the understanding that you'll be flipping.
Yeah, I think it's just sort of a poker player code, isn't it? Everyone sort of knows if you're going out for a meal with poker players, you will be flipping for the bill at the end. It's as simple as that.
I'm not really a poker player though, am I?
Streamer.
Yeah, content fraudulent poker player.
Free. Ian out of the way. King Queen suited for Tim in the hijack. Going to be opening.
Yeah, pretty good hand. Callum with bugs. Dale still in the mix. And Yi frustratingly tosses his cards down. And he is the most at risk as we currently speak. 120k big blind. Only 7 of those for Yi. Seven bags next out. 2 bag ladder.
How you doing, Curtis? Evening, lads. Go on, Dale. Crushing them again. And if Dale can win this, 36 points for the MPL, he's actually probably going to go favourite for winning it at the end of the year as long as he turns up, because having a 42-pointer and 2 35-plus pointers in that 20-point scores is going to be huge, because you have a lot of people in there that just be putting the volume in, and like their highest score will be worth like 20 odd points.
Yeah.
So having like 3 big wins under your belt going towards your 20 best scores is massive.
Oh. I think he probably shoves.
Yeah, this is just all in cool.
And then we'll just be sweating some clovers, or we'll be chopping this one up as well. Him would have fancied a 3-bet with most anything there, wouldn't he? After a fold.
And all in from Dale. Ye will call it off. Here we go.
Yeah, and we're probably back where we were, unless...
The way this FT's gone, I can't see any carnage happening.
Should we have even just one club will give us something to think about? Or 3 diamonds?
This is where it comes mono, all hearts. After that comment.
What about diamond club?
That works as well.
Club?
Well, there's one.
So Yee's dead. He's getting free rolled. No club, and everyone takes their money back.
Jack of diamonds on the river.
I just feel like Josh Manley should be here, man.
What actually happened to Josh? Tao just said he lost a couple of flips. That was what he relayed to me, but I didn't.
Pretty
even
much,
see it.
yeah. He just, I think he played 3 hands in an orbit, and it just finished him. He had a million chips, which is like 30 bigs.
He had a mil.
Yeah. Opens King Jack, 8-6 off, defends. It comes 8-4-4. The guy's got like 4 bigs. He just puts him in and calls and turns the boat. Then he puts in 9-8 of clubs into Yee, who calls 3s for like 10 bigs, and 3s hold. Yeah, 3s hold. And then he pops in Queen Jack off for 9 bigs. Gets rejammed by pocket 4s in the small one, loses that flip as well.
That sounds rough for Josh. They're rougher to take than losing like a big pot and busting that way. When you got chips and use like 3 small all-ins and suddenly you're out.
Queens for Gareth. 300k. Not your typical 2x.
I could understand it maybe if Yee was in the big, but Tim got a healthy stack.
And Ian's going to stretch maybe the definition of big little. No, he lets it go. And defend from ace deuce for Tim. So pretty big lead for Gareth, but again, 33% just seems extortionate to me. Pretty good board for queens. This should be one and done for Gareth. Could even bet quite big here just to set up turn.
You're exactly right. Yeah, we want to go big here just to set up a comfortable turn jam on a lot of turns, but ace deuce not doing anything. You talk about equities. I've got a bit of poker trivia for you. Always use this one as an example about why it's good to get it on pre if you are bluffing. Queen 10 suited against pocket 10s. How much does Queen 10 suited have?
Well, by judging by all these numbers, I'm going to go with 39.
Yeah, well, 40%, yeah?
Yeah.
40%. It's a lot when you think you got 3 outs.
Yeah. That is a lot.
Always best time to be caught bluffing pre-flop.
Maybe we need a patch.
Well, with what?
Like patch the game. So
nerf it, yeah.
Yeah, you nerf all in.
Yeah. No, not allowed to reshove with anything that's going to have good equity.
Yeah. Or just nerf the equities post-flop. Take a few cards out of the deck.
Do you think there'll ever be any changes to this game in the future? Obviously, the biggest change was like 5 years ago. Big blind ante become like a global thing in live poker, but then shot clocks have obviously come in sort of the same sort of time.
What else could they change?
I don't know. Well, this is it. You probably go back 10 years. People never thought there'd be shot clocks. People probably never thought big blind. Never even heard of big blind ante. Just always thought running ante was going to be the case.
I think we should go back to the times where check rating was unacceptable.
There's a sign. Is it Binion's? There's a sign in Vegas. A
Yeah.
check and a raise is permitted.
Wonderful.
But you've never been able to check raise.
Alan folds. Poker results. Yeah, I don't think that one counts. If it did, I wouldn't have a job.
Yeah, you beat me to it, Easty, because I would have said exactly the same thing.
Consistency, I can do that. Consistently useless.
Consistently moaning. Yeah, just eradicate the last couple of words from that sentence, Lime, and maybe it will work with Easty.
Stream presence.
But the poker results needs to go.
Look, you know I'm a serial casher of these events. I've kind of got it down now. It's sort of like an art. I know what to do.
10-8 for Ian. How far is he going to stretch this? I think it would be fine. I feel like we've got enough of a cushion. And it's not just that we've got enough of a cushion, it's not really a table that is doing anything to fight back. There's been no light reshoves. The reshoves we've seen have been top end, so it's not a case where people are actually playing back at us.
They're also just like not really allowed to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're not. But there's still going to be some hands that we do get to sliver in the bluffs with, even when covered. But no one ever seems to find them. I'll be honest.
Even this is like, oh, you know what I mean? It's just not nice, is it? So if it isn't nice for our opponents to be defending this, then we just kind of get to do whatever we want. Ian is pretty much doing whatever he wants, and we're going to see blind check, I think, from Gareth, it looked like to me. And yeah, he's just going to win.
They actually played a mad pot earlier, Ian and Gareth earlier, where Ian opened, Gareth defended ace-10, Ian opened 6-4 of diamonds. Oh, sorry, it was the other way around. Matey opened ace-10, Ian defended 6-4 of diamonds. It come queen 5-5, rainbow, 1 diamond. Check, bet, raise, call. Turn come a jack, bet, call. He's calling down with ace-10 high. Come a 4 on the river, check, check. And he saw the 4, he was like, I've called him correctly twice with ace-10. And Ian rivered the 4, but he's been a tricky customer for most. But I'm not sure about this lead here for Gareth. What are we up to? And Ian's just going to float to take it away on the river.
How does he know?
Well, it's his card. Why? How's Gareth leading this ace? If he has an ace, he never leads. So what's he supposed to have?
I mean, if he finds another bet, it's going to work.
How can
He's got
he?
a heart. He's got a heart.
But it just looks like Ian's got an ace here. Once he checks back flop, calls turn.
What's Ian going to do?
He can't do anything.
There's nothing he can do
I
against
know,
this.
but you've got to think of his range, Easter. You've got to think.
Yeah, it's fine, but like, what do you want him to do?
Well, Ian's going to fold, but I'm saying as Gareth, in the short term, it's going to work, but Ian's just got so much ace high that checks back flop, turns top pair.
No, hang on a minute.
So we're just bluffing into a range.
Why has he not folded? Why has he not folded? Oh, there's no way.
No way. This would be ill. Maybe he can sniff it.
That would be so sick.
He could maybe smell something there, but Gareth, got to be really careful. Had a couple of times this final table, been looking to give it away. I'm lucky for him running into bottom end of the range on both those occasions, but on another day, Gareth could be leaving himself short.
I think there's no way they'll ever find that.
Yeah.
The heart really helped Gareth out there. I don't think he bluffs up otherwise.
Some nice words here from Mason Mount on Twitch. Says, Easty, way too harsh on yourself. Not many people crush 10 NL like you do.
That's true. 4 big blind win rate, mate. Post rake. It's all there for everyone to see.
How many hands?
240,000, 200, something like that.
Oh, nice healthy sample.
We won't be doing that again.
Queen 6 suited. Wouldn't take this one as Callum. I'd probably take Queen 9 suited upwards, but 6 for 9 into the muck. 10-8 off for Gareth.
Looks like a... Oh no, he's going to raise.
Does cover Dale now, and Dale Queen Jack of Diamonds here for 20, just north of. Feel like just always calls in position. We're gonna go with the jam, power jam. When we got Ian Callum sitting there pretty sure. I'm not sure about this one either.
Oh, I really don't know about that one. Goodness, it's going to work obviously, but whoa. You get to just play in position, dominating a lot of stuff.
That's the idea with this one. I like Gareth Stills want to be like some offsuit high lows, Queen deuce, Queen 3, Jack 4, this type of stuff that we dominate in position.
He wants him to count it. He really doesn't want him to think that he had 10-8 offsuit for whatever reason.
I don't know.
It's also on the screen.
I know.
I guess they're still allowed to ask counts.
And Hollywood just wants to maybe, like you say, make it look like he's not raising Dale's big blind light for 20 minutes, but Dale's going to find out in 20 minutes time anyway, so...
I'm really surprised that he's shoved here.
I'm surprised as well. Like, yes, we can actually shove Queen Jack suited in some scenarios up to 50 big blinds if we want. Like when it goes open, call, and there's 4 calls in front, and we got this.
Like, what a disaster! If he gets snapped off by his queen.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't have shoved it. I would have just called as Dale for sure, but. Let's get it through.
That is the crucial part. It ain't spew if it gets through. Callum, wake up, son.
If you get it in behind, make sure it's blind on blind. You can always justify it.
Yeah.
You'll always find a little sliver of something, low frequency, blind on blind, that you can do this one in 1,000 or something. You'll be like, that was the time. I rolled it. But always find blind on blind spots. They're the ones you can just get away with it because there's so much of the mixing going on. Very rare you find stuff blind on blind which is just going to be complete full frequency.
Ace 10 off. 300 bags. Bit weird using the same size in small blind and button.
Well, to be fair, I actually kind of like it on the button here into this shallow stack in the small blind. Probably want to go bigger, but I don't know if he's making the adjustment for the reason that Yi is actually short in the big and only has 6-7 bigs, or if he's just got that as a generic size that he's opted to choose the last 20 minutes. You never know.
Yi is now on the struggle bus with 6 bigs. Yi is not the high roller champ, no.
The Voyage.
The high roller champ is Jack Hardcastle. So, Yi is our most endangered species right now.
Fold here as Dal for sure. As once again, like Ian just gets to take off with so much here, and we just do 2 bigs.
Ooh.
Well, this one's obviously natural anyway, but
it's going to look like nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. But it should be nonsense. Like Ian's just should any ace, any king here, even any queen maybe, he might just bump it up, and Dale just has to play so snug. Like we got 8 bigs and 8 bigs now around the table here, 6-handed, raising into the chip leaders, big blind. Yes, we're on the button, chip EV open, queen 9 off, but need to just be careful because Ian just gets to do this.
Wait. Dale, yeah, he's just gonna let it go. He'll feel like
you knew it was coming, like it was just always coming though.
Yeah.
Like.
There's just no need, is there? Just let him have it. Let's let Yi knock himself off. 6 bigs.
6
Callum
and 9.
is surely going to be at risk again soon as well. Then you get to play after that. It's just the game now. You're at the mercy of the 2 short stacks, and when they decide to risk it, and if they don't, they'll be very, very close to dead anyway. Blind blind Jack Queen suited is not actually in bad shape yet, but problem is there's a short stacks around him, especially when you can just call like all in from Yi with 10-9 suited.
Pretty clean.
And Ian's going to find something.
Yep, and this one's got to probably just click here as Ian. I guess actually, no, maybe we just call, like Tim's not going to get out of line, he's going to play super honest, so I think actually call's better now that I mull it over a bit more. He is going to go for ISO, but...
No, this looks like cool. It's
It's
630k.
okay, yeah. Before we chopped out more, but here we go. And another all in.
Yep, and Callum looks about as awake as he has for the last hour.
He's thinking, oh, ladder. Could be an extra couple of grand in my pocket.
Well, he's worked bloody hard for it.
He has.
Nope, he's asleep again. So, the flop. Can we lose somebody? No, probably not.
What's going on today?
I remember one like this before. There's still some aces left in the deck. There's 1.6 million in this pot. Ian needs to find an ace, or Yi will double, and we will still not lose anybody, and we will not lose anybody. And now Callum is our short stack. Yi survives again from behind. All in triangle is binding, yes, but they don't have possession of them, do they? Or do they? They're triangles.
Yeah, they should do.
Oh, okay. I thought the dealer had the triangle and they used it to denote all then, rather than they give it to the players. EC still there? Yeah. I've got to, someone's got to hold the fort, you know. I.e., I can't get home until tomorrow. Absolutely fuming that you won that pot. No, I absolutely do not mind at all. Are you fuming?
No, I'm alright.
Is it you he's talking about,
I'm
mate?
alright. I've got you here. I'm alright.
Because I'll just leave it an hour, and it doesn't matter to me, Gilo. There's no skin off my back.
Ace Jack suited for Yi. Seems close.
1 million.
I'm not sure whether we open here into Callum's stack or actually maybe yeah we just jam because it's Callum in the big blind and he's the only one we cover. Tim can't call force.
No.
Freezer is outrageous, but this would be crazy.
Callum must fold as well. He's got 2 million now. Sounds like a lot more than it actually is in terms of actual game state. Callum with 7 bigs now. Next on the chopping block to be all in, almost certainly, as everyone needs a very good excuse to be all in before him now. Dale's got ace-8 off under the gun. I think he should probably fold.
Definitely. Same for Yi.
Well, probably going to be shoving here for 7. Jack high. connecty jack high, loosely so.
I think even more reason that I'm not sure if Gareth's going to call off correct, but he's going to take it into the muck.
Would have worked.
Yeah, the other thing is there's a bit more of a gap now between us and Yi as well. It's 10 big separation, so even more reason Callum sort of the reins are free a bit more, less risk.
Yeah, you may not get another spot before it comes back to you in the
to
big.
just to get through one player
Yeah.
and pick up lines and antes.
I mean, even called, you know, your hand is not, as we know, pre-flop all-ins are broken.
Yeah.
So.
We do not know, Zilden. Something we don't discuss on stream if we even do have that information, unless the player would like us to tell people how many bullets they have done.
Josh did 3.
Okay, well apparently we do discuss that information. Josh, if you're watching, you'd like to make a complaint, mate, I would be right behind you on that complaint. This high suited opens for Ian, makes it 240. Have the chip lead all of this FT. Gareth Queen 10 suited.
We have to just let him do this, don't we? I mean, we can't do anything. We could call, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think call's going to be too bad at 30. It can't take aggressive route.
There's not loads of good things that can happen.
Yeah, fold like could definitely be a thing here, and Dale Jack 10 suited in the big blind.
What? Dale's just chipped it. He just assumes that, I guess, that Ian's at it and that Gareth can't do anything about it. But he's taking some.
Yeah.
He's not bothered, is he?
No, he's not. He's taking some like this is actually a decent jam in chip EV that no one finds. Usually the squeeze jams with like the suited broadways.
These shoves are pure trophy hunt shoves.
But it's gonna
fair enough
get through with the Jack 10 suited, and it's actually one like I actually like the theory of it with Jack 10 suited. Ace Jack's not going to call there for 20, right? Ace 10's not going to call for 20. Ace Queen might. Ace King might. We block Jacks and 10s, so as long as we don't hit Aces, Kings and Queens, if we're called by Ace King, Ace Queen, we'll run our 40% right. We're still going to have a heap of equity.
Just launch it in, lads, basically.
All right. But I know like chip EV, these suited broadways can definitely squeeze jam, and like there's ones like I said earlier, it goes open, 4 calls in front of you, got Queen Jack suited for 50 and the big you meant to just jam. Like simple as that. So gonna be one more hand from myself, guys, and then we will get the Tower back in for the final 45 of this session. Tower, you'll be pleased to know we have lost.
Yes.
No one.
Nobody. No, does Reading Grosvenor Casino do bed and breakfast?
Yeah, they might do.
Can you ask him how much it is?
Well, Callum's going to be all in for his umpteenth time today.
Number 9, apparently.
Number 9?
Yeah, been told it's number 9.
Well, very good hand. Some say the best hand in the game.
Aces.
No, the other best hand.
8. 8.
Oh, he's got to call it off because he opened to 400k.
Did he?
I think so. Or
why did he do that?
I don't know. I think that's what he did.
Why did he open to 400k? I don't know, but here we go. 8s for Callum, and Callum going to be at his peak if he can hold here. Just fading jacks. This has been a whirlwind FT for him.
31%. Where are the patch notes? 8s for Callum, 69%. Ooh, that's dodgy.
Oh, that is proper dodgy.
Spades and jacks now working for Ian. That's really safe, and taking the lead back is Callum on 64%, but that's chunky equity for Ian, who can find it. And he cannot find it because it's Reading UKPL Main Event.
And it's Callum. Callum survives again. I'll be back in about 45, well, an hour with the break.
All right, Arnold.
So I'll see you in an hour, guys, and I'll leave you with VC and Tower. And hopefully when I come back, we're not still on 6 players.
I can't promise anything.
Oh.
Welcome back, Tower.
How we doing? Can't believe there's still some Malteser cake left. What's happening here with you lot?
I've got a much
Are you all on diets?
I got a much better seat now, but this is not really, you know, sanitary using the same napkin.
Of course it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
I won't argue.
We had the same worms as kids in the same garden. One worm's the same as another worm. It's us.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Soil and worms. Like you share worms as a kid. Don't matter how many, what worm. If there was only one worm, we shared it. Ate it, get on with you. So you can have the same napkin.
Right. Goodness me. You know, I'm not even going to try and pick that up.
No, to be fair, Line, that's over 50 years ago that we were eating worms in the garden.
Were you actually eating worms?
Yeah.
Why would you
Nutrition. As kids, what would you do? Oh, hang on.
What would I do?
Hang on. Look, we did all sorts as kids back in the 70s. And if you found a worm, it was just extra meat. In. Have some of that.
I'm suddenly not as hungry.
But you're still eating the Malteser cake. Thanks to Sandra. Sandra bringing in the Malteser cake. Superstar. They were an interesting thing. They were. There you go, John Black. And the rest. You're not wrong. If your mum and dad had a good garden, you get the rest with it.
Did some gardens have better worms than others?
No, well, not just worms.
I think we should stop this conversation.
So we have lost 0 people. We started the final table a long time ago. King, Queen, 10 flop, top and bottom for Dale, who's hardly moved in his stack since the FT started. He knocked out Sam Orledge in 16th, Queens against Ace King. He moved up to about 2.5 million and has not changed since. He's done nothing out of the ordinary. Not really. Is it a case of now, because everybody's doubled up at least 40 times, is it a case of we just don't want out?
It's getting very even. Like, even Ian now is down at 3 million, and he's probably going to lose this pot. I mean, he's at 3 million, having invested $500,000 to this pot, but Dale with a hammerlock. I imagine we can fold this turn as Ian. Doesn't seem the type to fold though, very often. Yeah, it's a very good fold. Gets out of the way of that one. And relinquishes chip lead, by the way, for the first time since I got here at least.
First time since probably the FT started. He was chip leader when the FT started, was Ian Burt. 3 minutes of this level and one more level until the next break. Will we still be on 6 when we get to the next break? Some battle.
Yeah, indeed.
Some battle.
But something's got to give, Tower.
I don't think it will.
It always does.
I don't think it will. I think it'll be the 200k blinds when we start to lose players. That's what I think.
I think we'll lose them at 160.
I think the 200k is going to be 15 bigs, and that should be action level.
He's gonna jam Yi here with ace-3 off on the button, and it is going to get through. This guy does not miss spots. He's not remotely bothered.
Voyage winner could be the main event winner.
Look at these stacks, Tower.
Yep.
I mean,
and Dale's chip leader, Ian Burr's down to 26 bigs. In the early stages, Ian was the only one that was trying to win it. He was taking aggression with a big stack and was playing really well. Any guesses on finishing time? Tuesday. Start of the day with 48, and 48 of 48 was the guy sat next to me.
But he didn't come 48th.
He did not. Put on a great performance and managed a little 30 quid extra.
I'll make sure to do
for
something nice with that
1,050.
£30.
Absolutely. You could buy 2 sports platters, bring it in for the team for the 30 quid and treat the boys.
Have you not just eaten dinner?
No, I don't know anything.
Why didn't
I had
you
a cup of tea.
Why didn't you not eat? I thought that was what you were doing.
No, I wasn't hungry.
Okay. I'm not going to buy you a sports platter if you're not hungry.
No, I wasn't hungry then. If East is buying the sports platter, we'll all be hungry.
Then you're hungry, right, okay.
No, I just wasn't, didn't fancy anything.
Fair enough.
Didn't fancy anything at all, to be fair, I must admit. So I had a great, I really enjoyed the chicken Caesar salad earlier though.
Yeah.
I think about 4 o'clock I had a chicken Caesar salad. Really, really nice.
That's good.
One of the dealers walked past, he went, health kick. I said, no, I just like eating nice food now and again. He went, it's not too late, you know. Shut up.
That's some guesses who that was.
When do the flips start for Goliath? There's 30 seats guaranteed right now on Stars for Goliath. That is the only place they're doing the satellites for Goliath this year. There's plenty of live satellites because Reading this week, let me tell you, their schedule when we leave, I've got Goliath satellites on Monday and Wednesday, and there's also the Friday Mayhem, 1st and 2nd in the Friday Mayhem next week, the 100-pounder. They're awarded a £200 main event Goliath seat as part of the deal to play on Friday.
Well,
Berry New Road and Hill Street today have got their Las Vegas £5,000 giveaways going on. All you needed to do in Berry New Road in Manchester and Hill Street in Birmingham was to either play a tournament in May, and or 2 hours of cash, and you got a ticket. And the ticket went into the old tombola, and every time you played 2 hours of cash, you got a ticket into
That's
the tombola. And they're giving away six
packages.
packages to Vegas.
Very nice indeed.
$5,000 packages. If you don't use it, you can exchange it for 3,000 sterling.
Decent.
Giveaway. And it's on tonight in Manchester and Birmingham, and you have to be in the building. And one person last week
wasn't in the building.
Wasn't in the building in Manchester and got pulled out.
That is rough.
£5,000 gone.
Poof, indeed.
Poofed, gone. Some great giveaways, but Reading are running Goliath satellites live, and there's plenty going on Stars for Goliath. I know Josh Manley's playing Goliath. Looking forward to seeing Josh down there.
I will not be there. No, sir. Well, Dale. 8 high, but a very good 8 high. As 8 highs go. And Ian is going to bet this one. I wonder whether Dale does things and stuff here, Tower. It is quite hefty, this bet. It's almost like a, well, I've got queen high. I'm not wasting any equity if I get raised here. I'll just snap fold. So I may as well go for the one and done. And I've got 2 overs, which are very strong. And Dale is going to call. So, very interesting. A lot of interesting turn cards here that could produce further action. Even that one could be interesting. If Ian finds another barrel, which I wouldn't put past him, and then Dale is still there with 8 high, probably has to continue. No spades for anybody. So that might deter Ian, because if you had Queen Jack offsuit with a spade here, maybe you could convince yourself to bet once more, then follow through on that spade. But this feels very airball-y. Oh, hang on a minute, by the way. Dale's finding a donk. He's gone for 550 here. Basically saying, after defend the big blind, I've got 6-4 offsuit. Pocket threes, I guess. 5-3 suited. Deuce 3 suited, maybe some 7-3 suited. It's just
plenty of 2-pair combos there, aren't there?
Ace 4 off. Oh my.
But a non-believer.
This is unreal from Ian. I mean, I have to go as far as to say this is outlandish. This is an unreal float.
But he's leading.
He is leading, but
it's correct at the minute.
But it's not over. God, goodness me. Well, now this is incredibly interesting. Does Dale rip through? And if he doesn't, does Ian think he has showdown? He's staring right through him, by the way. I wonder. I think that Ian might think about this, by the way, if Dale finds it. He's thinking about it. He knows he cannot win. Oh my god, he's going for it. Oh, he's picked up a time bank. I thought it was a triangle. This is so interesting here. Dale. Just 8 high. Ian with queen high. And the check mark. And Dale wondering what kind of hands Ian would fold here. There are some. But is going to be some King X of spades in there that we've got to be worried about. Just some Klingons with King High, clearly, if we've got Queen Jack. We're going to have some King High as well. And some just very strong hands that didn't want to raise the turn. He's going to shove!
All of it. The triangle is there.
And I knew
This is beautiful from Dale.
Ian is not snap folding tower. He has got Queen High. And he is not snap folding.
He wants to call.
He really wants to call because for the same reasons that he called the turn. He calls the turn because he thinks there may be a chance that Dale gives up on river and he can check back and win against stuff like this. Maybe spades that don't bluff. But he hasn't folded yet. You're pretty much looking at 9-6. Remember, it is the big blind defense, so it could be some 9-6. Certainly, obviously, 8-6. But there isn't loads of stuff.
You're not really defending with 7-2, 7-3, 6-3. You know, just...
And I know this sounds ridiculous, but we've got the nut Queen High. He is going to let it go. What a sick move from Dale and Ian for even thinking about it.
Wow. Wow. Dale Wilson.
I mean, Dale certainly has some good hands.
The rest of the tables.
Loads of straights and 2-pair there. But Ian was right to be suspicious. I just wonder... Oh, goodness. And now Ian is, by the way, really down with the bottom of the pack. He's just never folds.
Yep.
It's also really sick.
That was some hand, by the way.
It was also really sick from Dale. Let's not forget he's the one with 8 high that had to find it. Used a few time banks. It was calm, you know. It was like, yeah, let's think about this one. Yep, I've got 8 high.
Be interesting to see how close he was to actually calling with Queen High.
He had more time banks, so I think he may. I mean, I definitely think he would have been tempted. Does he think he maybe loses the bluffs? Is there some Ace X?
Still on YouTube. I see. Still on YouTube. 10-4-8 flop. I can see it right now. I'm just checking my YouTube. 888 Poker on YouTube is definitely working. It's that Twitch, you know, it just does funny things every now and again.
Yeah.
It has 2 minutes.
There's a...
It's just every now and again Twitch just decides to have a minute. It might go for a cup of tea, Twitch, and Mr. Twitch, and then goes for a cup of tea, and then comes back again.
Did he do the time bank shove on purpose to get him to fold? I mean, definitely, possibly. I also think he may have time bank because he had 8 high, and I don't think 30 seconds is enough to be like, well, I'm about to send 8 high into a complete sicko. You know, it's never a nice time to be all in. So I think maybe giving yourself a little bit of time, just to wonder whether it's definitely the right thing to do, also could have been why the time banks were used.
YouTube pause for 15 to 30 seconds there, Tower. Cheers, Tom. I think it's back on every format. They must have just gone for a quick cup of tea and they're all back now. Seems to be a bit weird how it just pauses, but hopefully back for everybody. Everybody give yourself a refresh. Always works.
We're going to have another little classic blind on blind here. Ian's very sick. He just doesn't fold. It's weird.
Great player. Huge online, apparently. Huge.
Is he?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. He's just
huge online.
Just seems to be completely dialed.
He's from New Hampshire in the United States. Married an English lady. Been here for a few years. And has turned to a bit of live poker when we come down to Reading and Portsmouth and Coventry. Nice lad.
Yeah, I've not spoken much to him. I've played against him once in Portsmouth and it was horrid.
Did he put you in spots, did he?
I didn't go all that way for that. Well, both players here have got complete bugs, Tower. 8 and 7 high, respectively. Yi and Ian. Yi is going to be the first one to try and win, and it should work. Despite how completely sick Ian is in the head. And he is now propping everyone else up, Tower, which is quite the turnaround. He's tried to knock some people off. It's just not worked out.
We've been an hour and 45 minutes, 600.
That is crazy.
We were 2 hours, 700.
Wow. I bet you were feeling good 4 hours ago.
It's been a great way. It's been an unbelievable watch.
Yeah.
Obviously we had a massive moment when Callum left himself one big and folded when Dale jammed the Ace King after a jam from Ace King before that. And then we had a moment when Tim decided to try an ISO when Callum was all in for his one big. But Callum would have actually won the hand anyway of all 4 players. We thought we'd just go in 4-handed and check it all the way down, you know, that kind of scenario. But that never happened because Tim got giddy. And then Callum quadrupled up again. It has really just been one of those amazing finals that nobody wants home. Don't want to put the heating on at this stage of the night, you know. We're staying ready.
Not seen anything from Tim, really.
No.
Nothing.
Nope. Apart from the time he got a little bit giddy and tried to raise it up when it could have been 4-way to a flop.
Actually,
one person all in.
I actually don't think he's played a hand since I got here. Which is, even in this situation, is odd.
Yeah.
I mean, it is possible to not have any hands, I can attest, but... Yeah, 6-handed, you kind of have to be in there, don't you?
You do.
There's some good watch. I mean, last night at my table, that must have been fun to watch. I didn't play, obviously, but there was 4x pot. There was open jams. There was 4x pot shoves on flops. There was 4-way. It was mental.
But you look at most of these. You look at most of these players. It's the biggest cash by a country mile. Tim's biggest cash at the moment is £1,000 in Manchester. You know, we saw Jose playing earlier on, and he's cash for $380. You know, there's huge tournaments, and when
Don't knock that. That's about my repertoire. It doesn't mean they're not good lads, good players.
Any action for Gareth as he raises? No, there is not. Callum looks down at Queen 7. Callum started the day with 1,240,000 at 12 o'clock.
That's wild.
He got to the final table with 1,280,000.
I wonder if he knows what he has now. He's nothing if not consistent, is our Callum.
It's been a weird day at the tables for Callum, it really has. Tim also drives the McLaren that's outside. Cheers, Will. I saw you on the cash tables the other day, but didn't get a chance to say hello. I saw you playing cash. The blue McLaren that's outside is Tim's. It's a beauty.
Don't know cars, to be honest.
It's parked straight outside the front door. If you look at it, you think, that looks like that would drive round in the Formula 1.
I would never drive a car like that. I'd be so scared to do anything.
I don't know exactly how much they're worth, but it won't be able to do its potential in the UK roads, because UK roads are a natural disaster, to be fair. But it's a beautiful car. Straight outside the front door, if you want to see it.
Tim's got to play the game. Here we go. It is time to play the game. And for the first time he has played the game since I got here, he's going to get banged on by Callum with King Queen off.
Here we go.
Pretty natural one here, and it's going to be, oh goodness me, it's going to be a horrible amount to call off. Because it's pretty much, it's pretty much one of those where you just have to hope for the best, I think.
Yeah.
Time bank from Callum. This is too strong versus button open, given that we are the most at risk. I think he'll be getting this in.
King Queen for Callum for 7.
He knows he's got no fold equity. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. It's in or fold.
It's if...
Here it is. In it goes again for Mr. Callum.
Even with next to no fold equity, the thing is, Tower, that he figures that he is ahead enough of the button range that has to call, and it's worth the gamble to go ahead and get it in and probably get called.
Yep.
But be in very good shape to be over 2 million. Comfortably. So, I mean, there's an off chance that you get a fold from some random hand. This hand probably, I mean, well, he's 920k, you know, Tower. And he's going to fold. There is fold equity after all.
There is.
So Callum, up to 12 bigs, would be
Just like
very
that.
happy to see fold.
That's like his chip height, isn't it? That's like...
Yeah, I think so.
That's more chips than he's had, I think, in the whole tournament.
Everyone's so short now. Everyone is so short.
Yeah. Yep, you're right, Lime. Callum. Nearly all the players just have not got out of line at all. The player that tried to win it and he's now short stack is Ian Burr.
He did his best to win.
He
Really tried really hard to win.
Certainly did his best. And there's a lot of ICM implications for these 6. That is for sure. For sure.
I think that they have, some of them have, oh my goodness, I was about to say, some have exhibited less care for ICM than others. One of those players is Ian, who's just jammed Jack 10 offsuit from hijack. And the other is Dale, who's in the big blind, who's been jamming Queen Jack and Jack 10 pre-flop as well. So, an all-in from Tim behind with the 6s.
Go.
Wow.
Everybody's folding all the way around. Gallup's just going to bin these 2, that is for sure.
I can't believe this reshove from Tim, to be fair, but versus hijack, I think this is just would just be a fold. I assume it would just be a fold.
Here we go. Ian, Jack 10, pocket 6s for Tim. Mr. Tim Ebenezer, is he going to be good?
I mean, Jack 10 offsuit is in much better shape than it deserves, I think. Ian is just not one of those people that's going to stand around and wait for someone to bust out. He wants another go.
Yep.
At the trophy. And now Tim is in. So,
6,
8.
How do we lose this one?
Well, like, a spade would be a start, and that
that
is not a spade.
Is it. Tim takes out Ian.
Well played, Ian. Really
well played, Ian. I've really enjoyed watching you, Mr. Ian Burr. I really, really have.
Yeah.
When he had the chip lead, he tried to win it. He got involved in a lot of pots. The only one with the moves at the time. But unfortunately, Ian Burr finishing in 6th place for £7,000.
That's crazy.
And we're down to 5.
So what did we learn, Tower? Don't try to win.
Don't try and win it. Just sit there, double up.
Yeah.
Sit there, double up.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of questionable things potentially in that hand. Tim, though, happy as Larry.
Wow.
With his newfound glories. And say one person that's happy, and that's Callum Gordon.
Callum, exactly.
He's been playing Minesweeper, not poker.
He's been down to 1 big blind. He folded once he raised, left himself 1 BB. He folded out the way when there was an ace-king versus an ace-king, and he would have lost. If Dale doesn't call the ace-king, which we thought was the wrong thing to call anyway, Callum has to call. The Jack-10, the 8-9, no, 9-10 suited would have lost, and he would have been out the door a long, long time ago.
Crazy.
So Dale kept him in it. The 1 big blind spin. Very next orbit, he gets it in. Tim ISOs everybody out of the pot for no reason. Callum wins the hand.
Well, he
With
would have
5
won
X's
anyway,
his stack. Well, he would have won it anyway. But up against 4, you're not feeling pretty good, are you?
No.
So then he 5X'd his stack. And then he doubled up. And these little things that you see that you don't remember on situations from other players not playing a hand, how probably it should have been played, just means we get an extra ladder.
It reminds me of the best example when we were in Madrid, when Ian won Madrid, and there was 6-handed, and some fella opens pocket 9s from cutoff, covering Ian, who 3-bets ace-queen on the button. The big blind loses his mind and shoves queen-jack. Just sends queen-jack. 9s folds, Ian calls dominating and doubles up, but 9s would have made a boat, and Ian would have been out in 6th place.
Yeah.
So all he had to do was not shove queen-jack, and Ian was never winning that trophy. So these things are just, you need everything to go for you.
Yep. Change of dealer. Here's Rach, who's been dealing actually the seniors. So has the seniors finished?
When I walked in, it hadn't.
There's the seniors over. Let's have a quick butchers. No, yes, he's finished.
Do we have a winner?
We do. We have a winner, and that was Vikas Sabaharawal. Simon Dunedin was 2nd. Gordon Kingham was 3rd. Dom Brockwell was 4th. Pat Winterbottom was 5th. And 6th was Pete Wigglesworth.
Some great names in there.
They paid a 6, and Vikas winning the trophy.
Well played to you,
The big shot is down to the final 2 tables. That got a massive 109 entries.
Wow.
And 20,000 nearly in the prize pool.
I should have flicked that in.
Very nice indeed. You should have done. We'd all chucked you 10% in for that one for you.
Well, I knew I had to let you have some dinner that you didn't eat.
I didn't say I was off for food. I just wasn't having anything. I had no intentions of eating.
Tea.
I might not even eat ever again. Unless I come here every week and eat Sandra's cake.
Yeah, that was quite something, that cake, actually.
And if there's anybody watching in the other room
that wants some cake,
there is a couple of slices left.
It is a rather hard slice. I would bring a plate or a napkin of your own.
We have a knife.
Yes,
but
we do have a
you
knife.
would need a napkin.
Yes.
A Malteser cake is the last meal. Well, Tim with the ace-9 after just, there we go.
Yeah.
He's changing gears, this man.
I think he may have heard me.
Callum and Yee both on 12 bigs. Gareth McGee on 22. Local lad, Mr. Gareth McGee. And even if you look at Gareth, three events, cashed in this one last year, came 31st for a min cash, and that's about it for Gareth. Just plays local comps, plays a bit of cash, gets himself a seat into this one, and he's in the final 5.
As you do.
Here's 6 for Gareth. "15 minutes to go of this session. We eventually lost one. It was Mr. Ian Burr.
And what a player that lad is.
Don't think we really expected Mr. Ian Burr to get eliminated.
I don't think Ian Burr expected Ian Burr to get eliminated.
Yee with the 9s. In.
Yeah, I mean, very, very easy one. The 9s have been kind to him today because he found the 9 against Tony earlier on to stay alive.
Callum. Queen 8 out of the big.
Just
for 10. None of this.
Some really solid. Sometimes timing isn't about, you know, what you've got. It's about what they've got.
Yeah.
And Yee's timing is spectacular in that regard. Every time he's got something, no one else has got anything.
Yeah.
And he just picks it up and keeps himself afloat. And when he does get called, he pings. Very solid strategy from our man Yee, who is our voyage champion. Could still yet be our main event champion.
He certainly could.
Someone has flown, I don't know how far, but and it mentioned that we're still 500. Maybe they flew. They might have flown when we were 600 or 7. You could go quite a long way in the 2 players that we've lost, actually. From Munich. Wow. Tim opens it up, showing his prowess in the last orbit or so. Callum with Queen Jack suited. God, this is a close one. Bangs it in. The 2K ladder enough. Oh, Gareth's woken up.
Oi, oi.
He's got ace king in the big blind, and there is a dead king, so Callum will have more equity than he deserves when this goes in. Obviously, Gareth is going to reshove, and Callum is going to be at risk, but by no means dead.
Absolutely not. It's Callum.
It is Callum.
That's an extra 28%.
At least. All in. And a snap fold.
Annette says it was 700 when she left Munich. She's now at home, and it's still 500.
Well, it might be about to be 400, Tower. 37% for Callum with Queen Jack suited. 1 ace of diamonds covering the suits for Callum. But it is Callum that is at risk with Queen Jack suited.
Gareth is at risk with ace king.
No.
It's Callum.
Oh, Callum's... You mean...
It's Callum.
I meant at risk as in... Well, that looks like a pretty bad flop for me.
Oh, is this the end for Callum Gordon?
Oh, it certainly looks like it.
It has been some day, let me tell you.
It would need to be a Broadway card.
It has been some day, and it's not. The check mark is already in front of Gareth McGee. Callum Gordon, what a performance.
Yeah, he kept
I'm not
himself
being
around.
funny, but that was some watch. Well done, Callum. Survival of the fittest, and you, sir,
9 bags.
of the best cat in the world, because she used all 9 lives today and finished with £9,000 for 5th place. Wow, what a great effort from Callum Gordon. If you want to watch a guy survive, re-watch this stream.
Yeah, he really did hang on for dear life. Unfortunately,
It's like he was made to make 9,000. You're not wrong. 1,000 for each life. Unbelievable. Great effort, Callum. Well played, sir.
Very well played. Had a crushing day 1, converted it into a nice final table and £9,000.
25 still in the free roll. Jonge is still in. Jonge 45. Good luck. Anybody else watching the live stream that's still in, give us a shout out.
King Jack off for Tim. Opening things up.
There with a 4-3. Out of the big. We'll be getting straight out of the way. Tim's opened up a little. He's got the chips.
Well,
He's got a few more chips in front of him. He's now giving it a little bit of splashy.
I think it was just a case of he had no hands for a long time, and a lot of people were just going all in around him. So the correct thing to do was not to play. But he is now picking all the spots that he can to find himself an anchor in this tournament. Callum Gordon's chair being removed just to make sure he doesn't find a way back in.
Ian Nealman's just back from playing the Luton and the 10,000 guarantee for the second hand, getting Kings cracked and went downhill from there. 2 pair all into the flop, River by a higher 2 pair. Ian Needleman, that's not a good day. Unlucky Ian, while we're here, we are still playing the main event final here.
We are indeed.
You have just seen Callum Gordon eliminated in 5th for £9,000, but it could have been eliminated in about 15th and 14th and then 13th.
Another battle of the bugs here, blind on blind, and Dale is going to win this one. King of clubs in hand, Yi with a total whiff buggy is just going to have to let this one go. I said he's just going to have to let this one go. I said he's just going to have to let this one go. 440 into the wind from Yi, and Dale could just bang this in. Thing is here, Tower, you want to realise all your equity. You want to see all the cards, and that is why he's shoving. You don't want to call out of position and potentially have to fold the turn. You need to see all those cards.
He's just left himself now with 7 bigs.
That was ill-advised, I believe. I mean, it's going to work. Don't get me wrong, it's going to work some. But you don't get to use just anything you want, I don't think. I mean, that was very standard from Dale.
Dale's a good player.
Yeah.
Third in the UK Open this year for 116,000. He knows how to play.
Yeah, 100%.
It's given him a lot of leverage to be able to play a lot more tournaments. And he's doing well for himself. He's studying, he's enjoying the game, he likes to travel. He's classing it as a job. He's loving life at the minute.
Yeah, played very well when I played with him.
Gareth with the 10-5 out of the way. Gareth McGee. And he just can't do anything with the 6-3. An 8-4, miles in front, sir. You have no idea how far.
Dale looking good right now. I think probably not just because of chips, but the favourite in terms of recent performances, in terms of overall history in the game, in terms of how he's playing. Seems like a solid choice if anyone's picking.
Yep.
No, the alarm's apparently just going off. So, but it's connected. It's connected.
Another good hand.
The King 10 from gun. 4-handed. Gonna open. Yee. It's down at an ace.
Yeah, and that'll be...
And 8 bigs. Yeah. 7 bigs even.
Definitely enough. And Dale's going to call this one off unless something happens
definitely
behind him.
Yeah. Tim's not doing anything with the 6-5. They should be in the bin now. Not doing nothing with them, Tim. We know that. in the bin. Off we go round to Dale.
Very strange tank, this.
There's no need.
There's no need.
Absolutely no need. You've raised up, it's an all in front of you, you've got 6 eye.
He might not know it was on him. He
He
didn't
did.
know it was on him.
He
didn't
He's
know.
looking round at Gareth and he's waiting for Gareth to act and he's still got cards in front
In
of
his
him.
mind, he'd already folded. That's the thing. He was already done.
Oh, brilliant. I love it. Oh, dear. Staring down at Gareth and thinking it was him. Brilliant.
Well, we know we lost the 10, but 57% doesn't look like much.
Well.
Still, so maybe there's something else missing here in this deck that we don't know about right now, but we know a 10 was folded pre. Doesn't mean there isn't one lurking, and there's certainly a few kings remaining, as far as we know.
Dale Wilson, it's a 10.
There is the 10. And Yi has clung on all day long, but now is in desperate need of an ace, or he will be coming forth. That is not an ace, and it's an awful card because that removes a third of his outs, and
Yeah.
they weren't plentiful to start with, Tower.
2 aces in the deck.
Can he find one? He cannot. It's a 7.
It is no yeehaw for Yi Goo. Eliminated in 4th. But what a week.
Incredible week from Yi, and what
Voyage
a player.
champion, and now 4th in the main event for £12,500, which was more earnings than the Voyage win. Many, many congratulations, sir. You played exceptional this week.
Yeah.
And I hope we see a lot more of him in the future. 4 minutes to go. We're down to 3.
Will there be any discussions, Tower, do we think? Or is Dale a little bit too far ahead and maybe probably confident that this is shaping up nicely for him?
Do we finish off? We've got 3 minutes until the break. So I'm guessing we get to the break 300. Unless something happens. Gareth's got ace-8. He's going to open.
$400k and the king 3 off for Dale.
So it's 3-bet to 1.1 million. This could be all of it, couldn't it?
Well, I guess that the jeopardy's kind of gone. The short stacks aren't there, and Gareth doesn't really strike me as someone that's that bothered.
We have an ace. Ace-8 suited. It's right on the cusp of a 4-bet.
I think he's going to call, Tower. It looks like he's cutting out a call. He may even have announced call because the dealer is taking the money in, so it is a call. This is a monstrous pot, by the way. 2.3 million in there. And Dale's got king 3 off, which is obviously a reasonable hand to go ahead and 3-bet, but you'd much rather get it done pre. Oh, goodness me, Tower. We might have a problem here.
King 6 Jack with 2 hearts. If there's any carnage,
He's just going to donk shove.
If there's any carnage to can't.
He's just donk shove for 3.8 million. He's just banged it in. And Dale's got top pair. Oh my god. I mean, Dale would have been happy to see this board. After 3-betting the king 3 off, you find king high board. He's going to call it off.
Of course he is. He's got top pair.
So he does. Well, I mean, there's 10 million in here, Tower.
All of a sudden, we've just ended up with 10 million in play.
I mean, this is incredible. Dale's got a heart as well, which he'll cling on to for dear life. 56% is a little bit sweaty for a 10 million pot. It's a heart on the turn.
The nuts. That'll do.
And Gareth gets the check mark on the turn in an unbelievable hand before the break.
10 million chips for Gareth McGee.
Oh my god, and a brutal dagger for Dale, who did naught wrong. But Gareth,
wow,
with the donk shove, almost 2x pot.
Honestly, wow.
Wow. Gareth with some strong poker, and he's now got 10 mil.
We're counting out the chips. This could be the last hand of the session. No, I don't think it is. Or it could be. Because we're counting down, and we're going to be down to about 20 seconds. So this could be the final hand of the session and 15-minute break to go and draw breath.
I mean, there's a very good chance, we don't know, I don't know if you know, but there's a good chance that Dale said no to deal at 300 and then just immediately got that. Because he was in a good position, and now he is the shortest.
And this is the final hand of the session.
Wow.
Dale down to 2.6. Gareth, unbelievably, up to 10 million. We will see you back in 15 minutes.
In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money, despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing 3 things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000 divided by 1,000 equals 5. That means you made $5 per game. Now to find out your return on investment, or ROI, divide that profit per game by your average buy-in. $5 divided by 10 equals 50%. So in this case, you would have a 50% ROI. Understanding your win rate and ROI is crucial for evaluating your long-term success. As you can see, learning and applying these simple math calculations can not only increase your edge, but also help you get a better understanding of your overall game. What other poker math calculations do you want to learn? Let me know in the comments below.
Do you get frustrated trying to play against super aggressive players? What if I told you there are ways to exploit them? I'm Vivian Saliba, and in this video I'm going to share 5 tips to help you to play against overly aggressive players. Don't fight fire with fire. If someone is batting weaker hands more than they should, if they're bluffing more often than they normally should in certain spots, you shouldn't get out of line yourself and start making super aggressive plays. Instead, it is better to play tighter and wait for the right moment to engage in a pot together. Slow playing your strong holdings is the best way to win chips against a bully at the tables. Adjust your ranges. Aggressive players are likely to overbluff. This translates to an imbalanced ratio of potential value hands they might have to complete air holdings. Having this in mind, you should consider widening up your calling ranges. Against someone who is batting way too much in most spots, you should incorporate calls with middle and even bottom pairs sometimes. This exploitive adjustment will work much better when playing a heads-up hand against the overly bluffy opponent. So you should be careful with the other players at the table, because every time you deviate from what you should be doing, people can adapt and punish you. Don't feel intimidated. Playing against someone unpredictable that will often put you in tough spots can be intimidating and even discouraging. But don't let the fear of facing difficult decisions interfere with your game. Knowing your opponent's tendencies is an advantage, and it is your job to make the best decisions with the information you have. It is true that sometimes you'll be put to the test, but this is what poker is all about. Prioritize position. Having position in poker is always an advantage, but being the last to act against someone who is frequently too aggressive is even better. Have in mind that an aggressive player may check raise you more often than you would experience against a regular opponent. So think twice before placing a bet. It is important to think beforehand about all the possible scenarios and already have an idea of how you will react according to your opponent's moves. Don't level yourself. You must be careful not to place yourself in tricky spots just because you're playing against someone who is too aggressive or that isn't following any proper theoretical guidelines. Be careful playing huge pots with hands that might be dominated. Just because you told yourself that your opponent's range is too wide doesn't mean you will outplay them. Not giving in to someone else's mental pressure at the tables is harder than we realize. Your goal is finding out how to navigate and how to respond to their tendencies and weaknesses without compromising your own strategy. So there you have it, some important things to keep in mind the next time an overly aggressive player sits down at your table. Stay calm, don't give in to their pressure, and look for opportunities to exploit their play. How do you adjust to playing against an overly aggressive player? Let us know in the comments below.
The winners get a $30,000 package. It folds to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the Independent Chip Model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds, there's 100 players left in the tournament, 50 of them are going to get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm going to need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in-game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are when you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30k package. It folds to the small blind. They just open rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace-queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're one away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call. They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought, just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30k package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace queen. Sometimes mistakes, they do work out. And we learn from them, so I got the most out of that, really. Because, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call, and luckily I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs, because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know. If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs.
Jay! What? We're down to 3.
How?
We're down to 3. Somebody lost one. They actually lost a hand.
Where's Ian is what I want to know.
Where's Ian? Well, we're down to Dale, Tim and Gareth.
Let's do this.
Let us do it. Is this the final session? Is it or is it not?
Did we do the final keyword?
No, we did not.
Okay, so we can go to a keyword at 10:30 for all the early birds coming in.
5 minutes keyword timeline. Last one. Queen on the river for 2 pair for Dale. 3 on the flop for Tim. Never in front. Tim Ebenezer.
What's to keep him honest though? It's almost at everything this FT though. I'm not sure how the 45.
Dale Wilson's out in 4th.
I'm not sure. It just has the little bug, doesn't it, sometimes?
It does. There's Dale. Gareth McGee. Let's have a quick look now. There we go. Yeeju. It's because he moved seats to Yeeju's seat.
Ah, okay.
That's why. So Yeeju was 4th. Callum Gordon was 5th. Ian Burt was 6th. Jose Caldas was in 7th. And 8th was Robin Goot, as we lost 2 players in one hand to leave us with an 8-handed final table.
Falls to Tim, blind on blind, ace 3, 15 bigs. 3-handed now. We've already locked up a decent sum, 16.5k. Not going to be as much ICM there. Just sort of have the range to, even as second in chips, just get after it still. Even with a hand like this, as Tim could have just sent it in for 15. 3-handed now. It decides to go with complete. 5-6 deuce, 2 diamonds. Gut shot for both, but ace high staying out in front and both turn a pair.
Let's do this. Dale moving to seat number 3. Tim getting out of the way. Holding the best hand. So, 1 minute's time. We'll have the final giveaway of the session of the entire festival. Thanks to Lime, thanks to 888 for all their giveaways and money throwing at you guys out there. Thanks very much indeed. And we'll do it all again in Edinburgh. In 17 days' time, we'll be up there. We'll be there 2 weeks on Wednesday for Edinburgh. The 888 Festival at the Maybury.
King 7 suited for Tim. Opens the 2 bigs on the button. Gareth out the way in the small 10-9 off. Should be getting involved here as Dale off of 15 big blinds.
Yay! Lime's in the chat for the whole thing in Edinburgh. Awesome. Look forward to it. Edinburgh. That is correct. King high flop for Tim.
Or we are just going to have high frequency C bets on. Our actual hand with this 7 of diamonds, backdoor flush, backdoor straight, maybe could check once in a while. Probably a board that we are just supposed to hammer the C bets in.
So Edinburgh in 2 weeks. We have Portsmouth as a summer festival in 10 days' time. That's starting next week on the Monday. We'll be there on the Wednesday for Cardroom Direct, giving you all the best pictures for the Portsmouth Summerfest.
There's Ace Jack for Gareth on the button here, going to open. Goes for his 2.5x. Been doing it most of the final table, keeping it the same. King Deuce for Tim against this larger size. Going to have a difficult time defending. Maybe against button it does get in, but against the bigger size, just going to get out of the way.
3 left. Dale Wilson, 13 bigs. Tim Ebenezer, 17. And Gareth, chip leader with 10 mil, 54 bigs. It's that time.
It's that time, guys.
It's that time. It's the final time.
Got a giveaway, final giveaway of the festival.
Are you sure?
Yeah, final. Definitely the final.
Definitely the final.
We have 2 more $22 tickets for 88 Poker. If you're playing 88 Poker, get yourself over to 88 Poker TV on Twitch. You can only participate on Twitch, so come over to 88 Poker TV on Twitch to participate.
Yes.
I'm going to say the word. All you have to do is type it in the chat box, and 2 people will be picked at random for the $22 tickets on 888. The final keyword of the festival is carnage.
Carnage, that's what it's been.
That is what the FT has
all
been.
day. No deals done, Joe. Carnage. Get yourselves in. Good luck, everybody. 2 tickets. The final of the festival. Thanks for all the giveaways on 888. You've been amazing. Definitely helped. And all the players and the fans and everybody in the chat getting involved. Carnage ensued today.
How you doing, Stav, mate, on YouTube? Yes, lads, Goliath couldn't come quicker.
Indeed. There were 30 seats guaranteed for us on Stars today. I think I got 288 runners.
Ooh.
Which I think is big.
Yeah, that is big, right? Because it's five per seat, is it?
All in. Pass. It's yours, my pass. So I don't know. Thank you for moving the button.
Carnage. That's what it looks like in the chat box. It's scrolling up as fast as you can. Carnage. Radford ready for his first Goliath. Looking forward to it. Well done, Radford. Look forward to seeing you in Coventry. Come and say hello.
First Goliath must actually
Love it.
be so excited. Like just everything around all the tournaments. You got Sean Hayden to look forward to as well. I'm at year 7 or 8 of Sean Hayden. I've seen it all before. I know all the places he can put that pencil.
One more minute for the final giveaway of Carnage.
Where's the 4?
45 suited for Dale on the button. Opens to 2 big blinds. Gareth King Deuce in the big hit. Not quite deep enough to make this one work as a bluff, like any sort of 3-bet size we choose. Kind of pricing ourselves in. If Dale meets us back with aggression.
Evening, lads. This is the real Brandon. Now Sandra isn't using your account. Enjoy the cake. Thanks, Brandon. It is beautiful.
Thanks, Brandon.
There are a couple of slices left. Maybe one.
I'll be having one more before I go. Yeah, one of your slices left. I've just realised. That's a you and Sam slice, that. Is that what I had between them the other day? Unbelievable.
Here we go for the final giveaways. Who's it going to be?
Super Zero.
Alright, well done. Super Zero with all the 5s and 3s and noughts. Super Zero.
And AAJFIHO.
That is not a word. That is definitely not a word.
It sounds like someone's just created an account quickly.
Yeah, that's true. That is a weird username. But anyway, congratulations. You got a $22 ticket on its way. Final giveaway. Thanks, Lime. You've been amazing as always.
JB suited on the button for Gareth. We've got the chip lead, so we probably need to V-pip there. Suited Jack on the button. Now we're going to have a blind on blind battle. 9-8 against 10-7. Got some action hands with these two holdings.
Ace, 8, Queen.
Just going to bet with bottom. Tim out of the way with the 10-7 end of hand.
Tim, 10 bigs. Tim Ebenezer. So 300 to the main. All in for Tim. Ace 7.
All in.
Gareth, none of that. Fair play to him, but seems a bit uneasy at the tables, does unorthodox things. That's been the way of the FT.
Thanks, Cindy Bear. Thanks, everyone. Have guests coming in a few minutes, so I have to run. Have a good day, Cindy Bear.
Thank you. And thanks for tuning in each day.
Might still be here when they're gone, Cindy Bear. So you might be able to pop back in. It's 4 for Gareth. Like it. Triangle win. When effective stacks 20. Just getting a hand like this out of Dale. Queen 10 suited now having to have hit the muck. And Tim having to fold deuces as well. So getting a suited Broadway and a pair to fold. Nice.
3 players left. Tim, Dale, Gareth. Gareth, big chip leader. Biggest score ever. Cashed in this last year. And that was his near biggest score of £1,000. Tim Ebenezer, and we know what Dale's done in the past. Dale Wilson on the left, 3rd in the UK Open for 116,000, plus other results as well.
Gonna open the Queen at 7 of diamonds here. 8-4 off for Gareth. Out the way. If I was a betting man, I would probably go with Dale here. Even at these stacks, I still think that Dale wins this. We played this final, this distribution free-handed a million times. I reckon Dale would nudge it. Anything can happen, as we know. An ace-5 suited here, blind on blind, shoves for 21. Pretty grim for Dale here. Like, we know we're going to have the best hand a lot, but we know that we're going to have to fade 40% so often that here we go.
And a call.
This is huge. If Gareth can find a king or a jack here, going to go into heads up with a 7-1 chip lead. So this could be the tournament right here. If we see a king or a jack, but it's nice and low.
6-7-3. King jack needed for Gareth. Dale could double to 9 mil and be chip leader. And there we go, Dale now chip leader on 9 mil.
That's a massive swing round that.
So, full double to 8.91 chip off 9 mil. Now we have got a game done. Well played today, Dan. Dan Dan Reed finishing in 10th. Seems an age away, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, well.
5:45 when we were down to 10.
5 hours ago.
All in. Fold, fold. So Dale with 8.8. Pocket fours.
Yeah, free-handed, I think it's fine. Well, here we go.
Oi, oi. Tim's got ace king. We're not flipping. Here we go. Are we heads up? Or do we get another double? Wish we'd have started counting.
I think we've... This has got to be the 20th plus all
I don't
in.
think I've got enough fingers and toes for today.
I reckon if I had to guess a number, I'd say 22 all-ins. This is the 23rd. There's been a lot this final table. A lot of double ups.
Here we go. Are we heads up or does Tim Ebenezer double? $998 counterfeit outs as well. Oh, you don't like to see that.
Bigger favourite now is Dale. We'll win this 2 out of 3 times. Just fade in.
Oh, a king on the turn. He is not fading anything anymore. And a 3 on the river. Tim survived. Tim doubles. Wowzers. Tim Ebenezer, the latest one to double.
He was going to win it 2 and 3 times healed. Yeah, that may have been the 1 and 3 times he didn't, but... What else am I meant to say? Just double, double, double. I'm sick of the word double. Every all-in seems to go the short stack way. I know, obviously. I didn't get to see the 3 bust outs. Ian, Callum, and Yee. That was for you and E.
Well, you're not watching the stream while you're having half an hour. No, closing your eyes, resetting.
It's nice outside tonight. I was literally just sat out on the terrace bit and t-shirt.
Zeld, look forward to you getting on a feature table sometime soon. You've already booked Edinburgh. There's a big chance you'll be on a feature table in Edinburgh. Big chance. You're already in for Edinburgh. You got yourself a ticket. You booked your flight. You booked your accommodation. Ready to rock and roll. I'm going to make sure you're on the feature table. It's written down. What? Lime says, folks, I've just got word today's tickets have already been granted. Wow, that is called service.
Free bet call here as Dale or jam. He's going for jam. I feel like maybe one. We could free bet call against Gareth, induce some smaller pairs that are going to be folded into this big jam. Either way, we are going to flush out a hell of a lot of equity of the 10-9 suited. 6 minutes. Going to hit 300k level that thought this would finish in. Jackson suited for Tim. Might have shoved here as Tim. Suited gap, middling. Feel like quite a nice spot to just jam. Fold out some better jack highs, some queen highs, some king highs. When called, still going to have okay equity. But we do keep a dominated hand in.
Minute clock, lines up to 300k very, very soon.
King 4 suited for Tim. Feel like this one just wants to open to 2 bigs. Fall from Gareth. 7-5 of spades, though. Dow definitely needs to be seeing a flop here.
Check. Check.
9-9 flop, 9-4, 7, 2 clubs. Check, check. Ace hearts turn. Both catching a piece. I think Dale calls this.
Yeah, for sure.
Off to the river. Which is the 8 of diamonds. Goes check, check. And Dale with a 7. Takes more chips off Tim. He was actually going to say Feast table in Edinburgh and then Coms Booth in Liverpool. What about set up and takedown in Coventry? We have it all.
King 3 off, out of the way. Over to Dale. 7-8 in the small. Starts with complete. Tim getting to check.
10-9-9. 2 pair Tim.
for Dale, having to fold there with his up and down. Tim does flush out a hell of a lot of equity. Final hand at 200k BB. Then we get into the 300k level. Ducks for Dale. May just be able to open shove here. What are we? Yeah, I would have just sent here as Dale. Don't even let the big one realise. There's a pair behind us. We're unlucky. It's for Gareth here. Blind's just gone up. 15 bigs. May just send it in with the ace. Does exactly that. Picks up what is now 600k. 300 for the big, 300 for the ante.
Here we go.
Worth a chunk. Just picking up the blinds now, worth 750k. So picking up the blinds is worth 5% of the chips in play away. To look at it, it's
wow.
The point we've got to.
It is. The point we got to.
Change my name up on the stream to Ramesh.
Nine 7 suited for Gareth here. So it's awkward now. 17. It's just going to go with a triangle. I don't hate it, you know. And King 8 suited for Tim. Only with 7. I'm going to call it off, Tim.
Here we go. Tim's favourite to get a double out of Gareth. They are, Ian. If you've been watching, we've had 20 all in and calls. 20. Might even be more.
I think it's more.
J-Regs is more. Which means 20 and about 15 double-ups.
And that's going to be
And
another
that's going to be another one.
Backdoor diamonds.
That's it. There we go. It's just shows.
Backdoor straight. Jack's working.
Don't do it this way. Tim's going to double if we don't see a jack. It's a 7. Yep, Jay said earlier there was more than 20. We didn't start counting, but it's just been one of them.
I think my subconscious counts.
Does it?
Well, it does,
Yeah.
I'm guessing. And then, like, when you ask me the question,
Yeah.
like, the number that just comes to my head is, like, I'm guessing.
It's not really a guess because you're probably subconsciously somewhere stored in there.
Well, I remember when we were 7-handed, we had, was it 8 that we had before the bust out eventually? 7-handed, we were 7-handed for a while.
Do you subconsciously count your scores at golf? Or just go 4?
No,
5 for 6?
Yeah, I know. I usually. That's what I usually put me down for 2 points. 6 for 2. 7 for 2.
8. No score, Jay. Whoa, hang on a minute.
8 for 1.
8 for 1.
2 shots here on this par 5, I'll have you know. 8 for 1. Thank you very much.
8 for 1.
We actually lost the entire golf trip one year. This was about 3 years ago. Because I lost on a hole which I blobbed to a guy that was playing on 37. It was stroke index 18, and he got 9 for 1 to win the hole, and then that was the half that that was the point that won him the trip.
Really?
It was, yeah, it was quite funny.
Wow.
9 for 1. Diabolical.
9 for 1. Wow. 9 for 1. That's just ridiculous. That shouldn't be allowed. 9 for 1. For 1, please. Oh man.
Queen 7 deuce.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. I really don't.
Jack of spades on the turn, and that gives Gareth the check mark. Just jams for a 2x pot off the turn in the jack. He likes that triangle.
Nine for 1.
9 for 1, yeah.
Would
Guy called Ian. Ian, his name is.
Proudly just sticking in the wall.
Do you know the worst thing about him? He's got a chipper.
No.
Yeah, he has one of them chippers. So
The-
when he's in the
no,
rough
the
by
old
the
cheating
green,
club.
yeah, when he's in the rough by the green, he pulls it back, and you just see the ball dink out, and you're like, how'd you do that with a putter? And then
Yeah.
you look at the club, it's one of them chippers.
The old cheating clubs.
A6 for Tim, just shoves it in on the button. Going to pick up blinds, which is huge right now, as I say. Near 5% of the chips in play, just getting a shove through.
Gareth's listening to the music, he getting himself a little dance. Yeah, 16,500 locked up, by the way. 22,500 for second and 30,000 for first place and the trophy. Yeah, JG on another given day, this would have been done at 9 o'clock. You don't always get the short stacks doubling up every single time there's an all in.
This is a fun one. We got middle versus straight flush draw. One big blind bet seems really nice from Dale. Tim gonna have to stick around with his pair of nines. Seven of diamonds on the turn, so up and down now for Tim to go alongside his pair. And Dale could just triple this off here with this card. Jack of hearts in hand, he could just think about tripling here. We got the main, one of the main cards, probably ideal. Well, we prefer the 10 of hearts, yes, but the fact that we're here with this combo, we're not really going to get a better opportunity to barrel with equity. I really like this from him, just finding the aggression when we need to. And even 9-6 here, in a real horrible spot. Probably going to have to strap him for another street here. Blind on blind, a lot of bare heart bluffs for Dale. There's the call from Tim. Big old river car coming up, 4.7 milli out there, 3.4 in Tim's sack. And on all bricks, I feel like Dale's got to shove his hand tower. Even if he raises a 3, he's got to shove his hand. I feel like this hand, when we bet flop, it's just going to be a tidy triple, and here we go. We've already seen today that Dale's capable of big bluffs, but this one seems mandatory now that we get here. Like, there's just so many hands that Tim's going to have to call fold. Like, not like a queen with a heart, a 9 with a heart, an 8 with a heart, 9, 10, queen 10, 8, 10, 7, 10, 9, 6, queen 6. Like, think of all these hands that have to call twice and then just fold to the river bet. And maybe Dale also assessing that Tim may just shove 2 pair plus on the 10 on the turn the way it's been playing this three-handed battle. So he's just likely going to show up with so many 1 pairs at the river. Really nice from Dale. Finding good plays at this late hour when it can be difficult and the fatigue setting in. Playing for £30,000.
Three left. Dale, Tim, Gareth.
I know. Most hated man in Reading, that's why.
The old whip. Gareth, A bigs.
Sorry? Oh yeah, no. Why would I?
Nine 3, not what you want as Gareth when you're sitting here with 7 BBs.
Benham. There'll be another spot soon, Gareth, for sure.
Oh, queens for Dale. Walked.
How'd you get queens 300? Well, that's impossible.
Yeah, very nice. I was just about to say we probably just shove close to any 2 here as Dale.
Oi, oi, Curtis. Just got another Goliath seat in the 288 side. Well done, Curtis. How many seats did it generate, Curtis?
I reckon 55.
Wow. $30.
Ah.
Cool.
Well done, Curtis. Goliath seats are worth £200, and last year's winner of Goliath 2024 could have took home £275,000, but obviously a deal was done on the final table. But last year's Goliath, £200 into $250,000. Goliath satellites are on PokerStars this year, not on Grosvenor Poker. And there's actually live Goliath satellites here in Reading this week coming up, which is fantastic for the players. There's events with Goliath seats added. Really good value here in Reading. There's a cash league just starting tomorrow. Plenty going on in Reading. £10,000 added to the cash league here in Reading. Just spots you need to take. Gareth says I've got an ace. That'll do. Spots you need to take, just realise that when the players have got 10 BBs, that they'll need a hand to be calling.
Wouldn't take this as Gareth if it was suited. We'd have to offsuit. Feel like we can pass up on this opportunity, and he likes that triangle.
He does. They're in again, he says. So Tim snap calls because Tim has just woken up with kings. Tim Ebenezer. Is it going to be good? Does it create a vibe? Here we go. Oh, we heads up. That is looking like we are running 7-10. Running straight cards. 10's a fun one. Well, the jack's a fun one, meaning we now need a 10. And it's a 5. Gareth is going to finish third. $16,500. Oh no, he's not out. I thought he was out. I thought he said he was all in. There we go. Sorry, Gareth. Now we know what happens with short stacks on this table. Sorry about that.
You were shoving as well if he was, weren't you?
He hasn't actually, Easty. Easty Raincloud. You should have seen him in Ireland. Then, yeah, he was on the booze. That won't work though. Done a great job over there, did they? The tower. So, as Gareth been watching Callum Gordon, he's seen Callum jump through hoops to spin these short stacks up. Gareth's going to need some inspiration from him if he's going to have any chance of getting better than third in this tournament. But he does start off with a walk. Jack 4 suited, that will do, Gareth. We got 3.5 bigs. Jack 4 suited's got to go in. And Dale has called off with the ace 9. Is it going to be the end of the road for Gareth here at UKPL Reading Main Event, looking for help, and there is none there. Only looking for running diamonds, running king 10, only avenues out of this one. But there's a diamond on the turn. It's never easy. Can he go back door? No, he cannot. Full house on the river for Dale. Great run from Gareth McGee, was great to watch. You'll be happy with that result. Takes home £16,500. But we made it to heads up. Eventually we got here. Tim and Dale ready for this one. Timothy Ebenezer against Dale Wilson. And we're not having a break. We're just going to get into it. That's what we like to see. Tim's going to move his chips over, and off we go.
Straight in it, guys. Straight into it.
Joe, did you take seat 7 standby? You take a timeout? Yeah. These are your timeouts, right?
Sorry? Oh, my time banks. Yeah, sorry. And my all in. That's a very important one.
No antes as well, right?
No antes. No antes.
Jack 10 for Dale to kick things off. Heads up. What are we playing here? Effective. Could have just jammed here as Dale, but has dodged a potential bullet. Just sub 14 for Tim. Couple of ladies. Bumps it up to 1 milli. Dale probably just got a call here with a Jack 10. Wouldn't be going for jam here. Feel like call. Only real avenue. Exactly what he's cutting out.
Cuts out the call. He does indeed. Cuts out the call. Off to the flop. Quickly, there's 2 million in the pot. With the blinds being so big. King 10 deuce. Need to 10 for Dale. Probably keepers involved as well with that.
Yeah, heads up here. We may need to even stack off with this one, Dale. We're going to have to call multiple streets. That's a big bet. 1 milli, half pot. Only 2.4 back. And like, mate, I wouldn't fault Dale for just running this here and now. We've picked up a 10. It's heads up poker. Middle pair, decent kicker. Like, can still get called by worse. Some ace, queen, ace, jack has to call off some flush draws. But it's just going to call turn. I wonder if he is going to fold any turns. Like an ace, maybe. Ace of spades, something like that. But I don't see a world in which he does fold any turn tower. That's the thing.
Well, it's the 8 of diamonds, so you're probably thinking he's not on that one. Tim just moves in.
Tim loves not getting snapped here. Now he knows Dale's never got a king and potentially has what he has.
Any king snaps and he gets out of the way. That's a good fold.
Yeah, so actually calling on the flop where I feel like a lot of people would run it at that SPR to get away on some turns. Credit to Dale finding that fold in a heads-up situation. That's a lot better than it looks there, guys. That's a proper disciplined laydown. When you look at the price he's getting with second pair, heads-up setting. Well played.
So heads up to the title. Two great players, Warriors today, Warriors. Dale on the left, Tim on the right. Hey Gary, how's Vegas been for you this afternoon, this morning? What you been up to? What you done? Where you playing today? Give us the insight.
It is the last knock-ins.
Glad you're tuning in as well while you're on your jollies. Let us know what's happening today for us and for you out there as you come to heads up battle. Dale Wilson and Tim Ebenezer. You won't know too much about Tim. Only 2 or 3 results on the database as Tim.
Is he a local?
Yes. Yeah. Drives to work in a McLaren F1.
What?
There is a £600,000
I've seen it. Is that Tim's? I've seen the car. That's Tim's.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen it all week.
Yeah. He's.
I didn't realise it was Tim's though.
He told me at the break. He says when you've finished, he says if you want an Uber home, let me know because I'm on working afterwards.
Was it a lifted McLaren? Don't want to be scratching the paintwork on the floor tower.
It's the best.
I wouldn't even be able to get in one of them. Like you see, it must be like a proper squeeze to get in, like proper low. Them cars.
If Tim gets another hand, they could be doing a deal. Yeah, they could. But there's 22.5 and 30, so it's not too wide to be fair. And if they do a deal, they can't do a deal with all the money. They'd have to leave a percentage, so it probably wouldn't be worth it.
To be fair to Tim, he's actually, other than that freeze hand, I'm trying to just relay the day I've seen of him playing poker. He's actually played really well. The freeze was a bit mental when we could have just checked it down, but trying to be fair, he's actually probably the best poker player I've ever seen that owns a supercar. I'm not actually. I'm saying it in a good way because I know a few people that have nice cars and stuff like that, and they love a gamble. And he's actually been really disciplined and played a really good game today. The freeze was optimistic, but everyone's going to make a misstep, no matter how good or bad you are. It's
Queen 10 deuce flop. 4 of spades on the turn. 10 mil for Dale. 6 and 20 bigs for Tim. 9 of hearts on the river for Dale.
so go over value here, Dale. We're going to hear about a queen or a 10 on a previous street. So only way we're really beat here if we're outkicked by a better 9. We can target a 4, target a deuce, target some ace highs heads up, and Tim just snap folding against pot, not even thinking about the hero.
All you need to know about Tim is that no one has got a bad word to say about him. Always smiling, even after filthy bad beats. Best of luck to him. Nice.
No, he owns an Aston Martin DB9 high like a boss, Keith Littlewood.
How are we doing, Keith? Watching on YouTube. Hope things are well.
You owe me a bottle as well, Keith.
Yes.
Pratik was...
You had a tour on Pratik at 33s. He took the bet.
He was out within the first half hour today, so...
If it had been heads up, the bet was not a valid one.
But yeah, he's Kasuf owns a Aston Martin DB9.
Heads up to the title.
And I can't believe I'm going to say it, but we are about to creep into the 400k level, guys.
400k level. Wowzers.
And Dan Reed echoes the words in a way. I sat with Tim for ages yesterday. Lovely bloke and didn't get out of line anywhere. Played well. Maybe even that hand earlier, it was just a rush of blood. Saw the all in, saw a couple of calls in front of him and saw he had a pair, and just maybe just that adrenaline rush sometimes. Sometimes good to just take a moment to think. Final table says, good night all, I have to wake up in less than 6 hours.
Cheers, final table. That's what we're still on. You can rewatch it on Twitch or on 888 YouTube tomorrow if you want to watch the ending. On King 99 flop, Tim bets 700.
6-5 a down, just got to head to the dealer.
So here we go, 400k. 400,000, man. Never thought I'd be saying that in a UKPL.
We have had a 50k starting stack, to be fair, an extra 20k.
Yeah,
to each stack.
we have indeed.
So what, 336 times that by
First
20k.
time 50k starting stack and winning 400k levels.
There's an extra 7 mil in play, so just naturally going to go on longer.
No, there is not a lot in this, Gary. You're absolutely spot on. And there you go, 25 and 17. 10 and 6.6.
These for Tim here. Does open. It's for 800k and Dale with the 8-6 off here. Got to defend in C3. Oh, Gary McGaffney with some intrepid news about the WSOP app for us.
Word on the app. Thank you very much. Come on then, give us the news.
As this hand should be over as Dale whiffs and Tim flops top. I'm going to mix in a little check here. Don't mind it as Tim. Really nice one to use. Ace of clubs, 4 of spades, low down kicker, backdoor flush draw, backdoor wheel draw. Kind of a tidy one once in a while. Checking back again and maybe thinking that Dale's not got much, and the way we're going to make money this hand is getting Dale to bluff into us. And Dale, now we get to the river, may feel obliged with 8 high. Just try and fold out some jack high, 10 high, 9 high stuff. And beat into the pot there as Tim, very well played. Check back twice.
And now Tim's chip leader.
Induced the bluff. And Tim with the slight chip lead. Someone is really aggressive like Dale has been. Sometimes the best way to make money is let them do the betting.
Yeah. So you need a WSOP account, and once you got it, you need to use your Caesars rewards card and debit cards and cash. Okay, cheers Gary. So download the app, open an account, and then buying as normal.
What on earth would we do without you, Gary McGaffney?
Cheers Gary. Is the UKPL Edinburgh at the Maybury Casino? Yes, it is for Micah. Cool, that was a big seller in the 80s, wasn't it? 70s and 80s for Micah. Flipping heck. So yes, the Maybury Casino, just out of town.
For Michael, why do I know that?
It was everything that everything in the kitchen was made of.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll be in the Maybury Casino on the dual carriageway, across from the petrol station, across from the Marriott Hotel is what we're across from when we get to Edinburgh.
King 8 suited for Tim. Dale with the ace 5 suited, applies maximum, great hand to do it with, and they're going to be getting it through. Now, back with the chip lead.
Yep.
Anger. Mad anger there.
Shattered into pieces.
Yeah.
So he does that.
So there we go. There are 4 satellite levels, all cash out, 10k starting stacks. Good luck, Gary. Thanks for the information, and good luck everybody who's in the Mystery Bounty Day 2. Oh, the billy's been pulled, I've seen it. I watched it on Insta at my break. The 6th ticket.
No way.
6th ticket of the entire Mystery Bounty Millions in Vegas was the $1 million pull.
Well, hold on a second, because Queen Jack suited here for Dale seems kind of close for 18, and he is going to make the call. Heads up.
Jack Queen suited. We could have a champion in Dale. He's got Tim covered, but he's behind.
Yeah, but if Tim just holds here, going to be having 1 foot over the line, Dale would be left with sub 5. So this is the tournament right here.
Here we go. Is this for the title? A jack-eye flop for the title for Dale Wilson. It could be.
So just fade in kings at the moment. Some runners could arise.
None of them. We are down to a king. If we do not see a king, we have a champion. Yes, the Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a champion eventually here in Reading. Well done. Hats off to the guy on the left-hand side, just in shot there, who's been there 11 hours.
Has he?
He's sat on them chairs. He's been sat there 11 hours. Hats off to that man. But hats off to that man right there. Mr. Dale Wilson has got himself a title. Second in Leeds, first in Reading. Top man. Unbelievable. We better go and have a chat.
You having a chat?
Yeah. Shall we?
Yeah, have a chat.
We'll have a chat.
Go and have a chat.
Okay, let's go and have a chat. Go and have a chat.
So Tower's off to the floor, guys. We will be rounding up back in here in the booth as always. We'll do some thank yous to everyone that's tuned in over the last 5 days for the UKPL here in Reading. Great numbers, great turnout. Main event, what, 336 I believe. Unbelievable turnout here in Reading for that, creating 30k up top, creating 4 5-figure prizes. But it's all come down to Dale Wilson taking the trophy along with that 30k payday. But we're going to grab Tim, the runner-up first. Towel's already on the floor. We're going to head down right now.
Cheers, mate.
Tim Ebenezer, I tell you what, that was some battle, my friend.
Yeah, well, Dale's a fucking top player, isn't he?
Absolutely,
Brilliant
sure is.
player, and I said at the beginning of the day I'd love to be heads up with him, but also wouldn't love to be heads up with him at the end. But I'm glad to have made it this far, and really pleased to have cashed.
Not too many results on the database. Do you play cash?
I started playing last June.
Fantastic.
So mostly play cash here in Reading, but
started doing a few tournaments this year, and
Amazing.
yeah, my first tournament was a women's tournament. If you'll notice on there,
No.
there you go. So,
well, please play more because we've loved. Obviously today, when anybody was all in, it was just a case of we're doubling up. I think we counted something like 20 double ups for everybody in total.
Yeah.
Just one of those strange days.
Yeah, it's been a good day. Really long final table as well, and some good results for some of the players. But glad to have got there.
We've absolutely loved it. What normally happens is when you finish runner-up, Tower normally gets a spin in the car.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah. Why not? Let's do it.
I don't even think I'd be able to fit in it.
Oh no, it's not that. It's not that small.
Is it not?
No, you're a small lad. You're right. I'll take you out in it next time.
Now there we go. Listen to that. We'll keep him to that. It's been a pleasure watching you.
Cheers, mate.
Fingers
Thank you very
crossed.
much.
And yourself, we got second in a massive field. Well done, sir.
Yeah, appreciate it. Cheers. Have a good one. Thank you.
Nice one.
Well done,
Tim Ebenezer, absolutely fantastic. What a gentleman. And I've got a ride in his car. And if you want to see his car, just check outside. It's unbelievable. Dale Wilson. It's nice to speak to a champ, I tell you what. We've had some great results. We talked on the UK Open that set you on the way to make you be able to play a lot more. And you're turning in some results, man.
Yeah, I don't know, I've running well, playing as best as I can, but you've got to run well as well. So.
Yeah, it was one of those days, just been saying to Tim, one of those days that nobody wanted to leave.
It was a long grind, yeah. I think when there was 6 or 5 left, we didn't lose anyone for ages, and it was just, I was carded for so long as well. Just had to be patient, wait for spots, and found some.
It was, and obviously when we've got Callum down at one big, and then the very next down we've got the...
He worked it right back up, and he was back in the game, and then, no one would go.
Yeah. Well, we've got another title. Obviously pleased with yourself.
Yeah, buzzing, yeah.
Absolutely.
Buzzing to get the trophy. Missed out on the high roller one in Leeds.
Yes.
Yeah,
we had a chat, but it was a second place.
Got this one, so
absolutely.
It's another one to take on.
Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. We loved watching you. And we have the man with the trophy, so we'll cross over. Because, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a massive, massive round of applause for winner of the main event, Mr. Dale Wilson. Absolutely fantastic. That was some grind, young man. See you at the next one, but Jay, please finish us off.
Great couple of interviews with the guys there. Just going to wait for Tower to get back to the booth, guys, before we finish up for the UKPL 888 Reading.
The Flash!
You getting a nice little trip back to your hotel tonight in the McLaren?
Yeah! I can't believe it!
Must be nice.
Have you seen the car? The McLaren F1, it's only a one-seater. I am in it at the next event. Oh my. What a nice chap. What a really nice chap is Tim Ebenezer. Really nice chap. But so is the winner. Well done, Dale. As we said last year, this year when he got the UK Open third for 116, he gave him scope to play a lot more. He's said he's going to play a lot more. Second in Leeds and now a title. Well done, Mr. Dale. That has been a good week.
It has been a good week. Really good week. Very good day. We had it all. That final table was a good watch and for all in it. Was just couldn't take your eyes off it at some point. You didn't know what was going to happen next.
Yeah, if we'd started counting the number of all-in and calls and survives, it was over 20, as Jay says. A McLaren F1 is what he drives, and it's beautiful in deep blue. It's beautiful. Well done, Tim. Well done, all the finalists. It's been an absolute cracker. It really has. Callum Gordon nearly did it. He's, 6, 7, 8, 9 all-ins?
Something like that.
Unbelievable. What a day. What an absolute cracking day. But the next event for the team on the UKPL will be Edinburgh, the 17th to the 22nd. This guy will be bracelet hunting already. So we've got Sam Allledge with us in Edinburgh. But the next event for the team will be Portsmouth and their big one. They've got a summer festival in 10 days' time. That's when we will be there. But thanks to Lime. Thanks to everybody in the chat. But Lime, you've been unbelievable yet again. And she's doing it all again every single day when we are in Edinburgh. But we have another champion. He's just doing his hair for the pictures. 30,000, the trophy, and all the glory for Mr. Dale Wilson. Many congratulations. Enjoyed it?
Enjoyed it.
Good luck in Vegas.
Thank you very much. You too.
I'll see you in Vegas.
See you in Vegas.
We'll be in touch regarding Vegas very, very soon. Watch out for social media regarding that. PK will be in touch with everybody who's got the old 1%ers. But thanks everybody on the 888 circuit. Hope to see a lot of you out there in Vegas. But if not, we'll see you before in Portsmouth or the next 888 in Edinburgh on the 17th of June for us. Enjoy it. We'll see you up there. Looking forward to it. But Dale Wilson is champ in Reading from the team and the tower. Ta-ta.
Good night.